Hey friend, you just found your peaceful haven for tonight. I am the storyteller, and I created this space for people exactly like you who need rest but cannot seem to find it. Let my eerie tales and these gentle rain sounds become your lullaby tonight. You do not need to do anything except close your eyes and listen. Just a handful of ads in the first 10 minutes. Then ad-free for the entire rest of the night. If this little haven brings you comfort, then I would love it if you subscribed and tapped like. Let me know where you are finding shelter tonight in the comments below. You're home now. Let us begin this journey together right now. The coastal town of Blackwood by the sea did not so much exist in the sun as it lingered in the gray, permeable mist that rolled off the salt marshes every afternoon at 4. By 5, the slate roofs of the Victorian row houses glinted like the backs of wet river stones, and by 6, the street lamps flickered to life, pale amber irises floating in a sea of thick lavender fog. Above ground, the world was muffled, swallowed whole by the endless, damp murmur of the tide dragging itself across the shingle shore. Below ground, however, there was only the vault. 32 worn limestone steps led down from the rear vestibule of the town's municipal library, spiraling into a subterranean sanctuary that had once served as a Victorian wine cellar before being claimed by the town council in the winter of 1922. The air down here was different, denser, older, smelling rich with the crisp, dry tang of ozone, disintegrating leather, ancient parchment, and the cold mineral damp of stone that had not seen a ray of sunlight in over a century. Arthur sat at the heavy oak desk in the center of the main vault, the sole island of light in a dark ocean of tall iron shelving stacks. The lamp before him was a heavy, tarnished brass banker's light, its emerald glass shade casting a soft, warm pool of amber across the green felt blotter. Outside this circle of gold, the darkness stretched away into high, vaulted archways, where rows upon rows of floor-to-ceiling iron stacks stood like sleeping sentinels, holding thousands of decaying paper ledgers, bound census tracts, and, most recently, box after box of quarter-inch magnetic audio tape. Arthur was a man made for quiet spaces. He was tall and slight, with soft, careful hands and a habit of walking on his toes, a posture learned from years of working in places where a sudden footfall felt like a violation of the silence. He had been hired 6 weeks ago on a short-term municipal contract. The town was finally digitizing its sprawling historical archive, starting with the audio records of the long-abandoned St. Jude Sanatorium, a sprawling Victorian asylum that had sat rotting on the high cliffs north of the bay until its final closure in 1958. His work was methodical, almost liturgical in its precision. Every evening at 8, as the upper library locked its doors and the head librarian's footsteps faded down the street, Arthur would descend into the quiet cold of the cellar. He would hang his heavy tweed coat on the brass hook beside the door, light the small paraffin heater in the corner, which purred with a low metallic warmth, and set his heavy copper kettle atop it. While the water heated, he would prepare his equipment. On his desk sat a restored 1950s open reel tape deck, a twin-spool Revox machine in a painted gray aluminum chassis. It was a beautiful piece of mid-century engineering, heavy and deliberate. Arthur loved the tactile reality of it, the solid, mechanical clunk of the heavy iron transport switches, the smooth resistance of the aluminum tape spools, the tiny, glass-fronted VU meters that glowed with a pale, honeyed light when the power was engaged. He reached into his wooden tool crate and brought out a small bottle of high-purity isopropyl alcohol and a box of long, wooden-handled cotton swabs. Dip, dip, the sharp, antiseptic scent of alcohol briefly cut through the heavy, sweet dust of the room. With painstaking care, Arthur wiped the dual magnetic heads, the metal capstan, and the rubber pinch roller, clearing away the faint layer of brown iron oxide dust left behind by the previous night's reels. "Clean heads," Arthur whispered to himself, his voice barely a breath, instantly absorbed by the endless stacks of paper around him. "Clean signal." He picked up the next box from the gray cardboard crate at his knee. The box was faded, its edges soft and fuzzy with age, stamped with the faded blue emblem of the St. Jude's administrative office. Hand-written across the cover in spidery, iron gall ink were the words, Ward C, Ambient Room Noise and Group Audio, October 12th, 1956. Arthur lifted the top of the box. Inside lay a 7-inch aluminum tape reel, its brown magnetic ribbon wound tightly around the hub. He lifted it out with both hands, holding it delicately by the center flange, his thumb resting lightly against the smooth, cold rim of the metal. He placed the supply reel onto the left spindle, snapped the rubber keeper cap into place, and pulled a clean, clear plastic take-up reel onto the right side. With the practiced dexterity of an artisan, he pulled the fragile brown leader tape past the guide rollers through the narrow channel of the magnetic heads and threaded it into the slot of the empty spool. He gave it 3 careful manual turns until the tape caught. The clock on the wall behind him, a heavy, pendulum-driven regulator in a dark mahogany case, ticked with a deep wooden tick-tock, tick-tock, spaced so far apart that the silence between the beats felt vast enough to drown in. Arthur put on his headphones. They were heavy, high-impedance, monitoring headphones with thick, black leather cushions that pressed gently against his ears, shutting out the faint, ambient rustle of the cellar. The world outside vanished completely. There was only the low, ambient hiss of the amplifier warming up, a velvety, static blanket of white noise that sounded like far-off rain falling upon dry leaves. He reached out and pressed the heavy iron play switch. Clunk, the left reel began to turn counterclockwise, releasing its dark ribbon. The right reel spun softly in response, taking up the slack. Between them, the tape glided smoothly across the metal heads. In his ears, the tape hiss deepened. For the first few minutes, there was almost nothing. This was standard for the St. Jude's collection. The doctors had frequently left room microphones running for hours in the common areas, attempting to capture the subtle acoustic changes in patients during periods of rest or silent contemplation. Arthur reached out and gently rotated the heavy, knurled aluminum gain knob on his preamplifier, bringing the hidden sound floor up into clarity. The archival room noise swelled. It was a delicate, layered tapestry of 30 years prior. Arthur could hear the distinct acoustic envelope of the St. Jude's day room. High ceilings, plaster walls, parquet floors. In the distance, 50 feet away from the original microphone, there was the faint, rhythmic chime of a grandfather clock, slightly faster than his own down here in the vault. A metal chair scraped softly across wood. A cough, dry, papery, distant, the quiet rustling sound of a nurse's starched cotton apron as she walked past the desk. Arthur leaned back in his leather chair, closing his eyes. The warm amber glow of the banker's lamp burned behind his eyelids. He picked up his fountain pen, unscrewed the cap, and laid the nib against the lined page of his logbook. Reel 14B, he wrote, the nib scratching pleasantly across the heavy parchment paper. Ward C, ambient track. Baseline audio established. Low noise floor. Far-field activity, footsteps at 02:14, distant door closure at 04:30. He sat listening, bathed in the hypnotic rhythm of the past. The tape deck worked with a soft, steady hum, a low mechanical purr that blended seamlessly with the distant, muffled thud of the ocean waves crashing against the cliffs 3 miles away, sending quiet vibrations down through the limestone foundations of the building. The tape continued to spool. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. According to the handwritten clinical transcript attached to the inside of the box, The next 15 minutes of the recording were classified as period of absolute patient rest. The notes stated that 4 patients were seated in the reading alcove, completely motionless and non-verbal, observed by orderly Thomas from the glass booth. Arthur kept his pen poised above the page. At 11 minutes and 42 seconds, the background hiss subtle shifted. It wasn't a rise in tape noise, nor was it a pop or a dropout in the magnetic emulsion. It was a change in the texture of the air captured on the tape, a subtle drop in pressure. Arthur frowned slightly, his eyes still closed. He turned the gain knob another notch to the right. The hiss grew louder, like a gentle wind rising through high pine needles. And beneath that wind, very close to the microphone, so close it sounded as though someone were standing directly over the cold brass diaphragm, he heard a breath. Inhale. It was a long, slow drawing in of air through a dry nasal cavity. It took 4 full seconds. Pause, exhale, a soft, warm release of breath, accompanied by a faint, wet click at the back of the throat. Arthur opened his eyes. He looked down at the reel. The brown ribbon was passing steadily across the playhead. He picked up the clinical log. He scanned down the column of faded blue typing. 11 OCO 15 OCO. Patients 12, 14, 18, and 22 remained seated. No movement, no vocalization. Orderly Thomas reports complete room silence. Arthur lowered the paper. He reached out and tapped the pause button on the deck. The spools stopped with a soft, rubbery screech. The sound in his headphones died instantly, replaced by the dead cold silence of his own amplifier. Arthur lifted his left headphone off his ear. The cellar was still. The paraffin heater purred in its corner, casting a faint, rhythmic lattice of warm yellow light against the damp stone wall behind the desk. High up near the vaulted ceiling, the iron ventilation grate hissed softly as a gust of cold, wet sea fog blew across the street-level intake outside. Tick-tock went the mahogany clock. Arthur lowered the headphone back over his ear and hit play again. Clunk. The tape resumed. Inhale, 4 seconds. Pause, 2 seconds. Exhale, 5 seconds. Arthur listened intently, his chin resting in his palm. The breath was astonishingly clear. It possessed a spatial depth that felt entirely out of place compared to the distant, boxy acoustics of the rest of the recording. The far-off grandfather clock in the St. Jude's day room sounded 10 meters away, buried in reverb. This breathing, however, was dry, intimate, and dryly close, as if the person breathing were leaning down, their lips mere inches from the pickup element. An engineer, Arthur muttered softly to himself, must have been the audio technician adjusting the levels, standing right over the microphone. He picked up his pen and added a line to his log, 1142 unscripted proximity audio. Likely operator breathing close to mic capsule. Not noted in clinical log. He made a note of the timestamp, satisfied with the explanation. In an archive 60 years old. Human error by long-dead hospital staff was far more common than technical flaws. He let the tape play out to its end. The reel finished with a gentle, rhythmic slap as the leader tape spun free off the supply hub, floating against the metal frame until Arthur hit the stop button. He took off his headphones, set them on the desk, and let out a long, slow breath of his own. The air in the vault was growing colder. The storm above was clearly intensifying. He could hear the faint, hollow roar of the rain running through the street gutters high above, echoing down the long brass ventilation shafts like a whispered conversation occurring at the top of a deep well. He stood up, his knee joints popping softly in the quiet. He walked over to the small table in the corner where his kettle sat. The water had reached a gentle simmer, sending a curled feather of white steam up toward the dark stone archway. He lifted the kettle and poured the hot water into his stoneware mug over a pinch of black tea leaves. The smell of smoky lapsang sachang rose immediately, mingling with the old paper and the sharp scent of the paraffin fuel. It was a comforting smell, warm, grounding, familiar. Arthur stood in the shadows beside the heater, cradle holding the warm mug in both hands, letting the heat sink into his chilled fingers. He looked back toward his desk. The green glass lamp shone down on the shiny silver transport levers of the Revox deck, the brown spools, the crisp white pages of his logbook. From this distance, the desk looked like a tiny, frail raft floating on a midnight sea. The stacks beyond it were swallowed in complete darkness. The iron shelves held decades of lives, medical histories, municipal land deeds, birth registers, death certificates, thousands of forgotten souls bound in rotting leather and magnetic rust, waiting for him to pull them, one by one, back into the light of the present. He drank his tea, swallowed the warm, smoky liquid, and felt a strange, quiet satisfaction. He liked this isolation. He had spent his entire life avoiding the noisy, chaotic clutter of the daytime world, the blare of motor cars, the bright, clattering confusion of crowded high streets, the endless, exhausting demands of social pleasantries. Down here, 30 feet beneath the Victorian cobblestones, the world was settled. It had already happened. It was neat, quiet, and contained. Or so he had always believed. By the third night, the rain had settled into a permanent fixture of the coastal sky. It was not a violent storm, but a steady, gray downpour that seemed to soak directly into the masonry of the town, seeping through the brickwork until the subterranean archive felt like a hollowed-out sea cave. Arthur sat at his desk at midnight, Reel 22 spinning smoothly on the deck. He had spent the last 4 hours digitizing a series of individual patient interviews recorded in the summer of 1957 by a Dr. H. Vance. The tapes were uncomfortable listening, not because they contained anything violent, but because of the profound, crushing melancholy that dripped from every word. The patients were mostly elderly, displaced people suffering from severe memory loss. Their voices fragile, crackling, and faint against the background hiss. Arthur adjusted his headphones. He was listening to tape 22A, subject unknown, ambient monitoring and passive voice test. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the blotter, his hands clasped beneath his chin. The tape played. Hiss, rumble. Then came the breathing again. It had appeared on Reel 18. It had appeared on Reel 20. And now, here it was on Reel 22. Inhale, exhale. It was identical in cadence to the breathing he had logged 2 nights ago. The exact same 4-second intake, the same slight 2-second hold, the same soft 5-second release, with that tiny, unmistakable wet click at the back of the palate. Arthur's eyebrows pulled together in a tight, analytical line. "This isn't an operator," he murmured into the quiet room. If it were a human operator in 1957, the breathing pattern would vary. A person moves, they shift their weight, they clear their throat. Their heart rate rises and falls based on their physical state or fatigue. But this breathing was as precise as a clockwork pendulum. Arthur reached out and pressed a button on his modern digital capture interface, a sleek black box connected between the vintage tape deck and his laptop computer. A bright blue visual waveform stretched across his monitor screen, representing the incoming audio signal in real time. He zoomed in on the ambience section. The waveform for the tape hiss was a broad, fuzzy band of blue noise. But rising out of that noise floor, at perfectly regular intervals, were distinct, rounded hills, the sound of the breathing. He used the software's digital caliper tool to measure the distance between the crests of the breathing waves. Peak 1 to peak 2, 11.02 seconds. Peak 2 to peak 3, 11.02 seconds. Peak 3 to peak 4, 11.02 seconds. Arthur stared at the screen. The blue light flickered softly in the lenses of his reading glasses. 11.02 seconds. Every single breath was precisely, unnaturally uniform. A strange, prickling sensation began at the nape of his neck, a cold, subtle draft that seemed to creep down from the stone ceiling, passing over his collar. He turned his head slowly, looking over his shoulder into the darkness between shelf 3 and shelf 4. Nothing was there, of course. Only the long, straight alleyway of gray iron shelves, disappearing into the black. A mechanical defect, Arthur said aloud, his voice sounding thin and flat in the vast subterranean silence. It's a cyclic artifact in the tape transport mechanism, a bad capstan bearing, or a warped drive belt in the original recorder. It's creating a low-frequency flutter that sounds like breathing. He felt a sudden wave of relief. Of course, it was a mechanical ghost. Old analog equipment was full of them. Mains hum from ungrounded transformers that sounded like distant choir notes, failing vacuum tubes that crackled like dry twigs underfoot, warped rubber rollers that created rhythmic, breathing-like fluctuations in the audio gain. He smiled slightly at his own momentary unease, rubbing his tired eyes with the heels of his hands. He was spending too many hours down here in the dark. The isolation was getting to him, stretching his imagination into thin, paranoid shapes. He looked down at his own chest. He took a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3, 4, he held it. 1, 2, he let it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he froze. His heart gave a strange, violent thud against his ribs. He hadn't intended to match the rhythm. But as he sat there, listening to the soft hiss-swish of the tape deck through his heavy headphones, he realized that his lungs had naturally, helplessly fallen into the exact 11-second cycle of the recording. He sat bolt upright in his chair. "Nonsense," he whispered. He deliberately held his breath, clamping his mouth shut, locking his diaphragm. He stared intently at the blue digital waveform scrolling across his computer screen. If it's a mechanical artifact on the tape, he reasoned, it will keep going regardless of what I do. The screen scrolled. The blue line hovered in the fuzzy band of low-level tape hiss. The tape reel on the Revox deck turned. Spool, spool, spool. 5 seconds passed. 6 seconds. 7. On the screen, the waveform remained flat. The next hill, the expected inhale at 11.02 seconds, did not appear. 8 seconds. 9 seconds. 10. Nothing. The tape hiss continued, smooth and featureless. Arthur's chest burned with the strain of held breath. His hand, resting on the brass edge of the pult, began to tremble slightly. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. Still, the tape offered only blank, featureless hiss. Arthur couldn't hold his breath any longer. He let out a ragged gasp like exhale through his mouth. Ha-ah-ah. Instantly, at the exact millisecond his breath burst past his lips, a sudden sharp spike shot up on the monitor screen. Through his headphones, clear, loud, and impossibly sharp, came the sound of a heavy, ragged exhale. Ha! It was not a mechanical artifact. It was not a bad bearing or a warped belt. It was the sound of a man gasping for air, and it had played through his headphones from a reel of magnetic tape recorded in October of 1957, precisely at the moment Arthur himself had exhaled in July of the present day. Arthur ripped the headphones off his head. He threw them onto the desk. They landed with a dry clatter against the brass base of the lamp, the tiny speakers inside still emitting a faint, tinny whisper of static. Arthur scrambled backward in his heavy wooden chair, the iron casters screeching violently against the cold limestone floor. The sound echoed wildly through the subterranean vault, bouncing off the iron shelves, fading into the deep, dark archways where the records were kept. Screech, eck, eck, He stood up, his breathing shallow, fast, and completely out of control. His heart was hammering against his breastbone like a trapped bird. The room was dead silent save for the steady, low tick-tock of the mahogany wall clock and the purr of the paraffin heater. "Who's there?" Arthur called out. His voice sounded pathetic, a tiny, frail squeak that was instantly swallowed by the cold dampness of the stone walls. No answer came. The tape deck on his desk continued to spin. The supply reel turned slowly, releasing its brown ribbon. The take-up reel gathered it in. The twin amber VU meters flickered gently, their delicate black needles dancing in the golden light of the lamp. Arthur backed away from the desk until his spine struck the cold, hard edge of shelf 12. He pressed his back against the iron frame, his hands gripping the cool, dusty metal bars. His eyes darted frantically around the room. The amber light from the banker's lamp reached only 10 feet in any direction. Beyond that circle lay absolute suffocating darkness. The long aisles between the stacks looked like deep, black trenches cut into the earth. He looked at the headphones resting on the desk blotter. Even from 3 feet away, in the quiet of the vault, he could hear the faint sound coming from the tiny leather ear cups. Hiss, and then a voice. It was not the high-pitched manic chatter of a psychiatric patient, nor was it the crisp, authoritative tones of Dr. Vance. It was a quiet voice. Low, dry, whispered, and weary. A voice that sounded as though it had not been used to speak to another living human being in 50 years. It was speaking through the tape hiss. Arthur held his breath, his ears straining against the vast silence of the cellar. The voice on the tape said, he backs away from the desk. His spine strikes the iron frame of shelf 12. Arthur's blood turned to slush in his veins. A cold, agonizing prickle swept across his scalp, cascading down his arms, turning his skin into cold goose flesh. The voice on the reel continued, slow, rhythmic, and perfectly paced, accompanied by the faint, dry rustle of tape static. His hands grip the cool, dusty metal bars. He looks toward the darkness of the archway. "No," Arthur choked out. No, this is a recording." He whispers no to the empty room. The voice on the tape murmured instantly, its tone soft, cozy, almost gentle. Like a mother reading a dark bedtime story to a child in a quiet, shadowy room. And his knees began to shake against the cold stone floor. Arthur's knees buckled. He slid down the front of shelf 12, his trousers dragging against the dusty iron, until he was sitting huddled on the freezing limestone floor. The cold of the foundation stone bit through his clothes, icy and unyielding. He covered his ears with his hands, pressing his palms tight against his head. "Stop," he whispered. "Stop it." He shut his eyes tightly, trying to erase the room, trying to erase the desk, trying to erase the yellow glow of the lamp and the iron spools that kept turning in the center of the vault. Through the thick barrier of his pressed palms, through the bone of his skull, he could still hear the low, soothing, whispered rhythm of the tape reel. It was not loud. It did not roar or scream. It was intimate. It was subtle. It was the sound of a voice sitting directly inside his own mind, reading his life to him as it unfolded, second by horrifying second. Tick, tock, tick, tock, went the clock on the wall. The rain outside continued to pour through the dark, falling upon the Victorian town high above, washing over the slate roofs, running down the gutters, and seeping down into the deep dark earth where Arthur sat frozen in the cold. After 5 long minutes of total immobility, the voice on the tape fell silent. The tape hiss remained, smooth and soft, like the sound of distant waves breaking on a deserted shingle beach. Arthur slowly, tremblingly lowered his hands from his ears. The basement was quiet. The paraffin heater glowed with its familiar, friendly lattice of amber light. The kettle on the side table was cold now, a thin whisker of steam no longer rising from its spout. Arthur raised his head. He looked across the dark expanse of the floor toward his desk. The Revox tape deck sat there, illuminated in the green, tinted light of the banker's lamp. The brown tape had reached the end of the spool. Slap, 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 slap. The loose leader tape flapped softly against the aluminum frame of the deck, over and over, a steady, hypnotic rhythm in the dark. Slap, 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 slap. Arthur pulled his feet underneath him. His legs felt heavy, numb, as if they belonged to someone else, someone made of clay or wet paper. He used the iron shelf to hoist himself to his feet, holding on to the metal bars for support like a man standing on the deck of a ship in a storm. He took one step forward toward the desk, then another. The air in the room felt thick, heavy with the scent of old dust, ozone, and something else, something faint that smelled like wet salt air and vintage wool coat, damp from a rain that had fallen 60 years ago. He reached the desk. He stood over the Revox deck, his hand trembling so violently he could barely aim his fingers at the transport controls. He hit the stop button. The slap of the tape ceased instantly. The silence that returned to the vault was absolute. It was so thick, so heavy, that Arthur could hear the soft shh of his own blood pumping through the vessels behind his eardrums. He looked down at the reel. The aluminum spool sat on the right hub, fully wound with the brown magnetic ribbon he had just played. The cardboard box sat beside it, its faded label reading, Ward C, Ambient Room Noise and Group Audio, October 12, 1956. Arthur reached out. With cold, stiff fingers, he picked up the cardboard box. He turned it over in his hands. On the back of the box, buried beneath 30 years of gray cellar dust and the subtle yellowing of age, was a second hand-written label. One he had not noticed when he pulled the box from the crate earlier that evening. It was written in the same spidery, blue iron gall ink as the rest of the clinical logs. It read, Record of Subject's Immediate Awareness. File reference, Blackwood Municipal Archive, Subterranean Vault. Operator note, do not erase. The subject must hear himself transcribe. Arthur stared at the words. His eyes tracked across the crisp, elegant cursive of the long-dead asylum clerk. The subject must hear himself transcribe. A cold breeze blew down the iron ventilation shaft above his head. It carried with it the distant, unmistakable smell of the ocean, salt, wet seaweed, and dark, endless water. Arthur slowly turned his head to look at the far corner of the vault. Behind the rows of iron stacks, where the heavy wooden door led up the 32 limestone steps to the world outside. The door was closed, and from the keyhole, thin and continuous, came the soft, unmistakable sound of a key turning in an iron lock, drawn shut from the inside. The sound of the key turning in the lock echoed up the 32 limestone steps. A thin, metallic scraping that seemed to vibrate directly through the damp stone floor beneath Arthur's boots. He remained motionless beside the desk for a long moment, his fingertips still resting lightly on the cold aluminum chassis of the Revox tape deck. The silence that followed the metallic click was absolute, heavy, thick, and suffocating. As if the air itself had been drawn out of the subterranean vault and replaced with something older, dense with the chill of subterranean granite and centuries of trapped moisture. Arthur reached into the top drawer of his desk and pulled out a heavy brass pocket torch. He switched it on. The narrow beam of amber light cut through the gloom. illuminating the floating clouds of dust motes that hung suspended in the still air like frozen stars in a black sky. He walked away from the green glow of his banker's lamp, his footfalls sounding muffled and strange against the flagstones. He approached the foot of the spiral staircase. One by one, he ascended the 32 steps. 1, 2, 3. The limestone walls on either side of him were slick with a fine film of condensation that smelled sharply of salt and wet lime. With every step he climbed, the temperature dropped a fraction of a degree. He kept his left hand pressed against the damp wall, feeling the rough texture of the Victorian masonry, the rough mortar joints crumbling slightly beneath his fingers. 15, 16, 17. Above him, the air carried no scent of the municipal library above, no smell of polished mahogany desks, wax floor polish, or wet raincoats left by daytime patrons. There was only the cold, dry draft of something sealed away from the sun. 30, 31, 32. Arthur stood on the narrow stone landing before the heavy oak door. The iron hinges, thick as a man's wrist, were deeply pitted with dark orange rust. The brass door handle, polished smooth by decades of hands that had long since turned to dust, shone dull and greasy in the beam of his torch. He reached out, his fingers wrapped around the cold metal. He pressed down. The handle moved a fraction of an inch and then stopped, meeting an unyielding, solid resistance. The heavy iron deadbolt was fully engaged in its strike plate. "Hello?" Arthur called out, pressing his cheek against the rough grain of the oak paneling. His voice was a tiny, frail sound that died instantly against the heavy wood. He listened. He strained his ears until he could hear the high-pitched, delicate ringing of his own nervous system in the dark. On the other side of the door, there was no sound of the library vestibule, no distant hum of evening traffic on the coastal road, no creak of floorboards from a night watchman. There was only an infinite, hollow emptiness, a silence so vast and profound that it felt like standing on the edge of a mountain peak in the middle of a winter night. Arthur pulled his ring of keys from his cardigan pocket. His hands were shaking so severely that the keys chimed together like small brass bells, the bright sound ringing out in the enclosed stairwell. He found the long, notched iron key for the vault door, the key he had used every evening at 8 o'clock for 6 weeks. He inserted the key into the keyhole. It slid home with a smooth, familiar click. He turned it to the left. It did not move. He exerted pressure, turning until the iron bit into the flesh of his thumb. The tumblers inside remained dead, fused together as though the lock had been poured full of lead. He turned it to the right. Nothing. He leaned his weight into the door, shoulder pressed against the oak, and rattled the handle. The wood did not groan, the frame did not yield. The door felt less like a movable barrier and more like a permanent extension of the stone wall itself, grown into the masonry over centuries. Arthur stepped back, his chest heaving, his breath rising in pale, gray plumes in the freezing air of the landing. He looked down at the keyhole. There was no light shining through the keyhole from the hallway beyond, no line of yellow light beneath the door, only absolute, impenetrable blackness. He stood on the landing for a long time, the beam of his torch wavering against the oak panels, before he slowly turned around and began the slow descent back down into the vault. 32, 31, 30 night. He counted the steps down, his mind desperately clutching at numbers, at order, at logic. A lock could jam. Dampness in the subterranean mortar could cause heavy oak to swell within its iron frame. The library above was old, built in 1888, and old buildings settled, shifted, and trapped their contents. It was a mechanical issue, an architectural accident. Yet, as he reached the bottom step and walked back into the circle of amber light cast by his banker's lamp, he knew that explanation was a fragile lie. The vault welcomed him back into its quiet embrace. The paraffin heater purred softly in its corner, casting its familiar geometric patterns of golden light across the damp limestone wall. The scent of Lapsang Sachong tea still hung in the air, warm and smoky, intermingling with the crisp smell of old paper and magnetic emulsion. The desk looked waiting, patient, like an old friend sitting in the dark. Arthur sat down in his leather armchair. The springs creaked beneath his weight, a deep, comfortable sound that momentarily settled his racing pulse. He looked at the Revox tape deck. The twin reels sat motionless on their hubs. The brown tape lay threaded through the magnetic heads, quiet and glossy, holding its secret inside millions of microscopic particles of iron oxide. One thing at a time, Arthur whispered to himself, his voice soft, hushed, fitting the quiet cadence of the room. One reel at a time, he turned his attention to the wooden crate resting on the floor beside his knees. There were 3 boxes of St. Jude's tapes left to process. He reached down and lifted the top 2 cardboard containers out of the crate, setting them carefully onto the blotter. Beneath them, resting at the very bottom of the wooden box, lay a container he had not seen during his previous reviews. It was not made of faded cardboard like the others. It was a heavy, square metal tin, painted a dull, olive-drab gray, sealed around its seam with a strip of black cloth tape that had gone brittle and yellowed with age. Stenciled across the lid in thick, white enamel letters were the words, St. Jude's Sanatorium, Research Division, Restricted Access. Special Project 1958 Real Designation, Subject 000. Arthur reached down and touched the metal lid. It was icy cold, colder even than the stone floor beneath his boots. Beside the tin, tucked into the narrow space between the metal box and the wooden lining of the crate, was a thin, leather-bound folder. The leather was dark brown, cracked like dried mud. Its corners rounded and worn smooth by years of handling. Arthur picked up the folder first. He laid it on his green blotter under the bright, warm pool of light from the banker's lamp. He unclasped the brass ribbon that held it shut and opened the cover. Inside were several sheets of heavy, yellowed paper, clinical progress notes typed on an old manual typewriter, the letters unevenly spaced, some impressed so deeply into the page that they had punched small. Crisp holes through the fibers. At the top of the first page was a header, St. Jude's Hospital for Nervous A&D Mental Disorders, Department of Acoustic Neurology and Psychological Mapping Director, Dr. H. Vance, M.D. Date, November 12, 1958. Arthur adjusted his reading glasses, sliding them up the bridge of his nose. He began to read, his eyes tracing the faded black ink lines across the page. Clinical Log. Case Study 0. The hypothesis remains sound. Despite the deep skepticism of the board, the text read, "Human memory is not merely a collection of chemical events stored within the tissue of the brain. It is fundamentally an electromagnetic frequency, a complex, self-sustaining resonant wave that interacts with the acoustic environment of its surroundings." Arthur turned the page. The paper made a dry, crisp crink-crink sound in the quiet vault. In cases of advanced cognitive disintegration, Dr. Vance had written, the physical structure of the brain fails to hold the personality intact. However, by subjecting the patient to prolonged, high-density acoustic mapping, recording the subtle respiratory, vocal, and spatial frequencies of their presence within an isolated subterranean room, we have succeeded in transferring the patient's baseline consciousness onto a high-retentivity magnetic medium. Arthur slowed down, his eyes hovering over the words. The iron oxide ribbon does not merely record the sound of the patient, it becomes a permanent, structural housing for the resonant wave. Once the loop is closed, the subject's subjective sense of time, space, and identity becomes entirely dependent upon the mechanical playback of the reel. Arthur's hand began to tremble slightly against the edge of the desk. He looked down at the bottom of the page, where a patient identification form was stapled to the sheet. A small black and white photograph was attached to the upper right corner with a rusted paperclip. The photograph showed a man in his early 30s. He was tall and slight, wearing a heavy tweed jacket over a dark wool cardigan. He had dark, neatly parted hair, soft, careful eyes, and a slight, hesitant smile that looked deeply familiar. Beneath the photograph, typed in neat blue ink, were the patient details: name, Pendleton Arthur, age, 34. Admission date, June 14, 1956. Diagnosis, severe auditory dissociation, retrograde amnesia, obsessive environmental fixation. Status, transferred to Special Acoustic Unit for final preservation, November 14, 1958. Arthur stared at the photograph. The face in the black and white print stared back at him out of the yellowed paper. The same high cheekbones, the same faint asymmetry of the brows, the same thin, soft hands holding the lapel of the tweed jacket. "No," Arthur whispered into the amber light. He raised his right hand. He touched his cheek. He ran his fingers along the bridge of his nose, over his lip, down to his chin. The man in the photograph sat motionless, captured in the gray emulsion of 1958, wearing the exact same tweed jacket that currently draped over Arthur's own shoulders, the same rough wool, the same small dark bone buttons, the same small tear on the right cuff where he had caught it on an iron shelf 3 weeks ago. The room around him seemed to tilt, a slow, sickening sway, as if the floor of the vault had suddenly unmoored itself from the earth and floated out into an endless, dark sea. The tick of the mahogany clock on the wall behind him grew immensely loud. Tick, tock, tick, tock. It was no longer a gentle wooden beat. It was a heavy, metallic hammer striking against the stone foundation of the world. Arthur dropped the folder. The yellowed pages scattered across his desk blotter, covering his logbook, covering his fountain pen, covering the sleek black box of his modern digital capture interface. He reached for the olive drab tin box. His fingertips were completely numb. He took a small bone-handled letter opener from his desk and slid the blade beneath the yellowed cloth tape, sealing the metal rim. The tape peeled away with a dry, papery hiss, flaking into small, gray crumbs that fell onto the green felt. He lifted the heavy metal lid. Inside, resting on a thick bed of black velvet, lay a 7-inch aluminum tape reel. Unlike the other spools in the archive, which were gray or pale silver, this reel was made of polished brass, dull and heavy, its 3 pie-shaped cutouts gleaming smoothly under the green shade of the lamp. The magnetic tape wound around its center hub was extraordinarily dark, a deep, pitch-black ribbon that seemed to absorb the amber light rather than reflect it. A small white label was glued to the center flange. Written in bold, clear block letters in black ink were the words, Subject 00, do not erase projection frequency. 7.5 IPS continuous loop, self-sustaining. Arthur picked up the brass reel. It was extraordinarily heavy, weighing 3 or 4 times as much as a standard aluminum spool. As he held it in his hands, he felt a faint, distinct vibration through the metal, not a mechanical hum, but a subtle, rhythmic pulsing, like the quiet, distant heartbeat of a living creature sleeping inside the metal frame. He did not hesitate. The panic that had gripped him on the stairs, the cold terror that had shaken his limbs at the locked door, all of it had burned away, leaving behind a vast, quiet, mesmerizing clarity. He removed the empty take-up reel from the right spindle of the Revox deck. He placed the brass reel onto the left supply hub. It settled onto the 3-pronged spindle with a solid, satisfying thud. He pulled a clean, clear plastic take-up reel onto the right side. With slow, deliberate, almost holy precision, Arthur took the dark leader tape between his thumb and forefinger. The tape felt cool, incredibly smooth and strangely soft like fine silk ribbon. He threaded it through the metal guide rollers. He passed it through the narrow channel of the dual magnetic heads. He slid the tip into the slot of the right spool and gave it 3 manual turns. 1, 2, 3. The tape caught. The dark ribbon stretched taut between the 2 hubs. Arthur lifted his heavy monitoring headphones from the desk. He placed them over his ears. The black leather cushions settled against his head, shutting out the physical world once more. He reached out his right hand. His index finger rested on the heavy iron play lever of the Revox deck. He looked around the vault one last time. The green banker's lamp shone softly on his desk, casting long, peaceful shadows through the high, vaulted archways. The iron shelves stood tall and quiet, holding their thousands of paper secrets in the dark. The paraffin heater purred in its corner, emitting its faint, cozy smell of warm fuel and home. The room was not a prison. It was a haven, a timeless, quiet sanctuary built deep beneath the loud, chaotic, fading world above. Arthur pressed the lever down. Clunk, the heavy solenoids engaged with a deep, mechanical thud. The brass reel on the left began to spin, slowly at first, then settling into a smooth, steady, counterclockwise rhythm. The dark ribbon glided silently across the polished face of the magnetic playhead. In his headphones, the noise floor rose. It was not the harsh, bright static of modern audio equipment. It was a deep, velvet warmth, the sound of an infinite ocean of smooth, dark sound rolling gently over dry sand. And then, out of the tape hiss, a voice began to speak. It was Arthur's voice. It was low, whispered, dry, and immensely gentle, speaking with the calm, measured cadence of a man who has all the time in the world, a man who has sat in this exact chair for 60 years, listening to the rain. "If you are reading this, Arthur," the voice on the tape said softly, "then you have already reached the bottom of the crate. You have read Dr. Vance's notes. You have looked at the photograph stapled to the page." Arthur sat back in his leather chair. He folded his hands together over his stomach, letting his fingers lace loosely together. He closed his eyes. "You walked up the 32 steps," the voice continued, its tone cozy, dark, and perfectly attuned to his own thoughts. "You tried the brass handle. You turned the key in the lock, and you wondered why the tumblers would not yield." A gentle, quiet smile touched the corners of Arthur's lips in the darkness behind his eyelids. "The lock did not turn because there is nothing on the other side of that door," the whispered voice said, accompanied by the hypnotic, rhythmic hiss-swish of the brass spools turning on the deck. The town of Blackwood by the sea, the slate roofs, the sea fog rolling over the salt marshes. The library above, they were all just the first layers of the tape, Arthur, the introductory leader, long since played out. The tape deck worked with a soft, steady hum, a continuous mechanical purr that blended seamlessly with the sound of his own breathing. Inhale, 4 seconds. Hold, 2 seconds. Exhale, 5 seconds. "You were never hired by the city council," the voice on the reel murmured softly into his ears, sounding as close and intimate as his own internal thoughts. There was no job advertisement in the morning paper. There was no contract signed in blue ink. You came down these 32 steps in the late autumn of 1958, when the world outside was growing too bright, too fast, and too loud to bear. The voice paused. On the tape, Arthur could hear the faint, dry rustle of paper pages being turned, the exact same sound his own fingers had made moments ago. "You volunteered for the quiet," the voice whispered. "Dr. Vance built this room for you. He lined the walls with 3 feet of subterranean limestone. he brought down the iron shelves. He brought down the ledgers, the paper records, the paraffin heater, and the brass banker's lamp. And he placed your soul inside this brass reel, where it could never be broken by time, never be reached by grief, and never be forced to leave. Arthur opened his eyes slowly. The amber light from the banker's lamp was soft and golden, bathing his hands, his desk, and his logbook in a warm, eternal glow. He looked at the computer monitor sitting beside the Revox deck. As he watched, the modern laptop screen began to flicker softly. The blue visual waveform, the digital caliper tools, the modern software windows, all of them began to dissolve, fading away like mist rising off the salt marshes at dawn. Where the laptop had sat, there was only the smooth, dark wood of the oak desk, polished by decades of his own elbows resting upon its surface. The digital capture interface vanished. The modern wiring disappeared. There was only the Revox tape deck, the brass reel turning on the left, the clear plastic spool taking up the dark ribbon on the right. Clack, clack, clack went the tape guides, a soft, hypnotic rhythm that matched the deep, slow pendulum of the mahogany clock on the wall. "This is your work, Arthur," the voice on the tape murmured, its tone wrapped in a cozy, dark warmth that felt like a thick wool blanket pulled up to his chin on a winter night. "This has always been your work. Night after night, year after year, you sit at this desk in the quiet earth. You thread the reels. You listen to the voices of the past. You write them down in your logbook with your fountain pen. And when the last tape is finished, you place subject 00 back upon the spindle, and you begin again." Arthur picked up his fountain pen from the green felt blotter. He unscrewed the cap. The dark brass barrel felt warm and solid in his hand. He opened his logbook to a fresh, clean page. The cream-colored parchment lay smooth and blank under the amber light, waiting for his hand. He dipped the nib into the inkwell. The voice on the tape spoke again, its cadence slowing, softening, becoming a soothing, whispered lullaby that seemed to vibrate gently through the very fabric of the vault. "And now," Arthur takes up his pen, the voice murmured. Arthur touched the fine iridium point of the nib to the paper. He rests the steel against the cream page. Arthur began to write, his hand moving smoothly across the lined sheet, tracing elegant, dark blue cursive script across the page. He rests the steel against the cream page, and he prepares to record the quiet things. The tape whispered softly, the hiss deepening into a rich, dark ocean of sound that filled his ears, his mind, his whole existence. And he prepares to record the quiet things, Arthur wrote, his pen scratching pleasantly against the parchment, a soft, dry, comforting sound in the vast, peaceful darkness of the room, for as long as the tape shall spin, for as long as the tape shall spin. Arthur laid his pen down in the groove of the wooden desk stand. He leaned back in his comfortable leather armchair. He let his head rest against the soft, worn headrest. Outside the vault, far beyond the 32 limestone steps, far beyond the heavy oak door that would never open again, the storm above Blackwood by the sea had completely faded away. There was no city. There was no tide dragging across the shingle shore. There was no sky, no sun, no cold morning waiting to intrude upon the dark. There was only the vault. The amber light of the banker's lamp cast long, peaceful shadows through the tall iron stacks, where thousands of paper lives rested quietly on their shelves, wrapped in ancient dust and dark ribbon. The paraffin heater purred in its corner, emitting its steady, golden warmth into the cool air. The Revox tape deck turned smoothly on its brass hubs. Hiss, swish, hiss, swish. The black magnetic ribbon glided softly past the magnetic head, taking up the dark, taking up the sound, taking up the quiet soul of the archivist, keeping him safe, warm, and resting in the endless, comforting dark forever. Tick-tock, tick-tock went the clock on the wall. Hiss, swish, went the tape. And Arthur closed his eyes, listened to his own soft, steady breathing, and fell asleep. The wind above Black Ridge did not roar so much as it sang, a long, low sibilance that vibrated through the double-paned glass of the high dome. Outside, 3,000 meters above the snow-choked valley, the mountain peak was a monochrome world of jagged rock and wind-sculpted drifts locked in the blue frost of late November 1978. Inside the central control room of the observatory, however, the air was dense with the warm, comforting scents of aged oak, paraffin wax, and the dark, bitter oil of coffee left simmering on a small cast-iron hot plate. Julian sat in his high-backed leather chair, his feet propped against the lower steel lip of the console desk. The leather was supple, creaked faintly under his weight, and smelled faintly of saddle soap and dry dust. Around him, the observatory breathed with its own rhythmic life. It was a mechanical, analog cathedral, built in the post-war years when heavy iron and thick copper wire were the primary tools for listening to the heavens. To his left, the grand reel-to-reel tape decks turned with a mesmerizing, slow revolution. Their large aluminum spools spun smoothly, the brown magnetic tape sliding across silver heads with a sound like dry leaves brushing against a window pane. On the main console, dozens of circular dial faces glowed with a soft, amber backlighting, their black needles trembling almost imperceptibly against tiny tick marks of signal strength and frequency modulation. Julian adjusted the thick wool collar of his sweater, pulling it closer to his chin. He was 34 years old, though the 3 weeks he had spent in complete isolation at Black Ridge had given his face a quieter, more weathered quality. The winter lockdown had commenced precisely on the 1st of November, when the heavy timber gates at the base of the access road were chained shut and the high-altitude cable car was locked into its lower housing. Until the spring thaw in late March, there would be no visitors, no mail, no voices other than the faint, crackling transmissions from the weather station 60 miles to the west, which he tuned into once every 3 days merely to log barometric pressures. He preferred it this way. The silence of the mountain was not an absence of sound, but a vast, clean canvas upon which the universe painted its quietest signals. Above his head, suspended on a massive gimbal frame that extended down into the bedrock, sat the primary radio telescope. It was a 30-meter parabolic dish of perforated steel, coated in white enamel that had yellowed over 3 decades of exposure to alpine frost. The dish was designed to capture the delicate ancient murmurs of deep space, the radiation left behind by dying stars, the faint electromagnetic hiss of Jupiter's magnetosphere, and the mysterious, rhythmic bursts from distant nebulae. Julian reached out, his fingers long and dexterous, and touched the metal housing of the main receiver control. The metal was cold, carrying the chill of the unheated space inside the dome above. He turned a heavy brass knob, feeling the satisfying mechanical click of each detent as he adjusted the bandpass filter. In his heavy velvet-cushioned headphones, the static changed. It was a lush, continuous sound, pink noise, soft and enveloping, like the fall of endless rain over an oak forest. He closed his eyes, letting the sound wash over him. For hours each night he listened to this rain. He could distinguish the subtle variations in the static, the sharp, sudden click of static discharge from a passing cloud, the slow, rolling swell of galactic background noise, the faint, shimmering whistle of solar wind sweeping across the upper atmosphere. He took a slow sip of his coffee. The cup was heavy ceramic, chipped at the handle, warming his palms against the ambient chill of the room. The temperature in the control room was kept low, hovering around 50 degrees Fahrenheit, to prevent thermal drift in the sensitive vacuum tubes that lined the signal amplifiers inside the gray steel cabinets behind him. Those tubes, hundreds of tiny glass bulbs glowing with a dim orange radiance, emitted a faint, comforting hum, like a hive of bees asleep in winter. Julian set his cup down on a felt coaster and picked up his logbook. It was a thick ledger-style journal bound in black cloth, its pages crisp and lined. With an ink fountain pen, he recorded the time 02:14 am, November 24th, 1978, target, Cygnus constellation, right ascension 20H 18 ms, declination plus 4115. Frequency 1420-405 mpits, atmospheric condition clear, ambient temperature 18 C, wind westerly at 12 knots. Signal stability nominal. He paused, the tip of his pen hovering over the paper, leaving a tiny dot of black ink. He lifted his head, listening not to the headphones, but to the room itself. There was a sound beneath the wind. It was not a sound he had heard during his previous 2 seasons at Black Ridge. It was extraordinarily low, so low that it existed on the very boundary where hearing ceases and physical sensation begins. A quiet, rhythmic pressure against his eardrums. A deep, resonant thrum that seemed to originate not from the equipment, nor from the gale outside, but from the concrete floor beneath his boots. Thump. He held his breath. Thump. The interval was long, nearly a full second between each pulse. It was subtle, faint as the sound of a heavy rug being beaten 3 houses down a snowy street. Julian lowered his feet from the desk and leaned forward. He lifted one cup of his headphones off his left ear. The sound remained. It did not carry through the air with the sharp clarity of a falling tool or the scrape of metal. It was an infra-acoustic vibration, traveling through the massive concrete foundation that anchored the observatory directly into the granite spine of Black Ridge. He stood up, the joints of his knees popping softly in the quiet room. He walked slowly across the heavy linoleum floor toward the central pillar, a massive column of solid steel-reinforced concrete 8 feet in diameter that rose from the subterranean foundations, passing through the center of the building without touching the floorboards to support the multi-ton weight of the radio dish above. He placed his bare palm against the concrete. The surface was ice-cold and slightly rough, painted in a faded mint-green enamel that had flaked away near the base. Against his skin, he felt it. A minute, rhythmic shudder. Thump, thump. Julian frowned, his brow furrowing in the dim amber light. He looked up toward the iron spiral staircase that led to the upper dome walkway. Was it the tracking motor? The massive brass drive gears that slowly rotated the dish to counteract the rotation of the Earth were designed to run with absolute smoothness, lubricated by thick, graphite-infused grease. If a gear tooth had chipped, or if ice had built up along the elevation track on the outer rim, it might cause a periodic mechanical hitch as the drive pinion engaged the teeth. He retrieved a long, wooden-handled screwdriver from his tool chest on the workbench. Holding the plastic handle to his ear, he touched the metal tip against the concrete pillar. The sound amplified through the steel shaft into his inner ear. It was not the high-pitched metallic grind of gears, nor the dry scraping of ice on iron. It was a clean, pure, ultra-low frequency tone, a deep, booming resonance that sounded strangely soft, like a massive wooden mallet hitting a vault door wrapped in felt. Thump, thump, thump. He looked over at the chart recorder on his desk. The long roll of graph paper was unwinding slowly, driven by a clockwork motor, while a tiny steel nib, dripping with red ink, traced a line across the grid. The line was mostly flat, showing only the faint, jagged zigzags of cosmic background noise. Julian walked back to the desk, picked up the main receiver dial, and began to shift the frequency. He dropped the receiver out of the standard 1420 mHz hydrogen band down into the lower radio frequencies, down through the shortwave bands, past the maritime radio channels, down into the extremely low frequency spectrum used by naval research installations. As he turned the heavy knob lower and lower, the amber VU meter on the console began to swing. The needle, which usually rested near zero, bounced gently to the right. Tick, tick, tick. Julian put his headphones back over both ears and adjusted the master volume. The rain like pink noise dissolved, replaced by a deep, dark silence, the characteristic quiet of a narrow-band low-frequency signal. And then, out of the dark silence, the pulse emerged into his ears. It was unmistakably clear now, a heavy, rhythmic thrumming, carrying a strange, liquid decay at the end of each pulse, like the reverberation of an iron bell struck underwater. Thump, thump, thump. Julian reached for the high-speed paper chart recorder, an auxiliary instrument used for precise signal timing. He flipped the toggle switch, the drive motor whirred, and the paper began to feed past the red ink pen at 10 times the standard speed. The pen danced. With every pulse, it rose sharply, tracing a high, symmetrical peak before sweeping down into a smooth, rounded curve, then flattening out until the next impulse arrived. He picked up a transparent plastic ruler and aligned it with the grid lines on the paper. The pulses arrived at intervals of precisely 1.03 seconds. 58 pulses per minute. He reached for the direction controls of the dish. The dish was currently pointing high into the northern sky, directed at a dark, dust-shrouded region of the constellation Cygnus, a region known in astronomical catalogues as an empty void, a vast cloud of cold interstellar dust where no bright stars were visible to optical telescopes. Julian pressed the manual drive switch to test the signal's origin. The hydraulic pumps engaged with a distant, muffled groan, and the big dish moved 5 degrees to the east. On the desk, the VU meter needle dropped to 0. The heavy pulse in his headphones vanished, leaving only the featureless hiss of local receiver noise. He pressed the reverse switch. The dish moved 5 degrees back to the west, returning to its original coordinates in Cygnus. The needle swung back up. The deep, rhythmic thrum filled his headphones once more. Thump, thump, thump. Julian sat back in his chair, his heart beating a slightly faster rhythm against his ribs. He looked out the tall, narrow observation window beside his desk. Outside, the night sky was blindingly clear, free from the light pollution of any city for 100 miles. The stars burned with a cold, fierce brilliance, white, blue, and faint crimson pinpricks set against the ink-black dome of space. High above, near the zenith, hung Cygnus, the swan, its long cross of stars stretched wide across the pale ribbon of the Milky Way. Julian knew that coordinate point by heart. The signal was coming from a patch of sky where, according to every atlas in his library, there was nothing. No pulsars, no binary stars, no radio galaxies, nothing but cold, lightless dust sitting in the deep gulf between the spiral arms of the galaxy. He picked up his pen again. His fingers were slightly cold, the skin stiff. 0245 am. Signal detected on lower VILF channel. Source fixed at raw 20H18 mean, DEC plus 4115. Continuous repeating pulse. Frequency, 0.97 Hz. Signal structure appears non-random, no solar or atmospheric correlation. He sat listening for another hour. The pulse did not falter, did not fade, did not shift in amplitude. It remained perfectly steady, a slow, dark heartbeat echoing down from the silent void of Cygnus, humming through the cold receiver, through the copper wiring, and through the solid concrete bone of the mountain beneath his feet. By 3 o'clock the following afternoon, the sun had already begun its low, hurried descent behind the western peaks. The daylight at Black Ridge was short and pale, casting long, violet shadows across the deep snowbanks that banked against the observatory's lower stone walls. Julian had slept fitfully for 4 hours in his small quarters off the main corridor, a small, pine-paneled room heated by a quiet iron radiator that clinked and hissed as steam moved through its pipes. His sleep had been filled with dreams of vast, hollow spaces, of heavy iron pendulums swinging in dark rooms where no light could reach. He woke to the sound of his alarm clock, a heavy brass Westclox that ticked loudly on his nightstand. He dressed in layers, heavy wool socks, thick trousers, a flannel shirt, and a dark blue hand-knit sweater. Before returning to the control room, he walked down the narrow, dimly lit hallway to the kitchen to prepare a pot of stew. Isolation required strict adherence to routine, without the structure of meals, work hours, and sleep schedules. The mind on a winter mountain could easily lose its anchor. He chopped onions and potatoes on a thick maple cutting board, the rhythm of his knife, tap, 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 sounding strangely like the pulse from the night before. When the stew was simmering on the stove, he took a fresh mug of black coffee and walked back through the heavy fire doors into the main control room. The room was cool and still. Sunlight slanted through the high window slits, cutting diagonal bars of pale yellow light through the subtle dust motes floating in the air. The massive console sat silent, its amber dial lights turned off during the day to conserve power from the diesel generators in the outbuilding. Julian walked over to the paper chart recorder. The long ribbon of white grid paper had accumulated in a neat, folded pile in the wire basket at the base of the desk. He knelt down and picked up the paper, letting it slide through his hands. For the first 8 hours of the recording, the line remained perfectly consistent. High, clean peaks, spaced at exact 1.03 second intervals. A pulse like a slow, unyielding clock. Then, around 9 in the morning, while Julian had been asleep in his cot, something had changed. He stood up, bringing the paper closer to his eyes under the pale sunlight. The spacing between the ink peaks had broadened slightly. He pulled his plastic ruler from his pocket and measured the distance between the lines. At 09:15 am, the pulse interval had widened to 1.15 seconds. 52 beats per minute. By 10:30 am, it had widened further to 1.25 seconds. 48 beats per minute. Then, at precisely 1:20 p.m., the exact time Julian had stirred awake in his room, sat up on his cot and reached out to silence his brass alarm clock, the pulse interval had abruptly shortened. It had tightened back to 1.03 seconds. 58 beats per minute. Julian held the paper ribbon in his hands, feeling a strange, subtle prickle of coldness along the back of his neck. He looked around the empty control room. The high ceiling bowed overhead, its steel rafters painted dark gray, disappears into the shadows of the unlit dome. The vacuum tubes in the amplifier rack were off, their glass bulbs cold and dark. The signal recorder had been powered by the low-voltage emergency circuit running independently of the main listening array. A thermal shift, he muttered aloud to the empty room. His voice sounded small, thin, quickly swallowed by the acoustic insulation of the walls. A frequency drift in the local oscillator as the ambient temperature dropped during the morning. It was the logical explanation. Equipment in 1978, particularly high-sensitivity radio equipment operating in extreme environments, was notorious for thermal sensitivity. As the sun shifted and the temperature in the control room dipped, the quartz crystals inside the timing circuits could contract, slowing their oscillation rate slightly. When he turned on the kitchen heaters or when the sun hit the southern wall of the dome, the room warmed and the timing returned to normal. He nodded to himself, satisfied with the reasoning. He laid the paper chart back in the basket, poured a drop of fresh ink into the recorder pen, and switched on the main console power. With a soft, heavy thunk, the main relays engaged. The vacuum tubes began their slow, orange warm-up, casting their familiar honey-colored glow across the aluminum faceplates. The VU meters flickered to life. Julian put on his headphones. The pulse was there. It was deeper now, warmer, carrying that same strange, heavy resonance that felt more like a physical pressure against his throat than a sound in his ears. Thump, thump, thump. He reached down to his wrist, placing his middle finger over his radial artery. He watched the second hand of the brass wall clock mounted above the radio console. His pulse beat against his skin. 1, 2, 3. He listened to the sound in his headphones. Thump, thump, thump. They were in perfect cadence. His heart beat 72 times per minute. The signal in his ears was beating at 72 beats per minute. Julian froze. He pulled his finger away from his wrist. He stood up abruptly from his leather chair. His heart rate spiked, a sudden, instinctual flash of adrenaline darting through his chest. He felt his pulse quicken, the blood humming in his temples. In the headphones, the pulse accelerated immediately. Thump, 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 thump. It rose to 85 beats per minute, 90. It mirrored the frantic, startled flutter in his chest with terrifying, instantaneous precision. Julian tore the headphones off his head and slammed them onto the wooden desk. The sudden silence of the room was deafening. Only the soft sibilance of the wind against the dome glass remained, accompanied by the gentle, rhythmic clink-clink of the steam radiator in the hallway. He stood by the desk, his chest heaving slightly, staring down at the black velvet ear cups of the headphones as if they were a coiled viper. "Nonsense," he whispered. His breath formed a tiny, faint cloud of condensation in the chilly room. Biological feedback. Microphonic pickup in the line. He paced the length of the control desk, his heavy boots making dull, solid sounds on the linoleum. He reasoned through it quickly, his scientific training fighting back against the rising tide of dark, irrational dread. It was a microphonic effect. The high-gain preamplifiers in the console were sensitive enough to pick up minute mechanical vibrations in the room. His own body, resting against the frame of the desk or floorboards, was transmitting his heartbeat through his boots. Into the desk legs, into the unshielded copper ground wire of the audio circuit. The amplifier was simply picking up his own pulse and feeding it back into the headphones. It was a common, mundane, technical flaw. Ground loop feedback. Nothing more. To prove it, Julian walked over to the far side of the room, well away from the console desk. He stood on a thick rubber floor mat near the battery storage racks. He took 10 slow, deep breaths, forcing his heart rate to drop, calming the adrenaline that had flushed his cheeks. When he felt his pulse slow down to its steady, quiet resting pace, he walked back to the desk. He did not touch the desk. He did not lean against the metal frame. He reached out with a plastic alignment tool, a non-conductive rod used for tuning radio coils, and touched the volume knob, turning it up so the sound played through the small monitor speaker mounted on the upper wall. The speaker emitted a low sub-bass thrum that filled the room. Thump, thump, thump. The speed of the pulse was slow now, 58 beats per minute. Julian stayed standing on the rubber mat, 2 feet away from the console. He lifted his hand and pinched his own arm, hard. The sharp pain made his breath catch. His heart gave a sudden, quick leap in his ribs. On the wall speaker, the signal immediately accelerated. Thump, 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 thump. It did not lag. It did not adjust over 2 or 3 cycles as a feedback loop would. It changed instantly, synchronized with the exact electrical impulse of his own nervous system. Julian stared up at the dark wooden speaker box. The signal was not picking up his physical pulse through the floorboards. It was not a ground loop. The signal coming from the empty dust cloud in Cygnus, or wherever it was originating, was responding to him. Night fell again over Black Ridge, bringing with it a drop in temperature that turned the moisture on the interior window frames into delicate feather-like trees of white frost. The wind had died down to a faint, dry whistle that rustled the heavy rubber seals around the main dome slit. Julian did not eat his stew. It sat cold and forgotten on the kitchen stove, a skin of congealed fat forming across its surface. He sat at his desk under the glare of a single gooseneck desk lamp. The rest of the control room was drowned in deep velvet shadows. The rows of vacuum tubes glowed like tiny malignant coals behind their dusty wire grills. He had spent 4 hours running diagnostics on the telescope. He had checked the ground isolation, disconnected the external antenna leads, switched to dry cell battery power, and even replaced the primary preamplifier tube with a fresh, factory sealed spare from the storage locker. Nothing changed the signal. When the antenna lead was disconnected entirely, the pulse vanished, replaced by the flat, featureless hiss of ambient circuit noise. The signal was indisputably entering the observatory through the 30-meter dish on the roof. It was falling from the sky, drifting down through the freezing atmosphere, captured by the parabolic dish, focused into the feed horn, and converted into electrical current by the silver-plated waveguides. It was real, it was external, and it knew when he was afraid. By midnight, exhaustion began to pull at Julian's eyelids like lead weights. The mental strain of the past 24 hours, the intense focus, the cold, the creeping, suffocating sense of an invisible presence watching him from the deep gulfs of space, had drained his strength. He decided he needed sleep. He could not trust his mind if he allowed sleep deprivation to warp his judgment. He turned down the monitor speaker until the pulse was barely audible, a faint, rhythmic breathing sound in the background of the dark room. He left the paper chart recorder running, locked the heavy oak door of the control room, and walked down the quiet corridor to his bedchamber. He stripped off his heavy boots, leaving his trousers and wool sweater on, and crawled beneath the heavy wool blankets. The sheets were icy at first, but his body heat quickly warmed the small pocket beneath the covers. He lay on his back, staring up at the dark pine ceiling. The house, the entire observatory structure, was silent. Yet through the pillow, through the timber frame of the bed, he could still feel that tiny subterranean vibration. Thump, thump, thump. It was slower now. His heart was settling. 54 beats per minute. He closed his eyes. He drifted off into a heavy, dark sleep, slipping down into a deep abyss where the cold stars of Cygnus turned slowly overhead like a great iron wheel. He woke not to the sound of his alarm, but to a sound that made every hair on his arms stand on end. It was a heavy mechanical groan, a sound of immense iron gears grinding against one another, accompanied by the high-pitched, metallic whine of heavy electric motors engaging under load. Julian bolted upright in bed. The bed frame vibrated. The sound was coming from directly above his head, originating from the main dome drive mechanism. He looked at his watch. The glowing radium hands indicated it was 03:42 am. The telescope dish was moving. Julian sprang out of bed, his cold feet slapping against the bare wooden floorboards. He grabbed his flashlight, swung open his bedroom door, and sprinted down the dark hallway. The noise grew louder as he approached the central control room, a deep, shuddering vibration that shook the framed navigational charts hanging along the corridor walls. The heavy hydraulic pumps were screaming, forcing fluid through high-pressure lines to turn the massive azimuth drive ring. He reached the control room door, rattled the brass handle, and threw it open. The room was bathed in a strange, shifting pattern of light and shadow. Outside the high observation windows, the massive white steel frame of the upper dome was rotating slowly against the starry sky, its iron rollers screeching against the curved steel tracks mounted on the perimeter wall. Inside the room, the primary control console was operating on its own. The thick brass hand wheels that controlled the dish's manual alignment were spinning slowly, driven by the internal servo motors. The black bakelite dials were turning, their silver needles sweeping across the scale. Julian rushed to the desk. "What is it doing?" he gasped, his breath ragged in his chest. He checked the tracking computer, a primitive solid-state system that used punched paper tape to keep the dish aligned with target stars as the Earth rotated. The paper tape drive was stopped. The automated tracking system was offline, yet the motors were running at full torque. Julian reached out to slap the emergency kill switch, a large, red mushroom button mounted on the side of the main power panel. He slammed his palm down onto the button. The heavy circuit breaker tripped with a loud crack, like a rifle shot echoing through the room. Sparks leaped from the contacts behind the glass window of the panel. The electric motors died instantly. The high-pitched whine faded into a descending, whistling groan. The great dish shuddered to a halt above the roof, its massive weight coming to rest with a heavy, metallic clanging sound that reverberated down through the central concrete pillar. Silence descended on the room once more. Julian stood panting in the dim light of his flashlight, his hand still resting on the red kill switch. The air in the room felt thick, heavy, carrying a sharp metallic odor of burnt electrical insulation and hot hydraulic oil. He shone his flashlight beam across the main console instruments, tracing the dial faces to see where the dish had been moved. He looked at the right ascension readout. It no longer pointed to Cygnus. It no longer pointed to any sky coordinate at all. He shined the beam onto the elevation gauge, the heavy brass instrument that measured the dish's vertical angle relative to the horizon. 0 degrees was the horizon. 90 degrees was straight up, directed at the zenith of the heavens. The needle on the elevation gauge was pointing below 0. It had swung past the mechanical safety stops, driving down into the negative numbers. Minus 10 degrees. Minus 20. Minus 45. The gauge was maxed out at minus 90 degrees, pointing directly down. Julian stared at the gauge, his flashlight beam trembling slightly in his grip. A radio telescope dish was designed to look up. It was a bowl built to catch the falling rain of light and cosmic noise from the farthest reaches of the universe. It had no operational purpose pointing down. Pointing at the Earth was useless. The thick crust of the planet was an impenetrable wall against cosmic radio waves, blocking all signals behind miles of granite, basalt, and iron ore. Yet the automatic drive motors had engaged while he slept, overriding the electronic safety limits, forcing the massive 30-meter steel structure to turn its back on the stars. It was no longer looking at Cygnus. It was pointed directly down into the floor. Directly down into the central concrete pillar, directly down into the solid, ancient bedrock of Black Ridge Mountain. Julian slowly lowered his flashlight. The circle of white light dropped from the console dial down to the linoleum floor, illuminating his own worn leather boots. From the monitor speaker on the wall, powered by the battery backup circuit that remained live even after the main breakers were tripped, a sound came creeping out into the cold room. It was no longer soft. It was no longer faint. The sub-bass pulse had deepened, expanding into a thick, wet, resonant thrumming that seemed to make the very air in the room expand and contract. Thump, thump, thump. It was slow, heavy, and immensely powerful. It sounded no longer like a signal traveling through light years of cold, empty space. It sounded like something huge, dark, and ancient, breathing softly in the earth right beneath his feet. The emergency breaker's sharp report echoed away into the far corners of the ceiling, leaving the control room suspended in a thick, ringing silence. The amber glow of the vacuum tube racks had dimmed to a faint, dying violet as the secondary battery circuits took over, casting long, skeletal shadows across the linoleum floor. Julian stood motionless by the main power panel, his hand still resting against the cold red resin of the kill button. In the sudden quiet, every sound within the observatory seemed magnified tenfold. He could hear the faint, crystalline click of frost forming along the edges of the high glass dome above. He could hear the rhythmic, soft ticking of the brass clock on the wall, its pendulum swinging in a steady, unhurried arc. And beneath it all, radiating upward through the soles of his heavy boots, was the vibration. It was no longer a subtle, elusive sensation. The pulse had grown thicker, heavier, moving through the concrete core of the building with the dense, liquid weight of a tide. It thrummed in his jaw, in his collarbone, in the small cavity behind his sternum. Thump, thump, thump. Julian lowered his hand from the breaker panel and walked slowly back to the central console. His flashlight beam cut a sharp, pale cone through the cool darkness, illuminating the drifting motes of dust that lingered in the air like suspended snow. He brought the beam down onto the primary elevation indicator. The silver needle remained pinned against its lower stop, minus 90 degrees. The dish above was turned entirely upside down. Its massive 30-meter steel bowl resting, inverted against its mounting gimbals, pointed directly at the floor, directly at the core of the mountain. "It can't move that far," Julian whispered into the stillness. His voice was barely a breath, disappearing into the dark corners of the dome. The mechanical stops, the safety limit switches. He knelt beside the lower cabinet of the console, where the technical schematics and construction ledgers were stored in deep, steel-lined drawers. The brass drawer handles were cold to the touch, smelling faintly of stale oil and zinc oxidation. He pulled open the lowest drawer, the heavy steel sliders groaning under the weight of decades-old documents. He pulled out a thick, leather-bound portfolio stamped with the seal of the Department of Terrestrial Magnetism, dated October 1947. He laid the folder across his knees, and the red neon numbers of the digital frequency counter flickered in the velvet gloom of the dome room, casting a soft crimson wash over the lacquered oak control desk. Outside, the blizzard was an endless, muffled tide. Scouring the reinforced steel walls of the Black Ridge Observatory with a sound like dry sand sweeping across silk. Julian sat motionless in his swivel chair, his fingers wrapped loosely around the chipped rim of his enamel mug. The coffee inside had long since gone stone cold, skimmed with a delicate skin of condensation, yet he did not put it down. His breathing was slow, deep, and measured, keeping time with the low-frequency pen plotter that sat at his elbow. Tick-tick. Every 1.2 seconds, the mechanical stylus gave a tiny, precise shudder, leaving a rhythmic spike of black ink upon the endless scroll of grid paper. It was a beautiful, hypnotic cadence. 60 beats per minute. A perfect, resting human pulse. Julian leaned forward, his heavy wool sweater whisper rustling against the edge of the desk. He adjusted his round-frame spectacles and peered down at the logarithmic coordinates printed along the edge of the chart paper. 3 weeks ago, when the pulse first drifted into his headphones during a routine sweep of the Cygnus Rift, the coordinates had read high in the northern sky, an azimuth of 54 degrees, an elevation of 72. A distant, lonely beacon pulsing through 40 light years of interstellar vacuum. But over the last 14 nights, While Julian slept beneath 4 layers of heavy wool blankets in the adjacent quarters, the telescope's automatic drive motors had engaged without his instruction. In the dead of night, while his mind drifted through dark, dreamless corridors of sleep, the massive, 200-ton steel parabolic dish above his head had been turning, not with the frantic screech of a runaway mechanism, but with a deliberate, agonizingly slow creep, moving fraction by fraction of a degree. He reached out a thumb, touching the brass housing of the elevation dial. The glass was ice cold. The needle had passed 0 degrees 3 days ago. It was no longer looking at the horizon. The primary radio dish was angled down. It was pointing into the snowdrift banked against the southern wall of the dome, aiming straight through the floor, into the solid granite and basalt bedrock of the peak itself. Julian drew in a long, quiet breath, feeling the crisp, thin air chill the back of his throat. The air inside the observation room always tasted of iron, old paper, and the faint, sweet scent of burning kerosene from the small space heater near his feet. He set the mug down on the blotter with a soft, dull clatter that seemed to expand and linger in the vast, shadowed cavern of the dome. He stood up slowly. His joints made a faint popping sound in the quiet room. He walked to the wide, curved observation window that looked out over the floor of the dome structure. Down in the shadows below, bathed in the faint, ambient glow of the equipment racks, the giant brass declination gear stood locked in place. Its teeth were as thick as his wrist, greased with dark, heavy lithium grease that smelled of machines and deep subterranean cellars. From somewhere deep within the concrete pier that supported the entire telescope assembly, a monolithic pillar that sank deep into the heart of the mountain, came a sound. It was not a screech, nor a groan of stressed metal. It was a thrum, a deep, sub-audible vibration that Julian felt first in the soles of his heavy leather boots, then in his knees, and finally as a gentle, rhythmic fluttering deep within his chest. Thump, thump, thump. It matched the pen plotter. It matched the pulse from Cygnus. It matched the slow, heavy thud of his own heart beating in the silence of his ribs. Julian reached out and touched the glass of the observation window. The pane vibrated subtly beneath his fingertips, smooth and cold as liquid ice. He closed his eyes, listening to the symphony of the mountain in winter, the high, whistling lament of the blizzard outside the double-paned glass, the soft, rhythmic clicking of the chart recorder, and that deep, subterranean heartbeat rising up from the dark beneath the floor. He knew what he had to do. He had known since 4 o'clock this morning, when he woke up to find his bed frames vibrating in syncopation with the ticking clock on his nightstand. The anomaly was not in the sky. The sky had merely been a mirror, a cosmic echo reflecting a voice that was already here, buried beneath 300 feet of Precambrian rock and winter ice. Julian turned away from the glass and walked back to the control desk. From the bottom drawer, he pulled out a heavy steel ring bearing 3 antique brass keys, a heavy iron flashlight with a cracked glass lens, and his leather-bound journal. He slipped the journal into his coat pocket, feeling its comfortable weight against his hip. He smoothed his hair down, wrapped his thick knitted scarf twice around his neck, and picked up the flashlight. The yellow beam cut through the dim, red-lit air of the observation deck, illuminating dancing motes of ancient dust that floated like suspended snowflakes in the draft. He walked to the heavy iron-bound door at the rear of the control room, the door marked substructure, authorized personnel only. The key slid into the brass tumbler with a smooth, oiled click. Julian turned it. The deadbolt retracted with a heavy, satisfying sound that echoed down the quiet hallway. He pressed his shoulder against the door and pushed it open. A wave of air greeted him. It did not smell of the warm, paper-filled air of the office, nor the sharp kerosene of his living quarters. It was intensely cold, damp, and ancient. It smelled of wet slate, black soil, and something incredibly old, like the air trapped inside a sealed tomb or the deep pockets of air caught within glacial ice. Julian stepped through the threshold onto the cold iron landing of the spiral staircase. He pulled the door shut behind him until the latch clicked home, locking out the steady T-seek key of the chart recorder, leaving him alone with the darkness and the stairs. The staircase wound down around the central concrete pier of the telescope, a massive, cylindrical column of reinforced stone 30 feet in diameter. As Julian began his descent, his boots made a soft, hollow clink against the open iron risers. Clink, clink, clink. His beam of yellow light washed over the damp, sweat-beaded surface of the concrete pillar. Decades of atmospheric condensation had formed thin, white mineral veining across the gray cement. Looking like the delicate root systems of subterranean plants or the tracery of nervous systems preserved in stone. The air grew colder with every turn of the stairs. His breath materialized before him in soft, billowing plumes of white mist that drifted lazily in the beam of his torch before vanishing into the dark below. 10 feet down. 20 feet. 30. The sound of the storm outside began to fade, muted by the sheer mass of the mountain's crust. The wild, shrieking wind softened into a low, muffled sigh, like the sound of distant surf heard through a thick wall of snow. In its place, the deep thrum grew clearer, richer, filling the stairwell with a low, resonant note, a pure 50-cycle pitch that seemed to vibrate the very air in his lungs. Julian stopped on a narrow landing at the second sub-level. He leaned against the damp iron railing and shone his light around. This level housed the old backup battery banks from the late 1950s, long, dust-covered wooden racks holding glass jars filled with dried-up acid residue and lead plates. They sat like silent, forgotten sentinels in the shadows, their brass terminals green with oxidation. Beyond them lay the secondary cable vault, where thick bundle sleeves of copper wire disappeared into rubber-sealed grommets in the concrete floor, diving deeper still into the earth. Julian touched the central pillar. The concrete was no longer just vibrating. It felt warm, not hot, but possessing a faint, gentle residual warmth, like a large river stone that had been sitting in the late afternoon sun, holding on to heat long after the daylight had vanished. He frowned, tracing his gloved thumb across a seam in the concrete. The temperature inside the mountain at this depth should have been a constant, freezing 3 degrees Celsius. But here, the stone pulsed with a dry, feverish life. He continued down. The spiral staircase ended at the 3rd sub-level, the lowest point indicated on the official architectural blueprints of the Black Ridge facility. Here, a short, low-ceilinged corridor lined with exposed conduit led to a single, heavy steel bulkhead door. Julian approached the door slowly. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the faded stenciled letters across the iron paneling, Foundation Anchor Pier Basal Footing No Access, without base command clearance. The door was not locked. The heavy brass latch lever had been pushed down, resting at an awkward angle. A thin, continuous draft of air was whistling through the rubber gaskets around the frame, making a faint, musical sound like a glass harmonica played by a soft breath. Julian lowered his hand to the latch. The metal was so cold it burned through his thick leather glove, but he squeezed down and pulled. With a long, heavy groan of ungreased hinges, the bulkhead door swung outward. Beyond the door lay no concrete corridor, no whitewashed walls, no electric conduit. Julian stepped over the raised steel threshold and found himself standing on a narrow, natural shelf of jet-black basalt. He lifted his flashlight, sweeping the yellow beam left and right, then up and down. The light was swallowed up by an immense cavernous void. The beam simply died in the darkness, unable to find a far wall or a ceiling. He was standing inside a vast subterranean dome, a natural cavern carved out of the heart of the mountain millions of years ago by ancient volcanic activity or glacial melt. The air here was absolute, utterly still, and heavy with the scent of wet mineral earth, wet sulfur, and liquid ice. And yet, it was not entirely dark. Far down in the center of the cavern floor, 50 feet below the rock shelf where Julian stood, a faint bioluminescent glow pulsated softly through the black air. It was a deep electric indigo light, so dark and muted that it felt less like a color and more like a pressure upon the retina. It expanded and contracted in a smooth, continuous rhythm. Expand, contract, expand, contract, one cycle every 1.2 seconds. Julian felt a strange, profound calm wash over him, a heavy, cozy warmth that settled into his limbs, smoothing away the sharp edges of his exhaustion and the cold fear that had tracked him down the stairs. The sound here was not loud, it was impossibly quiet, a deep, velvety silence that cradled the rhythmic hum like a lullaby. He walked slowly along the ledge, following a natural path that sloped gently downward toward the cavern floor. The basalt beneath his boots was smooth, worn flat by thousands of years of slow water seepage. Overhead, hanging from the invisible ceiling, long icicles of mineral lime caught the dim indigo light, glinting like rows of suspended stars in a night sky that sat beneath the earth. As he reached the floor of the cavern, Julian realized the true shape of the space. The cavern floor was not flat. It was a vast, perfectly smooth, parabolic basin, a natural, inverted bowl carved into the solid rock, mirroring with terrifying precision the exact shape, curvature, and proportions of the 200-ton radio telescope dish sitting 300 feet directly above it in the sky. And at the center of this inverted stone dish, sitting directly beneath the monolithic concrete pier of the observatory, was the source of the light. Julian stopped 10 feet from the edge of the basin. He turned off his flashlight. In the soft, shifting indigo luminescence, he saw it. It was not a machine. It was not an engine of metal and wire. Embedded deep within the translucent, crystalline basalt at the absolute center of the basin was an immense spherical form. It was easily 40 feet across, its surface smooth and dark like polished obsidian, crisscrossed with delicate, glowing veins of pale violet and indigo light. It looked like a vast, sleeping eye, or a giant, dormant seed buried in the deep silt of a pre-glacial ocean. With every pulse of the light, the stone around the sphere gave off a faint, rhythmic sigh, a soft, whispering exhalation of warm, dry air that carried with it the faint, sweet scent of dry cedar and old dust. Thump, thump, thump. Julian stepped closer, his boots making no sound on the smooth, dry rock. He walked to the very edge of the central sphere and knelt down. The pulse was no longer coming from Cygnus. It had never come from Cygnus. The signal he had been receiving on the high-frequency arrays, the low-frequency pulses that had scribed their rhythmic ink lines across his paper charts for weeks. They were the echoes of this subterranean breathing, bounced off the upper ionosphere and reflected back down to the mountain peak, like a voice calling into a cavern and listening for its own return. Julian reached out his right hand. He peeled off his heavy leather glove, letting it drop softly to the dark stone beside him. He laid his bare palm flat against the smooth, polished surface of the sphere. The stone was alive. It was not warm like flesh, nor cold like iron. It felt like the steady, infinite vibration of a deep-sea current, a vast, subterranean river of memory and sleep flowing beneath the crust of the world. The moment his skin made contact with the stone, the faint, high-pitched ringing in his ears ceased completely. The storm above, the mountain, the icy wind, the worries of his solitary life, the lonely winter months, all of it dissolved into a single, boundless ocean of deep, quiet rest. He saw, in his mind's eye, the history of Black Ridge. He saw the mountain long before the observatory was built, thousands of years ago, wrapped in the silent white shroud of the Ice Age, standing lonely under a sky of unfamiliar stars. He saw the ancient builders who had come before, not scientists with slide rules and radio receivers, but quiet, ancient men who had carved the first steps into the stone, listening to the heartbeat of the earth and building simple cairns of rock to mark the sleeping place. He saw the construction of the observatory in 1952, the heavy diesel trucks crawling up the switchbacks, the engineers setting the massive concrete pier deep into the basalt, unknowingly driving a giant stone needle right down into the crown of the sleeping giant. They thought they were building an eye to look at the stars. They had built a seal. The radio telescope, with its massive parabolic dish, its endless copper coils, its continuous electrical currents, and its steady, low-frequency tracking routines, was not an instrument of discovery. It was an anchor. A pendulum. A cosmic tuning fork designed to emit a continuous, dampening counter-frequency that kept the great, slumbering Leviathan beneath the mountain cradled in a state of eternal, dreamless sleep. And the telescope could not run on machinery alone. It required an observer. It needed a living mind, a quiet, steady human heart, whose own resting rhythm could act as the master clock for the dampening signal. Every astronomer who had ever been stationed at Black Ridge, the lonely men who had sat through the long 3-month winter lockdowns, monitoring the silent dials in the dark, had been the living pendulums of the lock. Julian felt a slow, peaceful smile spread across his face in the soft indigo dark. He understood now why the signal had matched his heart rate. It wasn't that the sphere was mimicking him, it was that his heart had slowly, gently aligned itself with the rhythm of the mountain. He was not a prisoner of the isolation, he was its keeper. The long, silent nights, the soft snowfall, the warm wool blankets, the endless ticking of the pen plotter, they were not hardship. They were the gentle, hypnotic lullaby that kept the world quiet and safe. The sphere pulsed beneath his palm, a slow, gentle wave of deep violet light that washed over his face, warming his skin like the soft rays of a setting sun on a cold autumn evening. Sleep, the rhythm whispered, not in words, but in the deep, wordless language of weight, rest, and dark soil. Sleep, and keep the watch. Julian drew a long, deep breath of the subterranean air. It tasted clean, cold, and ancient. Slowly, deliberately, he stood up. He did not feel afraid. He felt a profound, heavy contentment, the feeling of a traveler who has walked for miles through a blinding snowstorm and finally found the low, warm doorway of his own home. He picked up his glove, slipped it back onto his hand, and turned back toward the dark shelf that led to the upper levels. He walked up the smooth basalt path, his steps slow and unhurried. He passed through the heavy bulkhead door, closing it softly behind him until the latch clicked into place with a warm, dark sound. He walked up the spiral staircase, stepping around the quiet curves, listening to his boots make their steady, rhythmic contact with the iron steps. Clink, clink, clink. He reached the top of the stairs, opened the iron door, and walked back out onto the observation deck. The room was just as he had left it. The red neon numbers of the frequency counter flickered softly in the gloom. The low-frequency space heater gave off its warm, familiar scent of kerosene and dry iron. Outside, the blizzard continued its endless, soft dance against the glass, a sound like dry leaves brushing against velvet. Julian walked over to the control desk. he picked up his pen. In the logbook, on the line marked 0300 hours observation notes, he wrote in his clear, steady handwriting, Cygnus signal verified. Frequency locked. The alignment is complete. System operating within normal parameters. The horizon is clear. He closed the leather-bound book and laid the pen down beside it. He walked to the main control panel and looked at the automated drive controls. He reached out and flipped the master tracking switch from manual back to auto-sync. With a low, satisfying hum, the giant brass gears beneath the floorboards engaged once more. High above, hidden in the dark interior of the dome, the great dish shifted a fraction of a millimeter, locking its focus firmly down into the floor, down into the bedrock, down into the deep, dark heart of the mountain. The pen plotter on the desk gave a soft, rhythmic tick as it continued its steady scroll of graph paper. One beat every 1.2 seconds. Julian walked over to his living quarters at the side of the dome. He turned off the main overhead lamp, leaving only the tiny red indicator lights on the equipment racks to guide his way through the familiar dark. He unbuttoned his heavy wool coat and hung it on the wooden peg behind the door. He kicked off his boots and climbed into his narrow twin bed, pulling the heavy, scented wool blankets up to his chin. The bed was warm and soft. The air in the small room was crisp and cool against his cheeks. He laid his head back against the down pillow and closed his eyes. Through the thick walls of the observatory, he could hear the wind, a soft, gentle lullaby whispering through the snowbound peaks of Black Ridge. Beneath his mattress, echoing up through the floorboards, through the stone pier, through the very roots of the earth, came the steady, rhythmic heartbeat of the world. Thump, 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 Julian breathed out, a long, slow, peaceful sigh that turned to white mist in the dim red room. His chest rose and fell in perfect synchronization with the deep, subterranean pulse below. His mind drifted down through layers of dark stone and ancient ice, sinking comfortably into the vast, dark, velvety sleep that held the mountain, the telescope, and the quiet stars above in its eternal, peaceful keep. And outside, the snow fell, softly, endlessly, covering the ridge in a blanket of quiet white that would not melt for many, many years to come. The salt mist had no color when it hung over Blackwood Rock, only a heavy, silver thickness that coated the tongue and clung to the weave of a wool coat like tiny, liquid needles. The rowboat had turned back into the gray haze 3 hours ago, or perhaps 4, for time on the rock did not flow in the manner of the mainland. It trickled instead, measured by the rhythmic rise and fall of the dark swells against the wet granite ledge where the landing stage jutted into the sea. Thomas stood beside his wooden sea chest, his hands buried deep into the pockets of his dark pea jacket, watching the water rise and fall against the barnacle-crusted stone. Down below, the kelp swayed in the black depth, thick and glistening like the dark hair of something submerged, floating lazily in the cold churn. The lighthouse rose out of the rock like a singular, ancient tooth. 90 feet of interlocking granite blocks turned dark by decades of sea spray and soot. At its base, the door was heavy iron, painted dark green, its brass handle greened with verdigris and pitted by salt. When Thomas turned the key, a heavy iron implement that felt ice cold even through his wool gloves, the bolt gave way with a dry, grinding clunk that echoed up the narrow stone tube inside. The smell inside was old. It was not merely the smell of salt and cold damp stone, though those were the foundation of it. It was the scent of lard and whale oil, of stale tobacco smoke, and the peculiar dry dust of paper left in an unheated room. Thomas set his trunk down on the slate floor of the lower entrance chamber. The air here was heavy, and held a stillness that felt almost artificial, as though the storm outside were merely a painting hung beyond the narrow slit windows. He climbed the narrow spiral stair of cast iron, his boots ringing out in a quiet, metallic cadence. Clink, clink, clink. The iron was slick with condensation. Every 10 steps, a small brass plate was riveted to the center column, stamped with numbers counting upward toward the lantern. At step 42, he reached the living quarters. Here sat the small cast iron stove, its body dark and cold, a small pile of dried drift coal sitting in a copper scuttle beside it. On the wooden table, scrubbed white by years of lye, sat an earthenware mug with a hardened skin of brown tea at the bottom, and a pipe with its bowl filled with cold ash. Nothing had been moved since the supply tender had arrived 3 days prior to find the tower unmanned. The logbook lay open beside the pipe. Its leather binding was warped from dampness, the pages yellowed at the edges. Thomas pulled off his gloves, his skin instantly catching the cold draft that slipped through the mortar joints, and turned the heavy pages back a few days. The handwriting of the former keeper, Arthur Miller, was precise, the formal copperplate hand of a former Navy quartermaster. October 12, winds W force 4. Fog heavy at dusk, light lit 5:10 p.m. Horn sounded. Consumption of oil 3 gallons. October 13, fog continuous, sea high, light maintained, all in order. October 14, fog dense. The light does not pierce it, the fog holds the sound, it does not travel. October 15, it is quiet in the fog, too quiet. October 16, the water is filled with shapes that do not drift with the tide. October 17, leaving the light. That was all. No explanation, no final entry of departure. Just 7 words written in a hand that had lost its precise curvature, trailing off into a jagged line where the pen had dropped. The tender crew had found the outer door unlocked, the lamps extinguished for lack of oil, and Arthur's coat still hanging from the peg beside the stove. He had simply walked out down the granite steps and into the dark sea. Thomas closed the book with a soft thud that seemed to absorb into the thick stone walls. He was not a man given to fancy. He had spent 10 years at the headland light at Cape Wrath, where the gales could blow a dog off its feet and the waves broke over the top of the cliffs in sheets of white foam. He knew the solitude of the light. He knew how the mind could build castles out of the wind's whistle and turn the creak of a floorboard into a voice. Solitude was merely a room you inhabited until the boat returned. He carried his chest up to the sleeping berth, a circular alcove built into the stone with a narrow canvas mattress and a stack of heavy wool blankets that smelt faintly of camphor and damp sheep. Above that lay the service room, where the oil casks were stored in neat iron-hooped rows, and above that, reached by an even steeper, narrower flight of brass-runged steps, was the lantern room itself. The lantern room was a cathedral of glass and brass. At its center stood the lens, a massive, intricate assembly of polished Fresnel prisms, towering 12 feet high, suspended in a bath of liquid mercury, so that a single human hand could set its multi-ton weight spinning with a gentle push. Surrounding the lens were 16 tall panels of thick storm glass, each one framed in heavy iron wrapped in copper. Outside, the world was gone. There was no sky, no horizon, no sea, only a vast, seamless wall of pearl-gray mist that pressed directly against the glass. It looked like thick wool or cold milk poured against the panes. Thomas checked the clockwork mechanism that drove the lens rotation. The brass cogs were bright with fresh grease, gleaming like gold under the dim light filtering through the fog. He reached for the crank, fitting the iron handle into the central arbor, and began to wind. Clack, 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 the heavy lead counterweight rose slowly through the central hollow column of the lighthouse. descending millimeter by millimeter over the course of 8 hours to turn the great prisms. Next came the foghorn. Below the lantern gallery, 2 massive brass trumpets pointed out toward the cardinal directions. Powered by a small hot air engine that burned coal in the lower cellar, the horn operated on a precise pneumatic cycle. Bzzz. Ruash. The sound did not merely ring, it resonated through the very marrow of the tower. It vibrated up through the slate floors, through the iron stairs, through the glass, and settled deep in the pit of Thomas's chest. 40 seconds of silence. Then the mechanical valve tripped, air hissed through the copper pipes, and the horn lowed again, a deep, mournful groan that reached out into the blank gray void, seeking ships that might be drifting toward the razor-sharp teeth of Blackwood Rock. Bzzz-roo-ah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thomas counted the seconds in his head, a habit ingrained by a decade of service. In the quiet space between the blasts, the tower was extraordinarily silent. There was only the gentle, rhythmic hum of the clockwork governor, the faint hiss of the whale oil burner at the heart of the lens, and the steady, endless drip of water. The fog was condensing on the exterior of the high glass panes, forming heavy droplets that gathered, ran downward in thin, crawling lines, and dripped onto the copper walkway outside. Drip, drip, drip. By the 3rd day, the world beyond the lighthouse had ceased to exist in any meaningful way. The fog did not lift with the noon sun. It did not thin when the wind shifted from the north to the east. It hung motionless, an impenetrable sphere of damp silver that enclosed the tower like a shroud. Thomas settled into the quiet rhythm of his shift. Wake at 4 in the afternoon, trim the wicks of the 5-burner concentric lamp. Wipe the soot from the inner chimneys with soft chamois cloth. Wind the clockwork, check the mercury trough. Descend to the cellar to shovel coal into the small engine that fed air to the foghorn. Eat a meal of salted beef and hard bread boiled into a thick porridge. His world narrowed to the diameter of the tower, 12 feet across at the top, 18 feet at the base. He spent long hours sitting in the small wooden chair in the lantern room, watching the great yellow beams of light cut through the prisms. As the lens rotated, 4 distinct spouts of brilliant light swept through the darkness, casting long, sharp blades across the thick fog outside. But the light did not travel far. Instead of striking out 5 leagues across the ocean, as it was designed to do, the light seemed to collide with the fog, dulling into a soft, milky glow just 20 yards from the glass. It was like looking into a bowl of glowing cream. It was on the 5th night that Thomas noticed the first small fracture in the quiet monotony of his world. It happened at 2 in the morning during his hourly inspection of the lamp. The lantern room was whitewashed on its lower interior wall, a smooth, bright surface designed to reflect any stray light back up into the lens. Thomas was standing beside the central column, holding a small copper oil can with a long curved spout. He reached up to oil the upper bearing of the clockwork mechanism. The revolving light swept past above him, casting his long dark shadow against the whitewashed wall. He lifted his arm. His shadow lifted its arm. He turned the nozzle of the oil can toward the cup. The shadow followed. Then he stopped, lowering his arm to his side to reach for his wiping rag. His arm returned to his side. But on the whitewashed wall, his shadow remained standing for a fraction of a second longer, its arm still raised, its posture slightly tilted toward the central lens, before it fluidly collapsed back into alignment with his body. Thomas froze. The air in the lantern room was cold, drafty despite the storm windows, but a sudden prickle of heat spread across the back of his neck. He stared at the wall. The shadow was once again perfectly still, merged with his own outline. "Fatigue," he muttered aloud. His voice sounded thin and dry in the high glass enclosed space, swallowed almost instantly by the heavy hum of the rotating gears. Eye strained from the prisms. He blinked hard, rubbing his eyes with the back of his sleeve. The Fresnel lens was notorious for creating optical illusions. The massive glass prisms bent and multiplied light in ways that could trick the eye, creating ghost reflections, false shadows, and shimmering halos that hung in the air like floating lamps. To prove it to himself, Thomas raised his left hand, extending 3 fingers. His shadow on the wall did the same. He snapped his arm down quickly. The shadow dropped instantly, perfectly obedient. Thomas let out a slow, quiet breath that turned to a pale plume of steam in the cold air. He shook his head, smiling faintly at his own nervousness. 10 days on a rock alone, and already he was watching his own shadow like a skittish child in a dark hallway. He returned to his work, wiping down the brass fittings with his rag until they shone like warm gold. Yet, as the hours wore on, the memory of that slight delay hung in his mind like the smell of damp smoke. At 4 in the morning, 2 hours before dawn, though dawn brought no change in the gray light outside, he was sitting at the small wooden desk in the service room below the lantern, recording his oil consumption in the logbook. The single oil lamp on the desk cast a warm, flickering circle of yellow over the paper. He dipped his steel-nibbed pen into the dark inkwell. As he moved his hand across the page to write the date, his eyes caught the shadow cast by his hand on the cream-colored paper. It was a small thing, a fraction of an inch, a millisecond of hesitation. When his pen stopped at the end of a line, the shadow of his hand kept moving for a hair's breadth longer, just a tiny, fluid tremor, as if the shadow were settling into place a moment after his flesh had come to rest. Thomas kept his hand perfectly still. The pen hovered a millimeter above the paper, a droplet of dark blue ink hanging from its tip. His shadow hand hovered too, but as he watched, his chest tightening with a cold, quiet dread, he saw the shadow of his thumb give a tiny involuntary twitch, a soft, rhythmic pulsing motion, even though his own hand was as still as the granite walls around him. He slowly pulled his hand back, the shadow pulled back with it, smooth and flawless. Thomas placed his palms flat on the desk. His heart was beating with a slow, heavy thud against his ribs, like the muffled strike of a hammer on wet wood. Bzzz-rah! The foghorn blasted outside, its vibration shivering through the wooden desk, through the inkwell, sending tiny concentric ripples across the surface of the black liquid. Thomas got up and walked to the narrow, deep-set window of the service room. He pressed his forehead against the cold glass. The condensation chilled his skin instantly. Outside, there was only the fog. It pressed against the glass like a living thing, white and featureless. He could hear the ocean below, not the wild, thrashing roar of a storm, but a slow, heavy, suffocating slosh. The swells were massive, smooth, and unbroken, rising and falling against the granite base of the tower with a sound like a great beast breathing in its sleep. Slush, drag, and every 40 seconds, the horn. Zzz-roo-ash. He thought of Arthur Miller. Had Arthur sat at this same desk, watching his shadow twitch on the logbook? Had Arthur stood at this window, staring out into the white blankness until his mind began to fill the empty air with shapes? Thomas remembered the last entries in the log. The fog holds the sound. It does not travel. The water is filled with shapes that do not drift with the tide. He turned around and walked back to the spiral staircase, ascending once more to the lantern room. The heat inside the lantern room was intense near the top of the lens, where the 5 concentric wicks burned, with a fierce, brilliant white flame. The air smelled rich and heavy of hot brass, burning oil, and melted tallow. Thomas took his seat on the tall, three-legged stool in the corner, pulling his heavy wool coat tighter around his shoulders to ward off the draft that seeped under the gallery door. He took out his pocket watch, a heavy silver turnip watch that had belonged to his father. He clicked open the case. 5 minutes past 4. The watch ticked with a dry metallic heartiness. Tick, 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 tick. He closed his eyes, listening to the symphony of the tower. The heavy clack-clack of the clockwork governor. The soft, liquid gurgle of the whale oil feeding into the burner. The slow, rhythmic drip-drip of condensation running down the storm panes outside. The distant, muffled thrum of the sea against the rock 90 feet below. Tick, 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 tick. And then, subtle and quiet, nested directly between the ticking of the watch and the drip of the water, came a new sound. Tap. Thomas opened his eyes instantly. He remained perfectly still on his stool, his breath held in his throat. For several seconds, there was only the sound of the clockwork and the wind. Then it came again. Tap, tap. It was a dry, light sound, like the knuckle of a small child striking a wooden door, or a hard beetle landing against glass. It had come from the upper row of storm panes on the seaward side of the lantern room, 100 feet above the surface of the ocean. Thomas stood up slowly from his stool. His boots made no sound on the heavy rubber runner that covered the slate floor. He walked toward the seaward glass, his eyes scanning the clear, heavy panes. The fog pressed flat against the outside of the glass, an impenetrable wall of silver-gray mist. Tap, tap, tap. The sound moved. It was not stationary. It drifted slightly to the left, traveling across the glass pane at eye level. Thomas stopped 2 feet from the window. Outside, the condensation had formed thick, trembling beads of water that clung to the glass before running down in long, clear tracks. But at the spot where the tapping had occurred, the water drops were not running down. They were shivering. Small, circular ripples were spreading outward across the film of water on the outside of the glass, exactly as if something small and firm were touching the glass from the exterior. Tap. A single, clear impact right in front of Thomas's face. Thomas leaned closer, his nose almost touching the cold inner surface of the storm window. He peered out into the white gloom. There was nothing there, no spray, no blown debris, no bird. Nothing but the endless, motionless fog that wrapped the tower in a suffocating embrace. "It's spray," he whispered to the empty room, his voice raspy. A spray drop frozen by the wind, caught in an updraft. But there was no wind. The air outside was dead calm, motionless and heavy with moisture. Tap, tap. Tap. The rhythm was not random. It was deliberate, gentle, and persistent. It sounded like someone knocking softly on a window to gain the attention of someone sitting inside by a warm fire. A cold shudder ran down Thomas's spine, settling in his lower back like a block of ice. He stepped back from the window. To reach the outside of those glass panes, one would have to stand on the narrow iron gallery walk that encircled the top of the tower, a 3-foot wide ledge suspended high above the crashing sea, surrounded only by a low, wrought iron railing. The heavy iron door leading out onto the gallery walk was situated on the lee side of the lantern room. It was secured by 2 brass latches and a heavy oak drop bar to prevent the winter gales from blowing it open. Thomas looked at the drop bar. It lay securely in its brass saddles. He approached the door slowly. The brass latches were cold to the touch, slick with moisture that had seeped through the keyhole. He lifted the oak bar. It made a dull, hollow thud as it came free. He turned the upper latch, then the lower latch. He pulled the door open an inch. A wave of ice-cold, wet ocean air rushed into the warm lantern room, smelling intensely of salt, rotting kelp, and something old and stagnant, like the mud at the bottom of a deep well. The drafts caught the flames of the central burner, causing them to flicker wildly and cast long, dancing shadows across the whitewashed walls. Thomas stepped out onto the gallery. The fog hit him like a damp blanket. It was cold enough to take his breath away, coating his face instantly with a fine mist of salt water. The world below was invisible. Looking down over the iron railing, he could see only 10 feet into the white abyss before the granite wall of the tower vanished into the gloom. The sea roared far below, a deep, hollow boom as the swells washed through the narrow iron-girt chasms at the base of Blackwood Rock. Thomas walked slowly around the narrow iron catwalk, his hand sliding along the wet iron railing. The soles of his boots squeaked on the wet diamond-patterned iron plates beneath his feet. Clink, 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 he reached the seaward side of the lantern room, the exact spot where the tapping had come from. He stopped. The glass panes rose 10 feet above him, reflecting the warm, golden light of the revolving Fresnel lens as it swept past every 15 seconds. Sweep, sweep, sweep. There was no bird, no floating wreckage caught in an updraft, no loose wire or flapping canvas. There was only the wet black iron of the gallery rail, the smooth storm glass of the lantern, and the impenetrable wall of white mist that stood 2 feet beyond the railing. Thomas reached out his hand and touched the outer surface of the glass pane where the water drops had shivered. The glass was ice cold, smooth, and slick with salt water. As his fingers touched the pane, the fog directly in front of him, less than an arm's length away, seemed to shift. It was not a wind movement. The air was entirely still. It was a subtle, internal rolling motion, as if something vast and dense were turning over slowly inside the mist just beyond the railing. Thomas drew his hand back instantly, pulling his arm against his chest. In the silence between the waves below, he heard it again. Not on the glass this time. Directly in front of him, floating in the open air 2 feet beyond the iron railing, surrounded by nothing but gray mist and a 100-foot drop to the rocks below. Tap, a single, dry, light sound, as clear as a finger striking a pane of glass, echoing out of the empty air. Thomas backed away. He stepped backward along the wet iron catwalk, his eyes fixed on the empty space beyond the rail, until his back struck the heavy iron door of the lantern room. He slipped inside, slammed the door shut, and threw the heavy oak bar back into its brass saddles. He stood there, panting softly, his chest rising and falling, his hands trembling slightly as he wiped the salt spray from his eyes. Inside, the lantern room was warm, filled with the comforting, mechanical sounds of the clockwork, the steady hiss of the burning oil, and the dry ticking of his father's watch. Tick, 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 tick. Thomas looked at his reflection in the inner surface of the storm glass. His face was pale, his eyes wide, his dark hair plastered to his forehead by the salt fog. And behind his reflection, cast upon the curved whitewashed wall of the tower by the revolving yellow light, his shadow stood watching him. Its head tilted slightly to the side, its arms hanging limp at its sides, lingering for a full 2 seconds after Thomas had already stepped forward. The rest of the night passed in a haze of heightened, quiet vigilance. Thomas did not sit back down on his stool. He remained standing beside the central column, his hand resting on the polished iron housing of the clockwork mechanism, feeling the steady rhythmic vibration of the spinning gears. Every 40 seconds the foghorn blasted its mournful warning into the void. Bzzz-oo-ah-shh. And every time the horn fell silent, Thomas listened. He listened to the drip of the water. He listened to the clockwork. He listened to the ocean below. The tapping did not return that night, but the silence that replaced it felt heavier, thicker, more deliberate, like a breath held in a small room. When 6 o'clock in the morning finally arrived, bringing with it the dim, pearlescent shift in the fog that signaled the rise of the sun, Thomas extinguished the concentric lamp. He turned down the wicks one by one, watching the brilliant white flames shrink, flicker, and die, leaving behind thin tendrils of dark aromatic smoke that curled up into the copper ventilator cap. He locked the clockwork governor, halting the rotation of the great glass lens. The light went out. The lantern room became cold, gray, and lifeless, bathed in the dull, uniform light of the sunless fog outside. Thomas climbed down the iron spiral staircase, his boots heavy on the slick metal steps. Clink, 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 he descended past the service room, past his sleeping quarters, down to the lower living room where the stove sat cold and dark. He did not light a fire. He did not make tea. Instead, he walked directly to the scrubbed pine table and sat down before Arthur Miller's logbook. He opened the cover, the yellowed pages rustling in the quiet room. He turned back to the final entries written in Arthur's sharp, precise hand. October 14, fog dense. The light does not pierce it. The fog holds the sound. It does not travel. Thomas ran his index finger over the dry ink. He turned the page to his own entries. He picked up his pen, dipped it into the black ink, and held it over the blank paper. His hand was steady now, controlled by the strict discipline of a life spent in service to the Trinity House. He wrote, October 24, fog continues uninterrupted. Light extinguished 6:00 am. Consumption of oil 3.5 gallons. Clockwork in good order. He paused. The nib of his pen hovered over the cream-colored leaf. He looked at the shadow cast by his pen hand on the page. In the dull gray morning light filtering through the narrow slit window, the shadow was faint, barely more than a soft smudge of gray on the paper. It did not move. It was still. Thomas lowered the pen to write one more line. His voice a low, whispered thread in the silent tower. Anomalies observed in the lantern room. Sound on the seaward glass. He closed the book. He leaned his head back against the cold granite wall behind his chair and closed his eyes. Far below, through 90 feet of solid stone, he could feel the slow, heavy rise and fall of the ocean, the endless, rhythmic pulse of the tide pushing cold water into the deep crevices of Blackwood Rock. Slush, drag, and from the cellar below, the hot air engine gave a soft, mechanical hiss, preparing its pneumatic lungs for the next blast. Bzzz-roo-ash. Thomas slept sitting up in his chair, wrapped in his dark wool jacket, while outside, the fog drifted closer, pressing its white, seamless face against the granite walls of the tower, waiting for the sun to set once more. Thomas awoke to the sound of his own breathing, a slow, shallow rhythm that seemed to merge seamlessly with the draft whispering through the mortar joints of the stone wall. The air in the lower room had grown colder, taking on a heavy, metallic quality that tasted faintly of iron and bruised sea kelp. He remained motionless in his chair for a long moment, watching the gray daylight fade into the deeper, velvet gloom of dusk. Beyond the slit window, the fog had not retreated a single inch. If anything, it had grown denser, turning from a pale silver to a thick, slate-colored ink that pressed against the thick glass with an almost tangible weight. He reached for his pocket watch, clicking the silver casing open with a soft, dull snap. 5 o'clock. Time to light the lantern. Thomas stood up, his joints stiff, his knees aching from the damp cold that lived inside the granite walls. He lit a small horn lantern from the tallow stub on the table, shielding the tiny flame with his palm as he turned toward the iron spiral staircase. Clink, clink, clink. His boots sounded hollow on the slick treads. As he climbed past the service room, the sound of the ocean below seemed to change. It was no longer the sharp, chaotic slapping of water against granite. It had dulled into a flat, rhythmic thud, like a heavy wooden drum beaten deep underground. Thump, drag. Thump, drag. In the lantern room, the air was suspended in total stillness. The smell of cold brass and unburned oil was thick enough to coat his lungs. Thomas approached the central assembly, setting his horn lantern on the iron shelf beneath the mercury trough. He picked up the long brass torch, struck a wooden friction match against his thumb, and touched the blue flare to the 5 concentric wicks of the main burner. The wicks caught with a soft, breathy whoosh. A brilliant golden circle of light erupted in the center of the dark glass cage. Thomas waited 3 minutes for the flame to draw cleanly up the chimneys, adjusting the brass air valves until the light transformed from a smoky orange into a piercing diamond-white glare. Then he reached for the clockwork lever, disengaging the brake. The gears began their slow, familiar song. Clack, clack, clack. The multi-ton assembly of glass prisms started to turn in its mercury bath, casting 4 broad, razor-sharp blades of light across the lantern room walls. Thomas stepped back to watch the light sweep out into the night. At first, he thought the storm glass was covered in soot. He took a piece of clean linen from his apron pocket, stepping forward to wipe the inner pane. But the glass was clear. The dark stain was outside. The light, 400,000 candle power, designed to throw its warning 20 miles across the open Atlantic, did not pierce the fog. It did not even bend into it. As each massive glass prism swung past, the white blade of light struck the fog 2 inches beyond the storm window and simply stopped. It did not create a beam. It did not cast a golden cone into the damp gloom. It terminated flat against the mist, like a lantern beam shining against a solid wall of black velvet. The fog was absorbing the light. Thomas stared, his hand holding the linen rag mid-air. He watched a blade of light sweep around. It illuminated the brass frame, brightened the smooth inner surface of the glass, and then sheared off cleanly at the outer pane, leaving the world beyond in absolute, impenetrable darkness. Clack, clack, clack went the gears. And then came the horn. Bzzz. The pneumatic valve opened, but the sound that came from the brass trumpets above was wrong. It did not roar out across the water. It sounded stifled, heavy, and wet, as if the brass bells were submerged in deep grease. The sound collapsed back down the central air pipe, rattling through the floorboards beneath Thomas's feet, vibrating in his teeth, but dying instantly outside the glass. The fog holds the sound, Arthur Miller had written. It does not travel. Thomas turned slowly, his eyes following the rotation of the lens. As the broad prisms turned, his shadow moved across the whitewashed walls of the inner column. He watched it closely now, refusing to look away. The yellow light caught his frame, his broad shoulders, his high wool collar, his raised hand holding the rag. As the prism passed, the shadow slid along the whitewashed stone. It moved 3 feet. Then it paused. Thomas's own body was completely motionless, his hand frozen in mid-air, his chest locked in a held breath. The shadow on the wall remained paused for 2 full seconds. Then, slowly, deliberately, the shadow's arm lowered itself down to its side, even though Thomas's real flesh and blood arm remained raised in the cold air. The shadow stood on the wall, its head tilted slightly backward, as if it were looking up at the ceiling or listening for something far above the tower. A cold, needle-like prickle ran down Thomas's spine, spreading outward across his shoulder blades until his entire skin felt stretched and tight. He did not lower his hand. He did not move a single muscle. On the wall, the shadow's head turned slowly back toward him. It had no face, only the sharp, dark outline of a man against bright white lime, but Thomas felt, with an absolute terrifying clarity, that the shadow was staring directly into his eyes. Bzzz-ash! The stifled groan of the horn broke the spell. The next prism swept past, flooding the wall with blinding light, and when the dark blade returned, the shadow was once again perfectly aligned with his body, hand raised, rag held stiffly in its fingers. Thomas let his arm drop. His heart was hammering against his ribs, a frantic, ragged rhythm that contrasted sharply with the slow, mechanical ticking of the clockwork. Tick, 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 tick. He needed to check the log. He needed to read Arthur's words again. There was something in the copperplate script he had missed, some detail, some warning left behind in the margins. He backed away from the lens, keeping his eyes on the whitewashed wall until his heel struck the top rung of the brass ladder leading down to the service room. He slid down the ladder rapidly, his boots ringing out on the brass rungs, and descended the spiral stairs to the living quarters below. The lower room was in complete darkness save for the dim orange glow of the horn lantern he had left on the scrubbed pine table. The leather-bound logbook lay where he had left it, its warped cover slightly open. Thomas sat down heavily in the chair, his hands shaking as he pulled the book toward him. The paper felt strangely cold, almost damp, as if it had been sitting in the sea spray for hours. He turned the yellowed pages backward, past Arthur's final entries, past the orderly reports of coal consumption and oil gallons, back to the beginning of Arthur's 6-month shift 3 years prior. May 14 arrived at Blackwood Rock. Weather fair, sea smooth. Tender departed 3 p.m. All stores verified. May 15, cleaned lens, replaced 3 wicks on outer ring, all in good order. Thomas turned another page. June 2nd, a vessel passed 2 miles out, a 3-masted bark, bound west. I signaled with the flags. They did not respond. They did not seem to see the tower. Thomas stopped. His thumb hovered over the edge of the paper. He turned the page again. July 10, another ship passed at dusk. No lights on her deck. She moved against the tide. I called to her through the megaphone. No answer on the water. August 18, I have tried to remember the name of the tender that brought me here. It was a wooden vessel, black hull, but I cannot recall the captain's face. I cannot recall the dock where I boarded. Thomas felt a strange cold pressure behind his eyes, like a dull headache born of long staring into a winter gale. He tried to think of his own arrival at Blackwood Rock. He remembered the rowboat. He remembered the heavy wooden sea chest sitting on the wet granite ledge. He remembered the smell of the salt mist and the green verdigris on the iron handle of the entrance door. But when had the rowboat come? Who had rowed it? He tried to picture the faces of the men at the oars. He tried to remember the ride out from the mainland, the name of the port, the inn where he had slept the night before, the sound of the carriage wheels on the cobblestones. There were no cobblestones. There was no inn. There was only the gray mist, the wet wool of his coat, and the cold, heavy weight of the sea chest. Thomas squeezed his eyes shut, pressing the heels of his hands against his temples until brilliant red sparks danced across his dark vision. No, he whispered into the empty room. I was appointed by the Board of Northern Lighthouses. I have my papers in my chest. Signed in Edinburgh. July the 4th. He opened his eyes and reached down to the wooden sea chest sitting beside the leg of the table. He flipped the iron latches. They swung open with a dry, brassy click. He lifted the heavy oak lid. Inside lay 3 thick wool shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, a spare tin of boots blacking, a brass compass, and a small stack of books bound in black cloth. There were no papers. There was no letter of appointment. At the bottom of the chest, wrapped in a piece of oiled canvas, lay a small, silver-framed, tin-type photograph. Thomas picked it up. his fingers numb as he unfolded the canvas. The photograph was darkened with age, the edges silvered and tarnished. It showed a young woman sitting in a wooden chair, her hands folded neatly in her lap, wearing a high-collared dark dress. Beside her stood a man in a dark pea jacket, his hand resting on the back of her chair. The man was Thomas. His face was solemn, his hair short and dark, his eyes staring straight out at the camera with the rigid stillness required by the long exposure times of 30 years ago. Thomas stared at the photograph. He ran his thumb over the cold glass frame. He knew this photograph. He had carried it in his pocket for a decade. His wife. Her name was Mary. She had died of the quinsy in the winter of '84 while he was away at the Skerryvore Light. He had returned 3 weeks after the burial to find a mound of wet brown earth in the churchyard and a cold house smelling of burnt lavender. Except he had never left Skerryvore. He remembered sitting in the lantern room at Skerryvore, watching the gales tear the white foam off the crests of the waves. While the news waited for him on the mainland, he had stayed on the rock for 8 months without coming ashore. Or had he? The memories shifted in his mind like loose gravel underfoot, sliding away whenever he tried to put his full weight upon them. When had he left Skerryvore? When had he taken the shift at Cape Wrath? When had he come to Blackwood Rock? Bzzz-roo-ah. The foghorn sounded above, its muffled wet groan shivering down the granite walls, through the timber floorboards, through the legs of his chair, into his bone marrow. Tap. Thomas jumped, his head snapping toward the narrow slit window of the living room. The sound had come from the thick leaded glass window set 8 feet above the floor, a narrow aperture no wider than a man's hand. Cut through 4 feet of solid granite. Tap. Tap, tap. It was the same sound from the lantern room. Soft, dry, deliberate. Thomas stood up, his heart beating a frantic, muffled tattoo against his ribs. He approached the window slowly, his hand resting on the cold, rough stone of the embrasure. The glass was dark. Outside, the fog pressed against the pane, a solid wall of blackish gray. Tap. A single impact against the exterior glass. Thomas reached out and rested his fingertips against the inner surface of the pane. The glass was trembling, not from the vibration of the horn, but with tiny localized tremors that pulsed through the center of the pane, exactly where a finger would strike from the outside. And then, as he watched, a line of pale faint light appeared on the exterior surface of the glass. It was not the golden light of the whale oil lamp. It was a cold, bluish-green radiance, soft, muted, like the glow of decaying wood or the bioluminescence of deep-sea creatures brought up in a haul net. The light traced a slow, curved line across the wet glass, forming a circle no larger than a coin. Inside the circle of light, the fog began to clear. It did not disperse. It thinned, becoming transparent like a bubble of thin air suspended in water. Thomas leaned closer, his nose almost touching the icy glass. Through the tiny circle of clear air, he looked out into the night beyond Blackwood Rock. There was no sea. Or rather, the sea was there, but its surface was flat, black, and completely motionless, smooth as a sheet of dark glass, stretching out in all directions until it vanished into the endless silver fog. And standing upon the surface of the water, extending out to the very limit of his vision, were shapes. They stood upright, perfectly still, spaced 3 or 4 feet apart in orderly, silent rows that curved around the granite base of the tower, like the rings of a tree. They were human figures, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, their dark coats and long skirts drenched in seawater, their heads tilted slightly upward toward the lantern room high above. They did not float, they did not drift with any current. They stood firmly upon the dark, glass-like surface of the ocean, as if the water were solid granite, and from their skin, from their hands, their pale, sodden faces, their damp hair, issued a faint, cold, bioluminescent glow, bathing the dark sea in an eerie, sea-green twilight. Every single figure was facing the lighthouse. Every single figure was silent. Thomas felt the air leave his lungs in a long, quiet gasp that misted the inner surface of the window. He backed away from the glass, his feet dragging across the slate floor until he struck the central column of the spiral stair. "No," he breathed. "No." He turned and scrambled up the iron stairs, his boots making a frantic metallic clatter in the dark tube of the tower. Clink, 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 clink. He passed the service room without stopping, ignoring his chest's burning need for air, and burst into the lantern room at the top of the tower. The great Fresnel lens was still turning in its mercury bath, casting its 4 golden blades of light across the glass. Clack, clack, clack. The light struck the storm panes and stopped dead, incapable of penetrating the dense black mist outside. Thomas ran to the seaward gallery door. He did not hesitate this time. He lifted the heavy oak drop bar, threw back the brass latches, and shoved the heavy iron door wide open. The icy sea air rushed into the room, cold and wet, carrying with it that intense, ancient smell of salt, cold mud, and deep, quiet water. Thomas stepped out onto the narrow iron catwalk. He walked to the iron railing and gripped the cold, wet metal with both hands, leaning his body out into the dark air. The fog wrapped around him instantly, soaking his face, his hair, his wool coat. He looked down. 100 feet below, the black ocean lay flat and motionless around the granite base of Blackwood Rock. The bioluminescent figures were everywhere. They crowded around the rock in a vast, silent congregation that extended as far as his eyes could see into the mist. There were men in sailors' frocks, women in shawls, old men in oilskins, children in small canvas tunics, all standing upright on the black water, their pale faces turned upward toward him. The faint green light rising from their sodden clothes illuminated their features with a soft, dreamlike clarity. Their eyes were open. They were not filled with terror or agony. They were quiet, hollow, and utterly empty, eyes that had stared into the deep water for so long that they had forgotten the sun, forgotten the land, forgotten the sound of voices on the shore. They did not speak. They did not reach out their arms. They simply stood upon the sea, waiting. Zzz-rah. The foghorn sounded above Thomas's head, its brass voice roaring out into the damp dark. As the sound shivered through the air, every single figure on the water gave a tiny, simultaneous nod, a slow, rhythmic gesture of recognition, like congregation members answering a prayer. Thomas stood at the railing, his hands locked around the wet iron, his mouth slightly open. He looked at the figures directly below the gallery. Standing near the front of the crowd, less than 30 feet from the wet granite ledge of the landing stage, stood a man in a dark, salt-encrusted pea jacket. The man's hair was short and grayed at the temples. His coat was torn at the shoulder, its brass buttons turned green with verdigris. His boots were saturated with seawater, dark kelp wrapped around his ankles like trailing rope. The man turned his head slowly upward. The faint green light caught his features. It was Arthur Miller. Arthur was looking up at the lantern gallery, his hollow, pale eyes fixed on Thomas. His lips did not move, but his face held a look of profound, quiet patience. The look of a man who had waited a long time for his watch to end, and beside Arthur, standing on the smooth black surface of the water, with her hand resting gently on his arm, was a woman in a high-collared dark dress, her dark hair pinned neatly behind her ears, her skin as pale as sea foam. Mary, Thomas felt a strange, sudden stillness settle inside his chest. The pounding of his heart slowed. The ragged, frantic gasps of his breathing quieted until his chest was rising and falling with the same slow, easy rhythm as the ocean swells far below. He looked down at his hands resting on the iron railing. The skin was pale, wet with salt spray. He pulled off his wool glove. His fingers were smooth, white, and completely free of the calluses and oil stains that 10 years of lighthouse keeping should have carved into them. He reached up and touched his face. His skin was cold, not the chilled cold of a man standing in a winter wind, but the deep, immutable cold of stone left at the bottom of a well. He looked back toward the lantern room. Through the open iron doorway, he could see the whitewashed wall of the inner column. The revolving lens was casting its broad golden blade across the white surface. On the wall, a shadow stood beside the central mechanism. It was the shadow of a man in a pea jacket holding an oil can, his hand raised as if to lubricate the upper gears of the clockwork. The shadow moved with fluid, easy precision, tending the brass machinery, completely independent of Thomas, who stood out on the freezing gallery walk 40 feet away. The shadow was not an anomaly. The shadow was the keeper. The shadow was the duty that remained behind when the man was gone. Thomas leaned back against the iron railing, letting the damp mist settle over his face like a soft, silk veil. The memories came back to him then, not in a sudden, violent rush, but smoothly, quietly, like water filling a dry basin. The storm. It had not happened 3 weeks ago. It had happened 40 years ago. A 2-masted schooner bound from Londonderry caught in an easterly gale off the jagged teeth of the northern coast. The darkness, the sound of timber splitting against submerged granite with a roar like thunder, the freezing black ocean rushing into his mouth, filling his lungs with salt and ice, dragging him down into the dark seaweed beds where no light ever reached. He had not survived the wreck. None of them had. The lighthouse had not been built by the Board of Northern Lighthouses. It had not been constructed of mortar and granite by stonecutters from Aberdeen. The lighthouse was an anchor. It sat at the center of the great endless fog, the vast silent expanse where the forgotten memories of the sea gathered when they had no shore left to return to. The light did not warn vessels away from the rocks. The light was a beacon, a warm, golden heart beating in the dark, calling to those who were drifting in the deep, silent waters, guiding them toward a place where they might gather and be remembered. Arthur Miller had not walked into the ocean in madness. His shift was simply over. He had tended the lamp until the next keeper arrived from the deep, and then he had stepped down off the granite ledge to take his place among those who waited on the water. Bzzz-wash. The foghorn sounded above, its deep, resonant voice no longer sounding stifled or strange, but rich, warm, and comforting, a cradle song for the lost. Thomas looked down at Mary. She was looking up at him, her eyes soft, her hand raised slightly toward the gallery. He looked at Arthur. Arthur gave a small, quiet nod of farewell, turned slowly, and began to walk away across the smooth black water, his figure fading into the silver mist alongside the hundreds of others who were slowly drifting out into the deep gloom. Thomas did not feel fear. The dread that had tightened his throat for 10 days had evaporated, leaving behind a deep, peaceful quiet, a silence as vast and clean as the ocean after a gale. He stepped back through the gallery door into the lantern room. He walked to the central assembly. He picked up the brass oil can and filled the small lubrication cups on the clockwork governor, watching the clear yellow oil settle into the bright brass wells. He picked up his wiping rag and polished the soot from the upper glass chimney until the flame burned clear and bright. He checked the lead counterweight hanging in the central column. It had 2 hours left before it would reach the bottom of its run. He took the iron crank, fitted it into the arbor, and wound the weight back up to the top of the tower. Clack, clack, clack. The prisms turned smoothly in their bath of liquid mercury, casting their blades of golden light out into the dark room. When the machinery was set in order, Thomas walked to the desk in the service room below. He opened Arthur's logbook. He picked up the steel-nibbed pen, dipped it into the dark inkwell, and wrote in his neat, quiet hand, October 25, fog dense and calm. Light burning brightly, all machinery in perfect order, the water is full of quiet souls. I shall maintain the watch. He set the pen down beside the inkwell. He did not lock the book. He left it open on the scrubbed pine table, its pages resting under the dim golden light of the small tallow lamp. Then Thomas turned and walked up the spiral stairs once more, taking his seat on the tall 3-legged stool in the lantern room. Outside, the fog pressed against the glass, thick, soft, and endless. Below, the ocean rose and fell against the granite base of Blackwood Rock with a slow, hypnotic cadence. Slush, drag, and inside the glass cathedral, the clockwork ticked its quiet, steady song. Tick, 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 tick. Every 40 seconds, the pneumatic valve tripped, and the brass trumpets above lowed into the dark, a warm golden voice calling out across the silent sea, guiding the lost through the salt and the fog, forever and ever, in the quiet dark at the end of the world. There is a quiet, heavy peace that belongs only to places that have been forgotten by the living world. It is a stillness that does not merely exist in the absence of noise, but gathers in the corners of high-ceilinged rooms like fine down, settling softly over stone and timber, smoothing away the sharp edges of time. For David, that peace was the entire reason he had accepted the post at St. Jude's. The hospital lay deep in the folds of the sleepy river valley, tucked beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose thick, drooping branches draped across the stone perimeter walls like velvet blankets. Built in the early 1890s, St. Jude's had once been a monument to modern Victorian asylum architecture, a sprawling complex of dark red brick, slate roofs, and soaring Gothic arches designed to isolate the afflicted from the dust and clamor of the growing cities. But that was a lifetime ago. Decades had passed since the last patient was discharged, and the grand structure had fallen into a long, quiet slumber, suspended in a state of slow, meticulous preservation. David's duties as the night warden were remarkably simple, designed for a man who took comfort in order, solitude, and the soft, repetitive rhythm of an undisturbed night. Every evening at 9, he would turn his small pickup truck off the forgotten valley road, push open the heavy iron gates that hummed with a light coat of grease, and park beneath the towering shadow of the central administration building. From 9 in the evening until 5 in the morning, the vast, echoing campus belonged entirely to him. His main responsibility was not to hunt for intruders, for no one ever came out this far into the valley, but simply to bear witness to the building's silent passage through the dark. Every 2 hours, on the even hour, he was required to walk a precise, designated route through the empty corridors, visiting 6 specific watchmen's clock boxes mounted throughout the grounds. In his right hand, David carried a warm, heavy brass flashlight that cast a soft, buttery beam across the floorboards. Slung over his shoulder by a thick brown leather strap was the watchman's portable station clock, a heavy, drum-shaped brass unit enclosed in a stitched leather casing. Inside the drum, a circular paper dial rotated silently on a mechanical wind-up clockwork divided into 12 neat pie-shaped hours. At each of the 6 checkpoints, a brass key hung from a fine steel chain attached to the wall. David would draw the key, insert it into the keyhole on the side of his drum clock, and turn it firmly until a clear, heavy thunk echoed down the corridor. Inside the clock, the key's unique bit would punch a tiny, unmistakable hole in the paper disc, proving that the warden had stood at that exact spot at that exact minute of the night. It was a ritual of pure, mechanical honesty, a promise made in copper, paper, and steel that all was well in the dark. The rain had begun just past 11, a slow, hypnotic patter that drummed softly against the high, leaded glass skylights in the central atrium. It was David's third week on the job, and he had already fallen completely into the rhythm of St. Jude's. He sat in the small, comfortable guard office just inside the main entrance, his heavy rubber-soled boots resting near the bronze fins of a low cast iron radiator. The radiator hummed with a gentle, watery click, releasing a dry, cozy warmth that smelled faintly of old iron and baked dust. On the desk next to his brass flashlight sat a thermal flask of sweet black tea, a half-eaten sleeve of oat biscuits, and the leather-bound shift ledger where he recorded his nightly observations. David took a slow sip of the tea, feeling the warmth spread through his chest. He liked the smell of the guard room, but even more, he liked the smell of the hallways beyond the door. St. Jude smelled of history, a comforting mix of dry pine floor wax, aged linseed oil, yellowed paper, and the cold, clean scent of damp stone drifting up from the cellar vaults. He glanced at his wristwatch. The hands pointed to 11:58 p.m. Setting his teacup down on the wooden desk, David stood up, smoothed down the front of his dark blue uniform jacket, and checked the leather strap across his chest. The heavy brass clock resting against his hip had a reassuring weight, ticking with a dry, rhythmic tick-tick-tick-tick that was so quiet it could only be heard if he pressed his ear directly against the leather casing. He lifted his heavy flash torch, clicked the brass switch forward, and stepped out into the grand main foyer to begin the midnight patrol. The beam of light cut a wide amber tunnel through the deep shadows of the hall. The floors throughout the central building were made of tongue and groove white oak, laid in intricate herringbone patterns that had been polished by 100 years of quiet footfalls. As David walked, the rubber soles of his boots made a soft, rhythmic squeak-click against the wax. A gentle sound that rose up to the cross-beamed ceilings and dissolved into the dark. He walked with unhurried, measured steps. The goal was never to rush, it was to pay attention, to listen to the building breath, to feel the gentle shifts in temperature as the wind moved across the outer courtyards. Checkpoint 1 was located at the end of the east promenade, mounted directly into the wood paneling beside the old apothecary cabinet. David approached the brass box, his light catching the high sheen of the dark walnut wood. High above him, rain tapped rhythmically against the window panes like soft, delicate fingertips. Tink-tink patter, David reached into the wall-mounted recess, took the heavy brass key marked Station 1, and slid it into the keyhole of his portable clock. He turned it firmly. Thunk, the internal spring released, the pin punctured the paper disc inside, and David withdrew the key, letting it swing gently on its steel chain. He paused for a moment, illuminating the empty promenade with his torch. Rows of high-arched windows lined the outer wall, reflecting the faint amber glow of his lantern. Outside, the black boughs of the oak trees swayed gently in the rain, their leaves whispering against the glass. Everything was in its place. The long hall was utterly motionless, save for the dancing dust motes caught in his beam, tiny golden specks drifting down like dry snow. He turned to his left and began the walk toward Checkpoint 2. The journey to Checkpoint 2 took him through the preservation wing, a section of the asylum where the restoration work had been suspended years ago. Here, the walls were coated in layer upon layer of pale cream plaster, which over the decades had begun to flake and peel away from the masonry beneath. The paint curled down in long, delicate strips that hung from the ceiling arches like fine lace, casting intricate, web-like shadows across the floor whenever David moved his light. Yet even here, there was no sense of decay, only a tranquil, frozen stillness. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the dry, powdery scent of chalk and old lime. David moved his light along the floorboards, taking care to step around a small pile of dried plaster dust that had flaked from a door frame. He knew every turn of this floor now. He knew that the 7th floorboard past the linen press had a slight spring to it, giving off a low wooden hum when stepped on. He knew that the air near the north stairwell always felt 2 degrees cooler than the rest of the floor, chilled by the stone foundation walls that rested deep within the earth. He reached checkpoint 2, located beside the heavy double doors of the former conservatory. He inserted the key. Thunk. He took a slow, deep breath, enjoying the quiet stillness of the hour. There was something remarkably comforting about the predictability of his work. In a world outside that was always rushing, always loud, Jude's existed in an endless quiet present. Nothing changed here. The keys were always in their boxes. The floors were always silent. The rain always sounded like a soft lullaby against the roof. He completed the rest of his midnight loop, checkpoint 3 in the old music parlor, checkpoint 4 in the high-ceilinged library, checkpoint 5 in the north arcade, and checkpoint 6 at the base of the central clock tower, without incident. Each key turned with the same solid metallic thunk. Each punch on his internal paper disc marked another peaceful 2 hours swallowed by the night. By 1:15 a.m., he was back in the guard office, sitting by the quiet, clicking warmth of the radiator. He poured himself another half cup of tea, the steam rising in delicate, pale coils into the ambient light of his desk lamp. David picked up his pen to fill out the 1 obolo am log entry. Obo 000 patrol completed. All secure. Checkpoints 1 through 6 marked. Quiet weather. Light rain. As he went to slide the current daily log sheet into the heavy, leather-bound master binder on his desk, his fingers caught on the edge of the previous pages. The master binder was a magnificent, thick volume, a massive ledger bound in dark brown calfskin with brass corners, containing the daily night logs of St. Jude's going back decades. It had been left on the desk by the Preservation Trust, a historical artifact that served as both a practical record and a piece of the building's living heritage. David had glanced at it before, but tonight, with the steady rain lulling the valley into a deep quiet, he found himself flipping back through the thick, cream-colored pages. The paper was rich and heavy, rustling softly as his thumbs turned the leaves. He looked at the entries from last year, written in the crisp, efficient print of the guard who had preceded him. Before that were entries from the 1990s, written in blue ballpoint ink. He turned back further, his curiosity gently piqued by the shift in handwritings. The entries from the 1970s were written in fine, flowing fountain pen ink, the script dark and formal. October 14th, 1974, Patrol 020, all clear, wind from the river, checkpoints 1 through 6 logged. David smiled softly. It was comforting to see how little had changed. The same routines, the same 6 stations, the same quiet watch kept by men whose names were signed at the bottom of each page in fading ink. He flipped back another 50 pages, letting the heavy paper settle into his lap. Here, the entries were dated 1942. The ink was a pale brownish sepia, written in a tight, precise cursive that looked almost like calligraphy. David adjusted his desk lamp, bringing the light closer to the page. His eyes traced the neat, dark lines of ink. November 3rd, 1942, Patrol Zoo 200. Rounds completed without disturbance. Rain continues through the valley. Keys 1 through 7 verified. David paused. His eyes lingered on the line. He blinked, shifting his weight in the wooden desk chair, and brought the leather binder closer to the light. Keys 1 through 7 verified. He read it again. Then he turned the page to the next entry, dated November 4th, 1942, Patrol 0000. Checkpoints 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 recorded. Temperature dropping in the West Annex. David frowned slightly, though not with alarm, only with the quiet curiosity of a man trying to solve a tiny historical puzzle. He turned back several pages, then forward a few. Throughout the entries from the 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s, every single log entry clearly listed 7 checkpoints. He reached for the laminated floor plan that was taped to the surface of the guard desk. The map showed the current layout of St. Jude's, printed in clear blue lines by the Preservation Trust. It clearly marked 6 checkpoints: Station 1, East Promenade Station 2, Preservation Gallery Station 3, Music Parlor Station 4, Library Station 5, North Arcade Station 6, Clock Tower Base. There was no Station 7. David ran his finger along the blue lines of the floor plan. To the far west of the central complex, there was a large, shaded gray area marked with light diagonal hatches. Beneath it, printed in small, italicized text, were the words, West Sanatorium Wing Demolished, 1974. David nodded slowly to himself, the piece fitting neatly into place in his mind. Of course, he thought. The 7th station must have been located in the old West Wing. When the wing was deemed structurally unsound and razed 50 years ago, the station had simply been retired, reducing the patrol route from 7 boxes to 6. It was a perfectly logical, mundane explanation. He set the laminated map back down on the desk and picked up his tea. But as he brought the cup to his lips, his gaze drifted back to the open logbook in his lap. He flipped forward to 1974, the year the West Wing was supposed to have been demolished. He found the page for June 12, 1974, 0200 patrol. West Wing demolition underway. Station 7 isolated. Key turned at 02:14 am. He turned to July, then August, then September of 1974. The entries continued, day after day, month after month. October 1st, 1978, Patrol 0200, all secure. Checkpoint 7 punch. May 19, 1989, Patrol 020, rain from the river. Checkpoint 7 punched. August 4th, 2005, Patrol 020, quiet night. Checkpoint 7 punched. David's hand froze over the page. The date at the top of the 2005 page was written in modern blue ballpoint ink, but the phrasing was identical to the entries from 80 years prior. And there, listed alongside the standard 6 stations, was the single, neat line, Station 7, 02, 14 am. David stared at the ink. The office was very quiet. Outside, the rain against the skylights had slowed to a steady whispering drizzle, a soft rhythmic shh that seemed to wrap around the guard station like a damp wool sweater. Beside him, the cast iron radiator gave off a single metallic clink, then settled back into its warm humming silence. David closed the heavy leather logbook with a soft, dull thud. He sat in the chair for a long moment, listening to the small, steady tick-tick-tick of the watchman's clock resting on his desk. The brass casing glinted under the yellow lamp light, smooth and heavy and old. He looked at his wristwatch. It was 1:52 am. The air in the grand hall felt noticeably cooler when David stepped out of the office for his 2:00 am patrol. It was not a harsh or biting cold, but rather a sudden, crisp drop in temperature, like walking into a stone cellar during the height of autumn. The scent of pine wax was subtle now, replaced by a deep, earthy smell. The scent of cold slate, soaked timber, and damp mortar coming from somewhere deep within the structure. David adjusted his leather strap, feeling the heavy drum of the watchman's clock brush against his hip. He lifted his torch, the warm amber beam slicing through the gloom of the main foyer. He began his walk. Squeak, click. Squeak, click. The sound of his rubber soles on the polished oak was the only noise in the endless, dark corridors. He walked toward checkpoint 1 at his usual measured pace, keeping his eyes on the floorboards, counting his steps purely out of long habit. Usually, it took exactly 84 paces to walk from the guard office door to the foot of the East Promenade. He had counted them during his first week to establish a smooth, steady walking cadence. 82, 83, 84, David paused. His torch beam shone straight down the corridor, but the entrance to the East Promenade was not there. Instead, the wood-paneled wall stretched out before him, continuing into the darkness for another 30 yards before reaching the doorway. David lowered his light slightly, frowning into the gloom. The hallway looked identical to how it always looked. The high wainscoting, the dark wallpaper with its faded floral pattern, the brass wall sconces holding empty glass chimneys. But the distance felt subtly, undeniably elongated. He walked forward, taking another 20 steps before finally reaching the carved archway of the East Promenade. He stopped beneath the arch, listening. The silence here was vast. It was not a dead silence, but a living, heavy quiet that seemed to absorb the sound of his breathing. High above, the rain on the glass skylights sounded remarkably distant, as if the roof had floated higher into the night sky. He turned to his right and illuminated checkpoint 1. The brass box sat mounted in the walnut paneling, unchanged. The brass key hung from its fine steel chain, catching the warm light of his torch. David pulled the key, inserted it into his clock, and turned it. Thunk! The mechanical click echoed down the long hall, sounding slightly softer than it had at midnight, swallowed by the wide, dark space around him. He released the key and let it drop. It swung back and forth on its chain, a tiny pendulum tracing a rhythmic arc against the dark wood. Tick, tick, tick. David turned away and began walking toward the west corridor, heading toward checkpoint 2. As he walked down the preservation wing, he noticed something else. The doors leading off the main corridor, doors that led to old storage rooms, administrative offices, and linen closets, had all been securely shut and locked by David himself during his 8 p.m. set-up walk. He distinctly remembered turning the brass handles, feeling the deadbolts shoot home with a firm, wooden resistance. Now, as his light swept along the left side of the wall, he stopped. The heavy oak door to the old records room was not closed. It stood slightly open. David drew closer, lowering his flashlight beam to the floor. The door was held at a precise, deliberate angle, resting exactly 3 inches away from the door jamb. A thin, dark vertical line of shadow ran from the top of the frame to the bottom. David reached out a gloved hand and gently took hold of the brass knob. He pushed it forward to latch it shut, but as he moved it, he noticed the door across the hall. It, too, was open, precisely 3 inches. David turned his flashlight beam down the long, curving corridor. As far as the amber light could reach, every single door along the left side of the hall stood open by the exact same distance. A neat, orderly sequence of 3-inch shadows breaking the continuous line of the plastered walls like a series of quiet, dark gills. David did not panic. His heart rate remained steady, his pulse a calm, slow rhythm in his throat. But a deep, prickling sensation rose along the back of his neck, like the light touch of a feather drawn across the skin. He walked slowly down the center of the hall, keeping his boots dead in the middle of the herringbone oak floorboards. As he passed each open door, A soft, faint draft drifted out from the dark interiors. It was cool and utterly motionless, carrying a rich, complex scent that felt strangely layered. There was the sharp, clean bite of floor wax, yes, but beneath it lay something far older, the scent of fresh pine shavings, varnish that had not yet fully dried, and cold, river-soaked rain. It smelled like a building that was being constructed and forgotten at the exact same moment. David stopped outside the fourth door. He raised his torch and shone the beam through the 3-inch gap. The light illuminated a small section of the room inside. He expected to see empty floorboards or abandoned metal shelving. Instead, his light caught the smooth, unblemished surface of a freshly plastered wall. The plaster was stark white, entirely unpainted, looking as damp and new as if it had been troweled onto the lath only an hour before. On the floor beneath it sat a small wooden carpenter's bucket filled with dry horsehair and gray mortar. David held the light perfectly still. There were no footprints in the mortar dust, no signs of modern tools, no sound at all, save for a faint, rhythmic sound coming from deep within the wall itself. Tick, 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 tick. It was not the ticking of his watchman's clock. It was heavier, deeper, a slow, mechanical heartbeat echoing softly through the hollow plaster lath, as if a great-grandfather clock had been walled up inside the masonry decades ago and left to run forever. David pulled back slowly from the door, keeping his eyes on the narrow shadow line, and continued down the hall. He completed checkpoint 2, checkpoint 3, and checkpoint 4 in a quiet state of heightened awareness. With every step he took, the interior architecture of St. Jude seemed to settle more deeply into its own secret dimension. The grand corridors felt wider, the high timber ceilings higher, the dark windows endless. Yet there was no hostility in the air, no sense of malice or threat. It felt like walking through a great slumbering leviathan that was dreaming of its own youth. By 2:10 a.m., David reached the North Arcade, heading toward checkpoint 5. The North Arcade was a long, glass-roofed gallery that connected the main hospital body to the outer wings. In the daylight, it was a beautiful space, filled with iron filigree and high-glass panes that looked out over the interior courtyards. At night, it was a dark tunnel of glass and iron, surrounded by the blackness of the valley. David stepped into the gallery. The rain was louder here, drumming directly onto the sloped glass above his head with a steady, soothing pattern. Tap, 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 tap. His flash torch illuminated the long aisle of red tile that ran down the center of the arcade. Halfway down the hall, mounted on a brick pillar between 2 high archways, was checkpoint 5. David walked toward it, his boots making a clear, dry sound against the tile. As he drew near the brick pillar, his light flickered. It was not a sharp, dying flicker, but a smooth, soft dip in brightness, as if the battery had momentarily softened, glowing with a deep, warm orange hue before returning to bright amber. David stopped beside checkpoint 5. He reached out his hand to take the key. Beside the brass key box, mounted into the brickwork, was an old directional sign made of white enamel with stenciled blue lettering. David had passed this sign dozens of times over his past 3 weeks. It read, North Arcade Infirmary Wings A and B, but tonight, beneath the blue enamel lettering. The paint had cracked away in a clean, straight line, revealing a second set of stenciled letters carved deep into the iron plate beneath. West Wing Annex Sanatorium, Wards 1-4. David held his breath, the air cool and sweet in his lungs. He looked past the brick pillar. In the original floor plan, the map he had looked at only 30 minutes ago, the hallway past checkpoint 5 ended in a solid, load-bearing brick wall, sealed shut when the West Annex was demolished in 1974. David turned his body and swept his light past the pillar. The brick wall was not there. In its place stretched a long, magnificent corridor that he had never seen before. The hallway was wide and high-ceilinged, lined with heavy oak doors that stood flush against their frames. The floor was made of dark green quarry tiles, polished to a mirror-like shine that reflected the golden beam of his torch like stagnant water. Down the center of this endless, dark gallery, a gentle, cool breeze was blowing, a fresh, damp wind that smelled of autumn rain, river fog, and ancient, unheated stone. And from deep down the unmapped corridor, floating softly through the cool draft, came a sound. It was the steady, unmistakable, mechanical thunk of a heavy watchman's key turning in a brass lock box, followed by the slow, rhythmic tick-tick-tick-tick of an ancient clockwork heart. David lowered his light to the dark green tiles. He felt the heavy leather pouch resting against his hip, its internal paper disc waiting for its mark. He looked down the long open hallway that should not exist, took a slow, deep breath of the cold, damp air, and took his first step forward into the dark. There is a quiet, heavy peace that belongs only to places that have been forgotten by the living world. It is a stillness that does not merely exist in the absence of noise, but gathers in the corners of high-ceilinged rooms like fine down, settling softly over stone and timber, smoothing away the sharp edges of time. For David, that peace was the entire reason he had accepted the post at St. Jude's. The hospital lay deep in the folds of the sleepy river valley, tucked beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose thick, drooping branches draped across the stone perimeter walls like velvet blankets. Built in the early 1890s, St. Jude's had once been a monument to modern Victorian asylum architecture, a sprawling complex of dark red brick, slate roofs, and soaring Gothic arches designed to isolate the afflicted from the dust and clamor of the growing cities. But that was a lifetime ago. Decades had passed since the last patient was discharged, and the grand structure had fallen into a long, quiet slumber, suspended in a state of slow, meticulous preservation. David's duties as the night warden were remarkably simple, designed for a man who took comfort in order, solitude, and the soft repetitive rhythm of an undisturbed night. Every evening at 9, he would turn his small pickup truck off the forgotten valley road, push open the heavy iron gates that hummed with a light coat of grease, and park beneath the towering shadow of the central administration building. From 9 in the evening until 5 in the morning, the vast echoing campus belonged entirely to him. His main responsibility was not to hunt for intruders, for no one ever came out this far into the valley, but simply to bear witness to the building's silent passage through the dark. Every 2 hours, on the even hour, he was required to walk a precise, designated route through the empty corridors, visiting 6 specific watchmen's clock boxes mounted throughout the grounds. In his right hand, David carried a warm, heavy brass flashlight that cast a soft, buttery beam across the floorboards. Slung over his shoulder by a thick brown leather strap was the watchman's portable station clock, a heavy, drum-shaped brass unit enclosed in a stitched leather casing. Inside the drum, a circular paper dial rotated silently on a mechanical wind-up clockwork divided into 12 neat, pie-shaped hours. At each of the 6 checkpoints, a brass key hung from a fine steel chain attached to the wall. David would draw the key, insert it into the keyhole on the side of his drum clock, and turn it firmly until a clear, heavy thunk echoed down the corridor. Inside the clock, the key's unique bit would punch a tiny, unmistakable hole in the paper disc, proving that the warden had stood at that exact spot at that exact minute of the night. It was a ritual of pure mechanical honesty, a promise made in copper, paper, and steel that all was well in the dark. The rain had begun just past 11, a slow, hypnotic patter that drummed softly against the high, leaded glass skylights in the central atrium. It was David's third week on the job, and he had already fallen completely into the rhythm of St. Jude's. He sat in the small, comfortable guard office just inside the main entrance, his heavy rubber-soled boots resting near the bronze fins of a low-cast iron radiator. The radiator hummed with a gentle, watery click, releasing a dry, cozy warmth that smelled faintly of old iron and baked dust. On the desk next to his brass flashlight sat a thermal flask of sweet black tea, a half-eaten sleeve of oat biscuits, and the leather-bound shift ledger where he recorded his nightly observations. David took a slow sip of the tea, feeling the warmth spread through his chest. He liked the smell of the guard room, but even more, he liked the smell of the hallways beyond the door. St. Jude smelled of history, a comforting mix of dry pine floor wax, aged linseed oil, yellowed paper, and the cold, clean scent of damp stone drifting up from the cellar vaults. He glanced at his wristwatch. The hands pointed to 11:58 p.m. Setting his teacup down on the wooden desk, David stood up, smoothed down the front of his dark blue uniform jacket, and checked the leather strap across his chest. The heavy brass clock resting against his hip had a reassuring weight, ticking with a dry, rhythmic tick-tick-tick-tick that was so quiet it could only be heard if he pressed his ear directly against the leather casing. He lifted his heavy flash torch, clicked the brass switch forward, and stepped out into the grand main foyer to begin the midnight patrol. The beam of light cut a wide, amber tunnel through the deep shadows of the hall. The floors throughout the central building were made of tongue and groove white oak, laid in intricate herringbone patterns that had been polished by 100 years of quiet footfalls. As David walked, the rubber soles of his boots made a soft, rhythmic squeak-click against the wax, a gentle sound that rose up to the cross-beamed ceilings and dissolved into the dark. He walked with unhurried, measured steps. The goal was never to rush, it was to pay attention, to listen to the building breath, to feel the gentle shifts in temperature as the wind moved across the outer courtyards. Checkpoint 1 was located at the end of the east promenade, mounted directly into the wood paneling beside the old apothecary cabinet. David approached the brass box, his light catching the high sheen of the dark walnut wood. High above him, rain tapped rhythmically against the window panes like soft, delicate fingertips. Tink-tink patter. David reached into the wall-mounted recess, took the heavy brass key marked Station 1, and slid it into the keyhole of his portable clock. He turned it firmly. Thunk, the internal spring released, the pin punctured the paper disc inside, and David withdrew the key, letting it swing gently on its steel chain. He paused for a moment, illuminating the empty promenade with his torch. Rows of high, arched windows lined the outer wall, reflecting the faint amber glow of his lantern. Outside, the black boughs of the oak trees swayed gently in the rain, their leaves whispering against the glass. Everything was in its place. The long hall was utterly motionless, save for the dancing dust motes caught in his beam, tiny, golden specks drifting down like dry snow. He turned to his left and began the walk toward Checkpoint 2. The journey to Checkpoint 2 took him through the preservation wing, a section of the asylum where the restoration work had been suspended years ago. Here, the walls were coated in layer upon layer of pale cream plaster, which over the decades had begun to flake and peel away from the masonry beneath. The paint curled down in long, delicate strips that hung from the ceiling arches like fine lace, casting intricate, web-like shadows across the floor whenever David moved his light. Yet even here, there was no sense of decay, only a tranquil, frozen stillness. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the dry, powdery scent of chalk and old lime. David moved his light along the floorboards, taking care to step around a small pile of dried plaster dust that had flaked from a door frame. He knew every turn of this floor now. He knew that the 7th floorboard past the linen press had a slight spring to it, giving off a low wooden hum when stepped on. He knew that the air near the north stairwell always felt 2 degrees cooler than the rest of the floor, chilled by the stone foundation walls that rested deep within the earth. He reached checkpoint 2, located beside the heavy double doors of the former conservatory. He inserted the key. Thunk, he took a slow, deep breath, enjoying the quiet stillness of the hour. There was something remarkably comforting about the predictability of his work. In a world outside that was always rushing, always loud, Jude's existed in an endless, quiet present. Nothing changed here. The keys were always in their boxes. The floors were always silent. The rain always sounded like a soft lullaby against the roof. He completed the rest of his midnight loop, checkpoint 3 in the old music parlor, checkpoint 4 in the high-ceilinged library, checkpoint 5 in the north arcade, and checkpoint 6 at the base of the central clock tower, without incident. Each key turned with the same solid, metallic thunk. Each punch on his internal paper disc marked another peaceful 2 hours swallowed by the night. By 1:15 a.m., he was back in the guard office, sitting by the quiet, clicking warmth of the radiator. He poured himself another half cup of tea, the steam rising in delicate, pale coils into the ambient light of his desk lamp. David picked up his pen to fill out the 1:00 a.m. log entry. 000 patrol completed. All secure. Checkpoints 1 through 6 marked. Quiet weather. Light rain. As he went to slide the current daily log sheet into the heavy, leather-bound master binder on his desk, his fingers caught on the edge of the previous pages. The master binder was a magnificent, thick volume, a massive ledger bound in dark brown calfskin with brass corners, containing the daily night logs of St. Jude's going back decades. It had been left on the desk by the Preservation Trust, a historical artifact that served as both a practical record and a piece of the building's living heritage. David had glanced at it before, but tonight, with the steady rain lulling the valley into a deep quiet, he found himself flipping back through the thick cream-colored pages. The paper was rich and heavy, rustling softly as his thumbs turned the leaves. He looked at the entries from last year, written in the crisp, efficient print of the guard who had preceded him. Before that were entries from the 1990s, written in blue ballpoint ink. He turned back further, his curiosity gently piqued by the shift in handwritings. The entries from the 1970s were written in fine, flowing fountain pen ink, the script dark and formal. October 14th, 1974, Patrol 0200. All clear, wind from the river. Checkpoints 1 through 6 logged. David smiled softly. It was comforting to see how little had changed. The same routines, the same 6 stations, the same quiet watch kept by men whose names were signed at the bottom of each page in fading ink. He flipped back another 50 pages, letting the heavy paper settle into his lap. Here, the entries were dated 1942. The ink was a pale, brownish sepia, written in a tight, precise cursive that looked almost like calligraphy. David adjusted his desk lamp, bringing the light closer to the page. His eyes traced the neat, dark lines of ink. November 3rd, 1942, Patrol 0200. Rounds completed without disturbance. Rain continues through the valley. Keys 1 through 7 verified. David paused. His eyes lingered on the line. He blinked, shifting his weight in the wooden desk chair, and brought the leather binder closer to the light. Keys 1 through 7 verified. He read it again. Then he turned the page to the next entry, dated November 4th, 1942, Patrol 0000. Checkpoints 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 recorded. temperature dropping in the West Annex. David frowned slightly, though not with alarm, only with the quiet curiosity of a man trying to solve a tiny historical puzzle. He turned back several pages, then forward a few. Throughout the entries from the 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s, every single log entry clearly listed 7 checkpoints. He reached for the laminated floor plan that was taped to the surface of the guard desk. The map showed the current layout of St. Jude's, printed in clear blue lines by the Preservation Trust. It clearly marked 6 checkpoints: Station 1, East Promenade Station 2, Preservation Gallery Station 3, Music Parlor Station 4, Library Station 5, North Arcade Station 6, Clock Tower Base. There was no Station 7. David ran his finger along the blue lines of the floor plan. To the far west of the central complex, there was a large, shaded gray area marked with light diagonal hatches. Beneath it, printed in small italicized text, were the words, West Sanatorium Wing Demolished, 1974. David nodded slowly to himself, the piece fitting neatly into place in his mind. Of course, he thought, the 7th station must have been located in the old West Wing. When the wing was deemed structurally unsound and razed 50 years ago, the station had simply been retired, reducing the patrol route from 7 boxes to 6. It was a perfectly logical, mundane explanation. He set the laminated map back down on the desk and picked up his tea. But as he brought the cup to his lips, his gaze drifted back to the open logbook in his lap. He flipped forward to 1974, the year the West Wing was supposed to have been demolished. He found the page for June 12, 1974, 02000 patrol. West Wing demolition underway, Station 7 isolated, key turned at 0214 am. He turned to July, then August, then September of 1974. The entries continued day after day, month after month. October 1st, 1978, Patrol 020, all secure. Checkpoint 7 punched. May 19th, 1989, Patrol 020, rain from the river. Checkpoint 7 punched. August 4th, 2005, Patrol 020, quiet night. Checkpoint 7 punched. David's hand froze over the page. The date at the top of the 2005 page was written in modern blue ballpoint ink, but the phrasing was identical to the entries from 80 years prior. And there, listed alongside the standard 6 stations, was the single, neat line. Station 70244 am. David stared at the ink. The office was very quiet. Outside, the rain against the skylights had slowed to a steady, whispering drizzle, a soft, rhythmic shh that seemed to wrap around the guard station like a damp wool sweater. Beside him, the cast iron radiator gave off a single, metallic clink, then settled back into its warm, humming silence. David closed the heavy leather logbook with a soft, dull thud. He sat in the chair for a long moment, listening to the small, steady tick-tick-tick of the watchman's clock resting on his desk. The brass casing glinted under the yellow lamp light, smooth and heavy and old. He looked at his wristwatch. It was 1:52 am. The air in the grand hall felt noticeably cooler when David stepped out of the office for his 2 am patrol. It was not a harsh or biting cold, but rather a sudden, crisp drop in temperature, like walking into a stone cellar during the height of autumn. The scent of pine wax was subtle now, replaced by a deep, earthy smell, the scent of cold slate, soaked timber, and damp mortar coming from somewhere deep within the structure. David adjusted his leather strap, feeling the heavy drum of the watchman's clock brush against his hip. He lifted his torch, the warm amber beam slicing through the gloom of the main foyer. He began his walk. Squeak-click. Squeak-click. The sound of his rubber soles on the polished oak was the only noise in the endless, dark corridors. He walked toward checkpoint 1 at his usual measured pace, keeping his eyes on the floorboards, counting his steps purely out of long habit. Usually, It took exactly 84 paces to walk from the guard office door to the foot of the east promenade. He had counted them during his first week to establish a smooth, steady walking cadence. 82, 83, 84. David paused. His torch beam shone straight down the corridor, but the entrance to the east promenade was not there. Instead, the wood-paneled wall stretched out before him, continuing into the darkness for another 30 yards before reaching the doorway. David lowered his light slightly, frowning into the gloom. The hallway looked identical to how it always looked, the high wainscoting, the dark wallpaper with its faded floral pattern, the brass wall sconces holding empty glass chimneys. But the distance felt subtly, undeniably elongated. He walked forward, taking another 20 steps before finally reaching the carved archway of the east promenade. He stopped beneath the arch, listening. The silence here was vast. It was not a dead silence, but a living, heavy quiet that seemed to absorb the sound of his breathing. High above, the rain on the glass skylights sounded remarkably distant, as if the roof had floated higher into the night sky. He turned to his right and illuminated checkpoint 1. The brass box sat mounted in the walnut paneling, unchanged. The brass key hung from its fine steel chain, catching the warm light of his torch. David pulled the key, inserted it into his clock, and turned it. Thunk! The mechanical click echoed down the long hall, sounding slightly softer than it had at midnight, swallowed by the wide, dark space around him. He released the key and let it drop. It swung back and forth on its chain, a tiny pendulum tracing a rhythmic arc against the dark wood. Tick, tick, tick. David turned away and began walking toward the west corridor, heading toward checkpoint 2. As he walked down the preservation wing, he noticed something else. The doors leading off the main corridor, doors that led to old storage rooms, administrative offices, and linen closets, had all been securely shut and locked by David himself during his 8 p.m. setup walk. He distinctly remembered turning the brass handles, feeling the deadbolts shoot home with a firm, wooden resistance. Now, as his light swept along the left side of the wall, he stopped. The heavy oak door to the old records room was not closed. It stood slightly open. David drew closer, lowering his flashlight beam to the floor. The door was held at a precise, deliberate angle, resting exactly 3 inches away from the door jamb. A thin, dark vertical line of shadow ran from the top of the frame to the bottom. David reached out a gloved hand and gently took hold of the brass knob. He pushed it forward to latch it shut, but as he moved it, he noticed the door across the hall. It, too, was open, precisely 3 inches. David turned his flashlight beam down the long, curving corridor. As far as the amber light could reach, every single door along the left side of the hall stood open by the exact same distance. A neat, orderly sequence of 3-inch shadows, breaking the continuous line of the plastered walls like a series of quiet, dark gills. David did not panic. His heart rate remained steady, his pulse a calm, slow rhythm in his throat. But a deep, prickling sensation rose along the back of his neck like the light touch of a feather drawn across the skin. He walked slowly down the center of the hall, keeping his boots dead in the middle of the herringbone oak floorboards. As he passed each open door, a soft, faint draft drifted out from the dark interiors. It was cool and utterly motionless, carrying a rich, complex scent that felt strangely layered. There was the sharp, clean bite of floor wax, yes, but beneath it lay something far older, the scent of fresh pine shavings, varnish that had not yet fully dried, and cold, river-soaked rain. It smelled like a building that was being constructed and forgotten at the exact same moment. David stopped outside the 4th door. He raised his torch and shone the beam through the 3-inch gap. The light illuminated a small section of the room inside. He expected to see empty floorboards or abandoned metal shelving. Instead, his light caught the smooth, unblemished surface of a freshly plastered wall. The plaster was stark white, entirely unpainted, looking as damp and new as if it had been troweled onto the lath only an hour before. On the floor beneath it sat a small wooden carpenter's bucket filled with dry horsehair and gray mortar. David held the light perfectly still. There were no footprints in the mortar dust, no signs of modern tools, no sound at all, save for a faint rhythmic sound coming from deep within the wall itself. Tick, 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 tick. It was not the ticking of his watchman's clock. It was heavier, deeper, a slow mechanical heartbeat echoing softly through the hollow plaster lath, as if a great-grandfather clock had been walled up inside the masonry decades ago and left to run forever. David pulled back slowly from the door, keeping his eyes on the narrow shadow line, and continued down the hall. He completed checkpoint 2, checkpoint 3, and checkpoint 4 in a quiet state of heightened awareness. With every step he took, the interior architecture of St. Jude seemed to settle more deeply into its own secret dimension. The grand corridors felt wider, the high timber ceilings higher, the dark windows endless. Yet there was no hostility in the air, no sense of malice or threat. It felt like walking through a great, slumbering leviathan that was dreaming of its own youth. By 2:10 a.m., David reached the North Arcade, heading toward checkpoint 5. The North Arcade was a long, glass-roofed gallery that connected the main hospital body to the outer wings. In the daylight, it was a beautiful space, filled with iron filigree and high glass panes that looked out over the interior courtyards. At night, it was a dark tunnel of glass and iron, surrounded by the blackness of the valley. David stepped into the gallery. The rain was louder here, drumming directly onto the sloped glass above his head with a steady, soothing pattern. Tap, 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 tap. His flash torch illuminated the long aisle of red tile that ran down the center of the arcade. Halfway down the hall, mounted on a brick pillar between two high archways, was checkpoint 5. David walked toward it, his boots making a clear, dry sound against the tile. As he drew near the brick pillar, his light flickered. It was not a sharp, dying flicker, but a smooth, soft dip in brightness, as if the battery had momentarily softened, glowing with a deep, warm orange hue before returning to bright amber. David stopped beside checkpoint 5. He reached out his hand to take the key. Beside the brass key box, mounted into the brickwork, was an old directional sign made of white enamel with stenciled blue lettering. David had passed this sign dozens of times over his past 3 weeks. It read, North Arcade Infirmary, Wings A and B, but tonight, beneath the blue enamel lettering, the paint had cracked away a clean, straight line, revealing a second set of stenciled letters carved deep into the iron plate beneath. West Wing Annex Sanatorium Wards 1-4. David held his breath, the air cool and sweet in his lungs. He looked past the brick pillar. In the original floor plan, the map he had looked at only 30 minutes ago, the hallway past checkpoint 5 ended in a solid, load-bearing brick wall. Sealed shut when the West Annex was demolished in 1974. David turned his body and swept his light past the pillar. The brick wall was not there. In its place stretched a long, magnificent corridor that he had never seen before. The hallway was wide and high-ceilinged, lined with heavy oak doors that stood flush against their frames. The floor was made of dark green quarry tiles, polished to a mirror-like shine that reflected the golden beam of his torch like stagnant water. Down the center of this endless, dark gallery, a gentle, cool breeze was blowing, a fresh, damp wind that smelled of autumn rain, river fog, and ancient, unheated stone. And from deep down the unmapped corridor, floating softly through the cool draft, came a sound. It was the steady, unmistakable, mechanical thunk of a heavy watchman's key turning in a brass lockbox, followed by the slow, rhythmic tick-tick-tick-tick of an ancient clockwork heart. David lowered his light to the dark green tiles. He felt the heavy leather pouch resting against his hip, its internal paper disc waiting for its mark. He looked down the long, open hallway that should not exist, took a slow, deep breath of the cold, damp air, and took his first step forward into the dark. The rain had been falling across the Sussex Downs for 3 days without pause, turning the narrow, rutted country lanes into rivers of dark silt and softening the gray chalk hills until they seemed to dissolve into the low sky. Inside the rattling coach, Clara pressed her fingertips against the cold glass of the window, watching the landscape melt into a blurred tapestry of dark gorse and dripping yew. She was a woman accustomed to quiet places, to the slow, imperceptible movements of green things in dark rooms, but the sheer, oppressive stillness of the countryside felt different. It was not a void, but a silence heavy with waiting. When the wrought iron gates of Blackwood Manor finally appeared out of the mist, they stood open like a pair of parted jaws. The coachman did not drive through them. He pulled the horse to a halt beside the moss-crusted stone pillars, his oiled cloak glistening under the persistent drizzle. "This is as far as the horses care to go, ma'am," he said through the small wooden hatch, his voice muffled by the downpour. "Paths too soft up the rise. The house is just beyond the hemlock grove." Clara did not complain. She gathered her leather satchel, her brass-bound microscope box, and her carpet bag, stepping down into the saturated grass. The air was cool and thick, carrying a sharp mineral tang of wet slate, decaying oak leaves, and something else. Something faint, sweet, and strangely heavy, like crushed almond and warm milk. As the carriage wheels creaked away into the fog, Clara stood alone on the gravel path. Before her, rising out of a tangled lawn of overgrown fern and ivy, stood the estate. Blackwood Manor was a vast, sprawling Victorian edifice of dark granite, its steep pitched roofs crowned with rusting iron finials that scraped against the weeping sky. High gables jutted out over deeply recessed windows, many of them dark and blinded by heavy velvet drapes within. But it was not the main house that held Clara's gaze. Attached to the southern wing, extending like a vast, crystal wing into the overgrown garden, was the glass house. It was immense, a soaring Victorian conservatory made of dark wrought iron ribbing and hundreds of small diamond-paned glass sheets. Even in the dim afternoon light, it glowed with a strange pearlescent haze. Water ran off its curved roof in continuous, shivering ribbons, filling the air with a constant rhythmic drumming sound that echoed through the quiet valley. Tink, 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 tink. A hypnotic, endless percussion against the glass. Clara walked toward it, her boots sinking lightly into the damp turf. The estate's late owner, Lord Arthur Vance, had died 3 months prior, leaving behind no heirs, a vast library of botanical texts, and a collection of nocturnal flora that the Royal Society had whispered about for years. Clara, having published her modest treatise on night-blooming epiphytes, had been retained by the estate's executors to catalogue, tend, and preserve the collection until the property could be settled. She found the side key hanging from a rusted nail beside the conservatory's double doors, just as the letter had instructed. The key turned in the iron lock with a dry metallic rasp. Clara pushed the heavy door open and stepped inside. The warmth hit her first, a thick, humid envelope of air that smelled of black peat, damp terracotta, crushed stem, and that same elusive milky sweetness she had caught at the gates. The atmosphere was so dense it felt almost tangible, sliding over her skin like a warm, moist silk handkerchief. Above her head, the rain was deafening, a roaring orchestra of a million tiny drops striking the iron frame and glass panels. Yet beneath that rush of water, The interior of the conservatory felt remarkably still. Paths of dark, crushed slate wove between towering benches of rot-resistant teak. On either side, lush, alien foliage pressed against the walkways. Great, pale ferns, with fiddleheads as thick as a man's wrist curled toward the wet glass. Tendrils of gray moss hung in curtains from the iron trusses above, swaying slightly in the phantom drafts created by Clara's entrance. And then, set upon a long, elevated marble dais at the very center of the structure, she saw them. The orchids. They were set in heavy, unglazed earthenware pots, their roots spilling out over the rims like thick, pale fingers gripping the wet clay. There were perhaps 24 plants in total, their foliage a dark, almost bluish black-green, thick and leathery. But it was their buds that drew Clara close. They were immense, oblong bulbs the size of a swan's egg, wrapped in sheath upon sheath of pale, translucent white tissue. They hung suspended from arched weeping stems that bowed under their weight. Clara knelt beside the first pot, her breath catching slightly in her throat. She reached out a gloved hand, her fingers stopping just a fraction of an inch from the smooth, cool surface of an unopened bud. According to Lord Vance's meticulously hand-written journal, which sat tucked safely in her leather bag, these specimens had been brought from an unmapped river valley deep within the cloud forests of the Andes. They were a species unknown to formal taxonomy, referenced only as Sanatorium tapestry, or, in the local dialect Vance had recorded, the silk weaver's breath. They did not bloom according to the sun, nor the phase of the moon. They bloomed only when the air was saturated with rain. Clara removed her gloves, resting her bare fingertips on the damp edge of the marble bench. The stone was surprisingly warm. She looked up through the glass roof at the gray sky, where the rain showed no sign of easing. The downpour was settling in for the night, a continuous, drumming wall of water that isolated the glass house from the rest of the world. Well, she whispered softly to the empty air, her voice swallowed instantly by the gentle thunder of rain on glass. Let us see what you are. The small apartment set aside for the estate's caretaker was located on the ground floor of the manor's east wing, connected to the glass house by a long, paneled stone corridor. By 8 o'clock that evening, the light had entirely vanished from the countryside, replaced by an ink-black, dripping darkness. Clara had lit 2 kerosene lamps, their yellow flames casting warm, flickering halos across the dark mahogany walls of her bedchamber. The room was furnished simply: a high 4-poster bed draped in heavy indigo wool, a washstand with a blue porcelain pitcher, a small coal fireplace that sputtered and hummed against the damp chimney, and a dark oak writing desk positioned near the window. Clara sat at the desk, her brass microscope reflecting the soft lantern light. Beside her, open to a blank page, lay her field journal, its cream-colored paper waiting for ink. She dipped her nib into the inkwell and began to write, her script neat and deliberate. October 14. Arrival at Blackwood. The rain continues unabated. The collection appears remarkably healthy despite months of neglect. The specimens of the unnamed nocturnal orchid possess an unusual root density, fibrous, pale, and deeply intertwined with the drainage substratum. Note: the air within the glasshouse carries a pronounced sedative sweetness. Olfactory profile suggests high concentrations of airborne terpenes, possibly related to attracting specific nocturnal pollinators, though no insect life has been observed within the glass. She stopped, her pen hovering above the page. From down the hall, through the heavy oak door, and along the stone corridor, came a faint, rhythmic sound. It was not the rain, though the rain still beat a steady, hypnotic cadence against the windowpane beside her. Nor was it the creaking of the old house settling into its stone footings. It was a hum. It was exceptionally low, hovering at the very bottom edge of human hearing, a rich, resonant pitch like the vibration of a bowed cello string, or the reverberation of a heavy bronze bell long after it has been struck. Clara turned her head toward the door, her pen suspended. The sound did not pulse or fade. It remained entirely steady, vibrating subtly through the floorboards. She could feel it in the soles of her wool-stockinged feet, a faint, rhythmic tremor that seemed to align with the beating of her own heart. She rose from her chair, her skirt rustling soft against the carpet, and walked to the door. Opening it softly, she stepped into the stone corridor. The air in the hallway was cold and smelled of old lime, coal dust, and damp plaster. The sound was clearer here. It was definitely coming from the direction of the glasshouse. Holding a silver candlestick aloft, its small flame dancing in the draught, Clara walked down the corridor. The soles of her slippers made no sound against the flagstones. With every step she took toward the glass structure, the air grew noticeably warmer, the cold draft of the house giving way to that dense, humid blanket of almond-sweet air. She pushed open the brass-handled door leading into the conservatory. The sound swelled slightly, filling the humid space like a physical presence. The glasshouse was pitch black save for the tiny circle of light cast by Clara's candle. Outside, the rain continued its endless, drumming assault, but inside, the air was shimmering. Clara held the candle high. The orchids were blooming. In the dim, golden light of the candle, 3 of the massive white buds had begun to unfurl. They did not open as ordinary flowers did, slowly peeling back their petals one by one. They were opening in a fluid, continuous motion, their thick, porcelain white petals curling outward like silk ribbon slipping from a spool. As the petals opened, they revealed a center filled with thousands of fine thread-like stamens that shimmered like spun glass. Clara walked slowly down the slate path, her breath held in her throat. The sight was breathless, magnificent. The blossoms were huge, easily 12 inches across, glowing with a soft, milky luminosity in the darkness. And from the center of each open flower, a faint mist was rising. It was not steam, though the conservatory was warm. It was a fine ethereal vapor that curled lazily into the air, carrying with it a scent so deep and sweet that Clara felt an immediate, gentle weight press down behind her eyes. It was the scent of crushed honeycombs, drenched in rainwater and warmed by sun. An aroma so rich it felt thick upon her tongue. She approached the central marble bench and leaned over the nearest blooming flower. The low humming sound was stronger here. She realized, with a sudden prickle of fascination along her spine, that the sound was coming from the flowers themselves. The fine, thread-like stamens within the core of the orchid were vibrating. They moved with such incredible speed that they appeared as a soft silver blur striking against one another like the tines of a microscopic tuning fork. The motion created an air resonance, a sweet singing pitch that hummed through the humid air of the glasshouse. "Remarkable," Clara whispered. Her voice sounded strange to her own ears, muffled, distant, as if spoken through a thick feather pillow. She reached for her pocket magnifying glass, unfolding the silver lens to examine the stamens more closely. As she brought the lens near the petal edge, she stopped. Something was wrong with the orientation of the blooms. Phototropic and scototropic plants always oriented themselves relative to light sources. Turning toward the pale wash of the moon through the glass ceiling, or reaching upward toward the open space of the roof, these blossoms were not facing upward toward the glass, nor were they facing the dark windows that looked out toward the sky. All 3 open flowers had twisted on their thick stems. They were turned entirely sideways, their glowing white faces angled precisely down the length of the slate corridor, pointing directly back toward the heavy stone mass of the master manor house. Clara frowned slightly. adjusting her lens. She touched the stem of the nearest flower, intending to feel the tension in the plant's fibers. The stem was rigid, locked into place like a thick iron cable. It was pulling itself toward the manor with a clear, steady tension. She stood watching them for a long time, the rhythmic drumming of the rain on the roof above mixing with the soft musical hum of the vibrating stamens. The sweetness in the air seemed to settle into her lungs, warm and comforting. A deep, pleasant lethargy began to spread through her limbs, turning her feet heavy. Her thoughts slow and serene. She yawned, a long, quiet sigh that rustled in the humid silence. Tomorrow, she murmured to herself, her eyes heavy. I will measure the angle tomorrow. She turned and made her way slowly back down the dark corridor to her bedroom, the low, melodic hum of the silk weavers following her like a gentle, whispered lullaby through the stone walls. Sleep came to Clara that night with an unusual, weightless swiftness. There were no dreams, no restless shifting against the cool cotton sheets, only a deep, dark descent into a quiet ocean of stillness. When she awoke the next morning, the rain was still falling. It was not a storm with thunder or wind. It was an endless, steady downpour, gray and unyielding, smoothing the edges of the world outside into a soft, monochrome blur. The light that filtered through her bedroom window was pale and cool, casting long, muted shadows across the dark floorboards. Clara sat up in bed, stretching her arms. She felt remarkably rested, her mind clear, though a strange, lingering softness rested in her muscles, as if she had been bathed in warm water for hours. She threw back the indigo wool blanket and swung her feet out of bed. She froze. The morning light, pale as it was, caught something shimmering on the dark oak nightstand beside her bed. Clara leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. Stretched across the corner of the wooden table, draping softly over her pocket watch and trailing down to the carpet, was a delicate webbing. It was not a spider's web. It lacked the geometric symmetry or sticky cross-hatching of an arachnid snare. Instead, it consisted of hundreds of impossibly fine silver-white threads running in parallel lines like the strings of a tiny forgotten loom. The threads were so thin they were almost invisible unless the light hit them at a precise angle, glowing with a soft, metallic sheen. Clara reached out, intending to touch one of the silver strands with her index finger. Before her skin made contact, she paused. The thread was moving. It was not blowing in a draft. The air in the bedroom was still and cold. The silver strand was vibrating with a tiny, rapid frequency, so fast that it appeared as a faint, glittering shimmer in the air. And as she brought her ear closer to the nightstand, she heard it again, a tiny, microscopic echo of the sound from the glass house, a high, sweet musical pitch so faint it was more a feeling in the teeth than a sound in the ear. Clara drew her hand back slowly. She stood up and looked around her bedchamber. The silver threads were not only on the nightstand. A fine, glistening line ran along the top edge of her carved wooden headboard. Another cluster spanned the gap between her washstand and the baseboard. They were sparse, delicate, almost imperceptible unless one knew where to look, but they were everywhere, fine, silvery lines woven quietly through the dark corners of her room. She walked to the window and inspected the frame. A thin ribbon of the silver silk had worked its way into the narrow crack between the wooden sash and the stone sill, trailing down toward the floorboards, out through the gap beneath her bedroom door, and into the dark stone hallway beyond. Clara opened her door and stepped out. The carpet of the hallway was free of the threads, but along the high dark skirting boards, the silver lines continued. They ran like tiny, luminous telegraph wires along the base of the wall, leading directly down the stone corridor toward the brass-handled door of the conservatory. Her heart gave a small, curious thud, not of fear, but of an intense, sharp botanical fascination. She followed the threads. The conservatory was bright with the flat, shadowless light of a rain-drenched morning. The air inside remained warm, dense, and suffocatingly sweet. Water streamed endlessly down the glass roof, creating a silver curtain of rain that obscured the dark trees of the garden outside. Clara walked straight to the central marble dais. The 3 blooms that had opened the night before had closed slightly, their petals curling back into a half-dormant state now that the dark had passed. But they were not idle. From the tips of their long, thick roots, which had pushed through the bottom drainage holes of their clay pots, hundreds of thin, pale silk fibers were emerging. They were creeping across the dark, wet slate floor, weaving together like spun glass as they spread toward the corridor that led to the house. Clara knelt down, taking a silver scalpel and a pair of fine brass tweezers from her apron pocket. She carefully pinched one of the silver strands creeping across the floor with her tweezers. The moment the metal tips touched the thread, a distinct, tiny vibration traveled up the shaft of the tweezers and into her hand. It felt like holding a living nerve. She brought her scalpel down to sever a small sample for her microscope. The steel blade pressed against the thread. The fiber did not cut. Clara pressed harder, applying the full weight of her hand. The metal blade slid off the strand as if it were drawn steel wire. The silver line bowed slightly under the pressure, perfectly elastic, before springing back into shape without a single frayed edge. Incredible, she murmured under her breath. She tried again, placing the strand against the hard slate floor and bringing the edge of the scalpel down, like a chisel. Ping! A clear metallic ring echoed through the quiet glass house, like a small silver bell being struck. The thread remained entirely unbroken, vibrating softly against the stone, its low pitch blending seamlessly into the drumming hum of the rain overhead. Clara sat back on her heels, her breath coming a little faster now. This was not plant cellulose, nor was it spider silk or any organic secretion she had ever encountered in her years at the Kew Herbarium. It was something entirely structural, living, and incredibly dense. She looked up at the orchid plants sitting on the dies. There were 24 pots in total. If each plant was producing these conductive silver strands, and if those strands were actively extending themselves toward the manor, she turned her head, following the trajectory of the silk lines across the floor. They were not spreading randomly. They were concentrating. They gathered along the central line of the floorboards, weaving into a loose, shimmering cable that vanished down the stone corridor, leading directly into the heart of Blackwood Manor. By afternoon the rain had intensified, drumming against the conservatory glass with a relentless, hypnotic roar that turned the interior into a world unto itself. Clara spent hours in her makeshift laboratory in the manor's library, attempt after attempt failing, as she tried to analyze the properties of the silk strand she had managed to detach, not by cutting, but by carefully unseating its attachment point from the stone floor, using a flat silver spatula. Under the high magnification of her compound microscope, the thread revealed no cellular structure. There were no walls, no chloroplasts, no vascular bundles. Instead, it appeared under the lens as a hollow tube of crystal-clear material, filled with a viscous, slow-moving fluid that shimmered with microscopic, iridescent flecks. As she watched through the glass eyepiece, she realized the fluid inside the tube was moving in pulses, a slow, rhythmic pushing of liquid, rhythmically swelling and relaxing. Like an artery, she thought, her fingers tightening on the fine focus knob. Or a root drawing water. She looked up from the microscope. The library was a vast, dark room, lined with floor-to-ceiling bookcases made of black walnut. The air smelled of old leather, disintegrating rag paper, and dry rot. Rain lashed against the tall, arched windows that looked out over the dripping garden. At the center of the room sat a massive desk of carved oak. Clara rose from her stool and walked over to the desk. Lord Vance's personal papers were stacked in neat tied bundles within the drawers. She had skimmed them upon her arrival, but now she began to search through them with a deliberate, searching intensity. She pulled out a thick, leather-bound ledger marked Conservatory Log, 1882, 1887. She flipped through the yellowed pages, her eyes scanning the faded iron-gall ink script. Vance's early entries were crisp, technical, and precise, the writings of a disciplined amateur botanist detailing soil mixtures, ambient temperatures, and fertilizer formulas. But as the pages turned, the handwriting began to change. The script became larger, looser, written with a hurried, erratic pressure that tore the paper in places. November 3rd, 1885. The rain has not stopped for 12 days. The sound on the glass is magnificent. It fills the head like a sweet wine. The specimens from the valley are thriving. They have reached the stone floor now. November 18th, 1885. I no longer require the coal fires in the evening. The air from the glass house flows through the corridors, warm and dry. It carries their breath, a wonderful, heavy scent. I slept 14 hours last night and awoke feeling as light as air. December 1st, 1885. The threads have reached the study floorboards. They sing when I walk upon them, a fine, sweet pitch, like an organ played in an empty cathedral. They do not like the light of kerosene lamps. They draw back from the heat. I shall keep the lamps low. December 14th, 1885. Why did I ever leave this house? The outside world is so loud, so sharp, so full of jagged noise. Here, the rain softens everything. The silk is very soft tonight. It rests across my ankles as I read. It feels like a warm blanket. I am so very tired, but it is a pleasant tired. A gentle slipping away. The entries stopped there. The remaining 300 pages of the ledger were completely blank. Clara lowered the book slowly, her heart beating a steady, muted rhythm against her ribs. She looked down at the floor beneath the heavy oak desk. There, emerging from the gap between two floorboards, was a fresh network of silver threads. They were climbing the thick, carved leg of the desk, winding around the polished wood like ivy climbing an oak tree. As she watched, a single, delicate thread extended its tip into the air. It wavered slightly, as if feeling for something in the atmosphere, before settling gently onto the cuff of her wool sleeve. Clara did not move. The touch was feather light. She could not feel its weight against her fabric, but through her arm, a sudden strange sensation bloomed, a gentle humming warmth that crept up her forearm, soothing the tightness in her shoulders, easing the tension in her neck. It felt intoxicatingly sweet. A deep wave of exhaustion rolled over her, so sudden and complete that her knees buckled slightly. She caught herself against the edge of the heavy desk, her eyes fluttering shut for a long moment. In the darkness behind her eyelids, she didn't see the dark library or the rain-swept estate. She saw a vast, subterranean garden, an infinite tapestry of glowing, silver-white roots stretching through dark, wet earth, hummed into life by the soft, endless rhythm of falling rain. The roots were singing, 1,000 harmonious voices blending into a single majestic lullaby that promised quiet, rest, and an eternal, dreamless peace. She snapped her eyes open, gasping for air. The room came back into focus. The dark oak, the rain-streaked windows, the brass microscope. The thread was still resting on her sleeve, vibrating with that soft, hypnotic frequency. Clara pulled her arm back sharply. The thread broke from her cuff without resistance, drifting down to the carpet like a strand of spider silk in a summer breeze. Her heart was pounding now, a frantic, thumping rhythm that contrasted sharply with the heavy, dreamlike stillness that threatened to pull her under. She looked at the window. Night was falling again. The pale gray light was rapidly dying, replaced by the dense, suffocating blackness of the countryside. And with the darkness, the rain seemed to swell, pouring from the sky in sheets. Hammering against the roof of the manor with a sound like rolling drums, Clara returned to her bedchamber, her mind racing despite the heavy sweet fatigue that pulled at her limbs. She did not light the kerosene lamps. Instead, she sat in the dark on the edge of her bed, her boots removed, listening to the house. The silence of Blackwood Manor was no longer silent. It was alive with sound. Underneath the steady, ceaseless roar of the rain on the roof, the entire structure was humming. The floorboards beneath her feet vibrated with a continuous, low pitch, a deep, resonant chord that seemed to emanate from the very stone foundations of the estate. She leaned down and looked under her bed. In the darkness, she saw them. The silver threads were no longer single strands. They had woven themselves into thick, shimmering ribbons that crawled along the baseboards, climbing the corner walls, reaching toward the ceiling like the delicate, ghostly branches of a climbing vine. They glowed with a faint, bioluminescent light, a soft, pale radiance that cast no real light into the room, but shimmered like frost on a window pane in winter. Clara reached down and touched the floorboards near her feet. The wood was warm. The cold, damp draft that had filled the manor when she first arrived was entirely gone. The air in her bedroom was now as warm and thick as the air in the glass house, heavy with the scent of crushed honeycombs, dark soil, and night-blooming white petals. She lay back on the bed, resting her head against the cool feather pillow. She knew she should leave. She knew she should gather her carpet bag, put on her heavy oiled cloak, and walk out into the rain, down the dark gravel path, past the iron gates, and back toward the village. But as she lay there, the low, musical humming of the house settled over her like a heavy, velvet quilt. The sound was so beautiful. It was a melody without words, a lullaby that spoke of safety, of quietness, of an end to cold, lonely nights in damp laboratories and drafty archives. She watched as a delicate silver thread drifted down from the canopy of her four-poster bed. It swayed gently in the warm air, floating down until it settled softly across the back of her hand. A sensation of profound, perfect peace spread through her blood. The rain beat its rhythmic, endless tattoo against the glass pane beside her head. Tink, 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 tink. Clara closed her eyes, letting out a long, quiet sigh into the sweet, fragrant dark. Just a little while, she whispered to the singing darkness of the room, "I will just rest." For a little while, and as the silver threads began to weave their quiet, shimmering patterns across the indigo blanket at her feet, Clara slipped down into the warm, motionless depths of a deep and dreamless rest. Clara woke not to a sudden noise, but to the overwhelming presence of a stillness so profound it felt as though the house itself had drawn a deep, slow breath and held it. The clock on the mantelpiece had stopped at 20 minutes past 3. Its brass pendulum hung motionless behind the dark glass door, yet the room was not devoid of rhythm. Outside, the rain continued its unceasing rhythmic cadence, a soft silver murmur drumming against the tall window panes, smoothing away the sharp edges of the world beyond Blackwood Manor. She lay on her back, staring up into the shadows of the four-poster bed. The dark wool canopy above her was no longer dark. It was crisscrossed with an intricate, glowing network of silver threads. They had woven themselves into delicate, geometric webs, hanging down in soft, gossamer veils that swayed ever so slightly, stirred by the warm, sweet draft that rose from the floorboards. The strands shimmered with a faint, pearlescent radiance, casting a dim, ambient light across the room, soft as twilight, pale as milk. Clara moved her fingers. They felt remarkably heavy, as if her hands were sculpted from smooth, warm wax. There was no pain, no discomfort, only an exquisite, leaden serenity that seeped through her veins, settling deep into her marrow. From beneath the bed, from the walls, from the very joints of the ancient timber framing, came the hum. It was louder now, a rich, multi-layered chord that resonated in the hollow of her chest. It sounded like an orchestra of silver harps played deep underwater, or the low harmonic ringing of crystal goblets touched by wet fingertips. It rose and fell in time with the gentle drumming of the rain, a seamless duet between the sky and the stone. Slowly, deliberately, Clara swung her legs over the edge of the mattress. Her bare feet touched the floorboards. The wood was no longer cold. It was soft, almost yielding, covered in a thin velvet carpet of pale moss and dense silver silk that yielded beneath her soles like fine down. The threads curled softly over the arch of her foot, a sensation so warm and pleasant it brought a quiet, involuntary sigh to her lips. She stood up. Her body felt weightless, yet her movements were slow, fluid, as if she were moving through a sea of warm honey. The bedroom door stood slightly ajar. Through the opening, the stone corridor was bathed in a river of soft, silvery light. Clara walked toward the door, her nightgown trailing behind her like a pale cloud. She did not take a lantern, she did not need one. The silver threads had traced every contour of the hall, running in thick shimmering bands along the baseboards, climbing the carved door frames, laceworking across the high vaulted ceiling, until the stone corridor resembled the interior of a vast, crystalline chrysalis. She stepped out into the hall. The air was intoxicatingly dense. The scent of the orchids, that milky, almond-sweet perfume, was so thick now that it seemed to possess a physical texture, coating her lips and throat with a gentle, honeyed warmth. With every breath she drew, a wave of profound relaxation washed over her mind, smoothing away her doubts, her fears, her lingering human anxieties, leaving behind only a quiet, luminous curiosity. She followed the light. The silver threads grew thicker as she approached the east wing, merging into broad, flat ribbons of spun silk that carpeted the flagstones. They vibrated continuously against her bare soles, sending micro-tremors of sweet, melodic sound up through her ankles, her knees, her spine. It was a song of deep roots and wet earth, of ancient rain falling upon endless, undisturbed soil. She reached the heavy brass-handled door that led into the glass house. The wood of the door was completely concealed beneath a dense tapestry of white, fibrous roots and glowing silk. The brass handle itself was wrapped in a soft, silver cocoon. Clara placed her palm against the cocoon. It was warm, throbbing softly with a steady, rhythmic pulse that matched the beating of her own heart. 60 beats a minute. Slow, peaceful, unhurried. The door swung inward without a sound, yielding to her touch as if it had been waiting for her. Clara stepped into the conservatory. The world vanished into a cathedral of rain and light. Above, the massive, curved glass roof was invisible, obscured completely by the cascading sheets of water that poured down from the midnight sky. The sound was a glorious, deafening whisper, a million raindrops striking the glass in perfect, synchronized harmony. And beneath that glass canopy, the garden was ablaze. Every single one of the 24 orchids had opened fully. Their blossoms were enormous, wide, star-shaped dishes of pure, luminous white, 2 feet across, swaying gently on their arched stems. Their long, glass-like stamens vibrated so rapidly they formed glowing, halo-like rings at the center of each bloom, producing the hypnotic, multi-toned chord that filled the warm air. The mist rising from the flowers was no longer a faint vapor. It rolled off the marble dais in thick, gentle waves, pooling around Clara's knees like a bank of luminous, fragrant snow. She walked slowly down the central slate path. The plants were no longer confined to their earthenware pots. The heavy clay vessels had been shattered from within, split open by the quiet, inexorable expansion of pale, rope-like root systems. The roots had spilled out over the teak benches, cascading down to the floor in thick, silver-white waterfalls, burrowing deep into the seams between the slate flagstones. And all of them, every root, every stem, every glowing white blossom, were turned in the same direction. They were bowing toward the center of the glasshouse floor, where the central marble bench had been shifted aside. Clara stopped at the edge of the dais. Where the heavy marble bench had once rested, a massive iron trapdoor now lay open, propped back against the damp stone. It revealed a steep, winding flight of stone steps descending into the dark foundations beneath the conservatory. The silver threads did not merely run down the stairs. They originated from them. They poured up out of the cellar like a slow, shimmering river of liquid light, spilling over the slate floor and spreading out through the corridors of Blackwood Manor. From the depths of the opening came a sound deeper and richer than the hum of the flowers above. It was a low, resonant thrumming, the deep, rhythmic breathing of something vast, ancient, and undisturbed. The air rising from the cellar was warm, humid, and impossibly sweet, carrying the scent of fresh soil, crushed velvet, and rain-soaked earth. Clara looked down into the soft, glowing dark. She felt no fear. The neurotoxin of the silk weavers had done its work with merciful, breathtaking perfection. It had dissolved the sharp, rigid boundaries of her ego, quieted the restless internal voice that questioned and doubted, replacing it with a deep, primal understanding. She was a botanist. She had spent her life studying the quiet, patient intelligence of plants, the way roots searched for water, the way vines reached for support, the way flowers called to the creatures of the night. Now, the garden was calling to her. Clara lowered herself onto the first stone step. The stone beneath her bare feet was soft, coated in a thick, velvety layer of silk moss. As her foot made contact, the silver fibers curled gently around her toes, welcoming her, supporting her weight with a gentle, elastic yield. She descended into the earth. Step by step, she went down into the foundations of Blackwood Manor. The narrow staircase curved around a central pillar of ancient brickwork, leading down past the modern cellars, past the Victorian coal vaults, down into the deep, prehistoric chalk beds beneath the Sussex Downs. The walls were no longer made of stone or mortar. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, Clara found herself standing in a vast, vaulted cavern. The ceiling was held aloft, not by iron beams or stone arches, but by a colossal, subterranean architecture of interwoven roots. They were as thick as ancient oaks, massive, pale, ivory columns that stretched out in every direction, twisting together to form soaring Gothic vaults and delicate, lattice-worked arcades. Embedded within these massive root trunks were millions of fine, silver silk threads, pulsing with rhythmic waves of soft pearlescent light. The entire foundation of the estate, the manor house, the glass house, the gardens, the long gravel drive, rested upon the back of this living, breathing structure. The house had not been built upon the land land had grown the house. At the center of the cavern, bathed in a gentle, ambient glow, sat a wide, circular basin of dark rain-saturated loam. Clara walked toward it, her gown brushing against the soft, vibrating root curtains that hung from the ceiling like chandeliers of spun glass. In the center of the basin, resting upon a raised bench of woven silver roots, sat a figure. Clara slowed her steps, her breath catching softly in her chest. It was Lord Arthur Vance. He was not a corpse. He sat reclined against the root bench, clad in his dark tweed suit, his hands folded peacefully in his lap. His face was entirely unlined, smooth and pale as marble, caught in an expression of profound, serene contentment. A faint, gentle smile rested upon his lips. He was completely sharded in silk. Fine, silver-white threads had woven a translucent, lace-like cocoon around his body, securing him softly to the root bench. Small, delicate white orchid buds, tiny variations of the massive blooms above, had sprouted along his lapels, their stems gently entwined with his wool jacket. His chest rose and fell. It was impossibly slow, one deep, quiet breath every 2 minutes, but he was breathing. The living root system was feeding him. Bathed in the rain-saturated nutrients of the soil, sustaining his body in a state of perpetual, dreamless hibernation. He was not a victim of a predator, he was a guest in a sanctuary, suspended in an everlasting, peaceful slumber, spared from the coldness, the decay, and the grief of the mortal world above. Clara stood beside the basin, gazing down at the old botanist. She understood now. The Sanatorium tapestry was not merely a plant. It was the sensory organ, the lure and the soothing tongue of an ancient solitary entity that dwelt beneath the rain-soaked hills. It did not hunt with violence or pain. It did not strike or devour. It sang. It offered what every tired, lonely soul secretly craved, an end to the storm, a quiet place to rest, a warm and gentle shelter where the mind could lay down its burdens and merge with the endless, peaceful rhythm of the earth. The rain far above was the organism's drink, its awakening, its song. And the orchids were its invitation. A gentle rustle sounded behind her. Clara turned slowly. The silver threads that lined the floor of the cavern were creeping softly over her bare feet. They did not bind her, they caressed her, rising like warm, soft silk ribbons along her ankles, her calves, her knees. They felt like the touch of a mother placing a heavy, warm quilt over a sleeping child. The low, melodic humming in the cavern swelled softly, wrapping around her consciousness like a sweet, velvet cloak. Rest, the sound seemed to whisper, though there were no words, only the pure, resonant feeling of peace. Rest, Clara. The rain is falling. The long night has come. Lay down your heavy thoughts. Clara looked up through the vaulted root arches toward the distant ceiling, where she could hear the faint, muffled thunder of the continuous rain drumming against the glass house far above. She felt a deep, overwhelming wave of gratitude. She thought of the cold, gray streets of London, the dusty, sterile rooms of the herbarium, the endless, lonely years spent pressing dead leaves between sheets of paper, searching for life in dry, withered things. Here, life was infinite. Here, life was warm, glowing, and eternal. She walked forward, stepping into the soft, dark loam of the central basin. The earth was warm against her feet, smelling of rich peat and rain-drenched honey. She sat down upon a gentle, curved cradle of woven silver roots that rose up to meet her. The root structure yielded softly beneath her weight, contouring perfectly to the shape of her body, holding her with an exquisite, tender security. Clara leaned her head back against the soft, velvet-covered wood. The silver threads began to weave themselves gently across her lap. They trailed over her arms, her wrists, her shoulders, weaving a delicate, weightless blanket of spunlight that smelled of white petals and warm earth. She did not resist. She spread her fingers, letting the fine, vibrating fibers loop softly around her knuckles, feeling the deep, harmonic pulse of the estate humming directly into her skin. Her eyes grew heavy, so wonderfully, beautifully heavy. Through the soft veil of her eyelashes, she watched a single, white orchid stem bow its head above her. Its massive, glowing star-like blossom unfolded directly over her face, spilling its sweet, luminous vapor down upon her skin like a kiss of warm rain. The hum of the garden filled her entirely, drowning out the last, lingering echoes of the outside world. She heard the rain tapping against the glass house far, far above. Tink, 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 tink. A gentle, eternal lullaby. Clara let out one final, quiet sigh, a sound of utter, flawless peace, and closed her eyes, sinking down, down, down into the warm, silk-woven dark of the endless garden. The rain outside had no beginning and no intention of an end. It fell in heavy rhythmic sheets, turning the unknown city into a smudged canvas of wet asphalt, dark basalt architecture, and bleeding neon. Inside the taxicab, the world had been reduced to the slow, metronomic sweep of the windshield wipers and the damp, woolly smell of Marcus's heavy overcoat. But when the cab pulled away from the curb and vanished into the fog, leaving him standing before the soaring entrance of the Terminus Hotel, the street noise seemed to instantly dissolve, swallowed whole by the sheer, imposing presence of the building. The hotel rose up into the low-hanging cloud cover and colossal monument of polished black granite and gleaming brass trim. Its Art Deco facade featured sharply carved motifs of geometric feathers and cascading stars, frozen in stone high above the pavement. Double doors of heavy plate glass, framed in thick tarnished brass, stood closed against the weather. Behind the glass, a soft golden light pulsed with a quiet, inviting heat, like the dying embers of a massive fireplace. Marcus shifted his leather satchel over his shoulder, his fingers cold and stiff around the handle of his battered suitcase. He was tired in a way that felt bone deep, a heavy velvet exhaustion that had settled into his joints over days, or perhaps weeks, of endless travel. He could barely recall the town he had left behind, nor the exact turnings of the road that had brought him to this dark, unfamiliar Grand Avenue. All he knew was that he needed a desk, a lamp, and a quiet place to write. A place where the world could not reach him. He pushed through the heavy brass doors. The moment the seal of the glass broke, the sound of the rain was cut off as cleanly as if a heavy velvet curtain had been dropped behind him. The air inside the grand lobby was instantly warm, thick with the nostalgic fragrances of beeswax polish, aged mahogany, cedarwood, and the faint dry ozone scent of cast iron radiators humming in the corners. The lobby was vast, its vaulted ceiling lost in soft shadows 20 feet above. Soaring columns of dark, green-veined marble supported golden cornices that reflected the dim amber light of high-hanging glass chandeliers. Beneath Marcus's feet lay a runner of deep burgundy carpet, so plush and thick that his damp leather soles made no sound at all as he stepped forward. The sheer stillness of the space was hypnotic. It felt less like entering a building and more like stepping into a vast, submerged cathedral preserved in amber. Behind a long, curved reception desk of carved walnut sat the desk clerk. He was an impeccably groomed man of uncertain age, dressed in a sharp, slate-gray suit with a silver pocket watch chain looped neatly across his vest. His hands, pale and slender, rested flat upon a leather blotter. As Marcus approached, the clerk raised his head, offering a quiet, measured smile that possessed neither intrusion nor coldness, only an absolute, serene welcome. "Good evening, sir," the clerk said. His voice was low, smooth, and resonant, like a cellist drawing a bow across a heavy lower string. "Welcome to the terminus." "Good evening," Marcus replied, his own voice sounding surprisingly thin in the immense, quiet space. "I need a room. Something quiet, if you have it, high up, away from the street." "Of course," the clerk murmured softly, turning a heavy leather-bound register toward Marcus without a moment's hesitation. "We have precisely what you require. A corner suite on the 7th floor. Quiet, private, and entirely undisturbed." Marcus picked up the heavy brass pen resting beside the book. As he dipped the nib into the inkwell, he noticed that the register was already filled with lines of fine, sweeping cursive script, though the names and dates seemed curiously faded, as if written decades ago or blurred by a gentle dampness. He signed his name, Marcus Vance, and laid the pen down. The clerk picked up a heavy, teardrop-shaped key fob made of solid brass. Attached to it was a long, traditional iron key, its surface polished smooth by thousands of hands. Stamped into the brass fob were the digits, 709. Room 709, the clerk said softly, placing the key onto the velvet counterpad. The elevator is straight ahead. Should you require anything at all during your stay, simply pick up the room telephone. Though I believe you will find everything has already been arranged to suit your needs. Thank you, Marcus said, taking the key. It was surprisingly heavy, warming quickly against the chill of his palm. Is the dining room still open? I didn't notice the time. Time is of very little consequence here, Mr. Vance, the clerk replied, his smile lingering with gentle warmth. Rest assured, you will find all the comfort you require in 709. Marcus nodded, his weary mind too dull to parse the subtle oddity of the answer. He turned and walked across the wide expanse of the burgundy carpet toward the elevator bank. The elevator was an open-work cage of wrought iron and polished brass, set into a wall of dark marble. When Marcus pressed the brass call button, there was no loud chime or mechanical groan, only a low subterranean hum that vibrated gently through the soles of his shoes. The inner iron gate slid open with a whisper of oiled metal. Marcus stepped inside. The elevator car was lined with dark wood paneling and lit by a small, amber-tinted globe in the ceiling. He pressed the circular brass button marked 7. The gates slid shut with a soft, decisive click, and the car began to ascend. The movement was unnaturally smooth. There was no sensation of acceleration, no sway, only the steady, rhythmic passing of floor indicator lights behind the glass panel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When the car settled at the 7th floor, the iron gate glided back. Marcus stepped out into a corridor that seemed to stretch indefinitely in both directions. The 7th floor hallway was bathed in the same warm amber glow as the lobby. Wall sconces shaped like blooming glass lilies were spaced at precise intervals along walls covered in dark damask wallpaper patterned with subtle, curling vines. The deep burgundy carpet continued here, swallowing the sound of his footsteps entirely. The air was warm and still, smelling faintly of lavender, old books, and dry heat. Marcus walked down the corridor, passing dark walnut doors with raised brass numbers, 701, 703, 705, 707. He stopped at room 709. He fitted the heavy iron key into the lock. The mechanism turned with a deep, substantial clack. Marcus pushed the door open and stepped inside, shutting the hallway behind him. Room 709 was a masterpiece of quiet, golden-hued comfort. The entrance hallway opened into a spacious bedchamber featuring a high-backed mahogany bed dressed in crisp, gleaming white linens and topped with a heavy, dark wool folded blanket. To the left stood a deep plush armchair upholstered in dark blue velvet, positioned beside a cast iron radiator that gave off a gentle, rhythmic ticking sound as it radiated solid, comforting warmth. Beside the armchair was a sturdy walnut writing desk. Upon the desk sat a brass reading lamp with an emerald green glass shade, a stack of thick, cream-colored cotton paper, and a matte black manual typewriter, its silver-rimmed keys gleaming under the soft lamp light. Marcus let out a long, slow breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The tension in his shoulders, accumulated over months of frantic deadlines and aimless travel, began to dissolve into the thick, cozy warmth of the room. He set his suitcase by the foot of the bed and unbuttoned his damp overcoat, hanging it neatly inside a large, mirrored mahogany wardrobe near the door. The interior of the wardrobe smelled rich and resinous, like cedar oil and old silk. He walked over to the desk and touched the typewriter. It was an immaculate vintage model, heavy and solid, its mechanical parts freshly oiled and pristine. A blank sheet of paper was already fed into the roller, waiting for the first word. Marcus smiled faintly. It was as if the room had been prepared specifically for his arrival, tailored down to the smallest detail to invite creative solitude. He turned toward the nightstand beside the bed. Resting on the polished wood surface was a small, heavy desk clock crafted from dark brass with a faintly glowing face. Its hands pointed precisely to 3:14 am. Marcus unbuckled his wristwatch, a reliable steel piece he had worn for years, and laid it down on the nightstand next to the brass clock. He noticed with a passing flicker of idle curiosity that his wristwatch also read 3:14 am. He must have lost track of the hours entirely during the long, monotonous drive through the rain. He walked to the broad, double-hung window at the far end of the room and pulled back the heavy midnight blue drapery. Outside, the rain continued its silent, torrential descent. The window looked out over a narrow, cobblestone alley slick with water, sandwiched between the dark, towering brick walls of adjacent deco buildings. Down below, mounted on the brickwork of the building opposite his window, hung a large neon sign. Its glass tubes glowed in deep electric shades of violet and cobalt blue, casting shimmering, distorted ribbons of light across the wet window pane and into the dark alley below. The sign read simply, Hotel Terminus. Marcus stood by the window for a long time, watching the water run in clear. Braided streams down the outer glass. The sound of the storm was muffled here, reduced to a continuous, soothing hiss that sounded like breath passing through silk. As he stood in the peaceful dark, another sound drifted into the room. It was faint at first, so soft it seemed almost imagined, floating up through the floorboards, or perhaps traveling down the hallway from somewhere deep within the hotel. It was the sound of a piano. A solitary musician was playing a slow, melancholic jazz piece. The notes were clear, round, and muffled by distance, drifting through the air like smoke. The melody followed a gentle, descending chord progression, a sequence of minor sevenths that rose slightly before resolving into a quiet, lingering chord that seemed to hang suspended in the warm air of the room. Marcus leaned his head against the cool window frame. Listening, the music was profoundly peaceful. It possessed a quiet, hypnotic cadence that matched the slow, steady ticking of the radiator and the rhythmic patter of the rain against the pane. He felt a sudden, deep sense of contentment. The noise of the outside world, the demands of his editor, the chaos of the city streets, the sharp, anxious edges of his everyday life seemed to have been washed away by the storm. Here, in room 709, there was only the rain, the warmth of the radiator, the faint jazz piano, and the blank sheet of paper waiting on the desk. Marcus walked back to the plush velvet armchair, sat down, and allowed his eyes to drift closed. He would rest for just a few minutes, he told himself, before beginning his work. When Marcus opened his eyes, the room was exactly as he had left it. The green glass lamp on the desk cast a warm, emerald circle of light across the walnut grain. The radiator ticked its steady, rhythmic pulse in the corner. The faint, sweet smell of rain and cedar filled the air. He felt remarkably well rested, the heavy fog in his mind cleared by what felt like a long, deep slumber. He stretched his arms, feeling the stiffness leave his back, and stood up from the armchair. He walked over to the nightstand to check the time, intending to see if it was late enough to go down for breakfast. The brass clock on the nightstand read 3:14 am. Marcus stared at the glowing face for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. He picked up the small clock, turning it over in his hand. The brass casing was cool to the touch. The tiny internal balance wheel was moving back and forth in a steady, energetic rhythm, and he could hear the faint, delicate click-click-click of its gears working perfectly inside. Yet the dark hands remained locked firmly on the figures 3 and 14. He laid it down and picked up his wristwatch from the nightstand. Its thin sweep second hand was stopped dead at the top of the 12, while the hour and minute hands pointed squarely at 3 and 14. Marcus shook his wrist watch gently against his ear. Nothing. He wound the crown a few turns. It felt tight, fully wound, yet the mechanism remained motionless. Dead battery, Marcus muttered to himself, though a slight, uncomfortable prickle of unease touched the back of his neck. It was a strange coincidence for both clocks to stop at the exact same minute. But strange coincidences were the currency of tired travel. He turned toward the window and pulled back the blue velvet curtain. The rain was still falling with the exact same density, the same uninterrupted rhythm. Outside, the neon sign in the alley shone with its deep violet light. Marcus leaned closer to the window pane, his eyes tracking a single, heavy drop of water as it trickled down the outer glass. The drop slid down the center of the window, paused briefly at a slight imperceptible notch in the glass, split into 2 smaller droplets, and ran off the bottom frame. Marcus watched the glass. 5 seconds later, another drop descended down the exact same line, hit the same notch, split into the same 2 droplets, and vanished off the frame. Then another, and another. Every drop followed the identical path, splitting at the precise same fraction of a second, perfectly synchronized with the soft, buzzing pulse of the violet neon sign down below. Marcus stepped back from the glass, his breath fogging the pane briefly before dissolving into nothingness. From beyond the oak door of room 709, the jazz piano continued to play. Marcus listened intently. He had spent years writing in obscure cafes, late-night bars, and quiet hotel lounges. His ear was naturally tuned to ambient sound. He began to trace the structure of the piece floating through the hall. It was a slow, 12-measure motif. The piano played a soft, lonely melody in a low register, answered by a gentle, cascading chord sequence in the mid-range. The phrase built toward a delicate, suspended minor chord, held it for 3 beats, and then resolved quietly into the root key. Marcus watched the second hand of his dead wristwatch, counting his own heartbeats in the stillness of the room. 1, 2, 3. The piano piece finished its final resolving chord. There was a pause, precisely 2 beats of complete silence, broken only by the hiss of the radiator, and then the piece began again. The exact same melody. Marcus stood frozen beside the desk, listening with hyper-focused intensity. The pianist played through the 12 measures, the timing, the pressure on the keys, the slight lingering rubato on the 6th measure. It was identical. Except, as the melody reached its 2nd cycle, Marcus caught a tiny, almost imperceptible variation. On the 8th measure, the pianist touched a soft, quiet grace note on a lower key, a subtle melancholy accent that hadn't been there the first time. 6 minutes passed. The phrase ended, paused for 2 beats, and began again. On the 3rd loop, the grace note was gone, but the final suspended chord was held a fraction of a second longer, letting the piano strings vibrate until their sound faded entirely into the hum of the radiator. It was not a recording. The microscopic variations in touch and timing proved an actual human hand was striking the keys somewhere in the building. But the structure was an infinite, self-contained loop, precisely 6 minutes long, repeating endless variations on the same lonely theme. A slow, cold knot began to form in the pit of Marcus's stomach. The cozy, protective warmth of room 709 suddenly felt slightly denser, heavier, as if the air itself were thickening like cooling wax. He turned toward his walnut desk. The typewriter sat under the amber glow of the desk lamp, silent and expectant. Driven by a sudden nervous urge to anchor himself to something real, something tangible, Marcus sat down on the wooden chair and placed his fingers upon the keys. He struck a key. Clack. The sound was sharp, metallic, and profoundly loud in the quiet room. The letter T printed itself in crisp, black ink on the cream paper. Marcus began to type. He typed furiously, pouring his thoughts onto the page to drown out the relentless rhythm of the rain and the 6-minute cadence of the piano. He wrote about the long road that had brought him here, the rain-slicked highways, the quiet towns that seemed to blur together in the dark. He wrote about his childhood home, the smell of rain on dry dirt, the simple, undeniable reality of physical things. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Clack, 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 ding. He pushed the carriage return lever back with a sharp, satisfying metallic ring and kept typing. Page after page filled with dense, dark prose. He set each completed page face down beside the machine, building a neat stack of crisp paper. He worked until his fingers burned with fatigue, until his eyes felt scratchy and dry, until the muscles in his neck throbbed with a dull, familiar ache. He had been writing for hours. 4 hours, at least. Perhaps 5, a full night's labor. Exhausted but strangely satisfied, Marcus leaned back in the chair, letting his hands rest in his lap. He took a deep breath, inhaling the dry heat of the room and the ink on the paper. He glanced over at the nightstand. The brass clock read 3:14 am. Marcus stopped breathing. He stared at the crimson digits. They did not flicker. They did not shift. He leaned over, snatched up his stack of typed pages from the desk, and began to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 24 pages of manuscript, covered from top to bottom in dark, freshly printed ink. The ink was slightly damp under his thumb. 24 pages of typing took hours. It was physically impossible to produce such a volume of work in a single minute. Yet the clock had not moved. The hands were frozen. Marcus stood up so fast his chair scraped loudly against the hardwood surrounding the floor rug. He walked over to the door of room 709, his heart pounding a sudden, erratic rhythm against his ribs. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly, and grasped the cold brass doorknob. He turned it and pulled the heavy oak door open. The 7th-floor corridor stretched out before him, bathed in its motionless, golden amber light. The air in the hallway was utterly still. The damask wallpaper was untouched by draft. The glass lily sconces burned with steady, unblinking flames. Down the hall, the faint jazz piano played its quiet chord progression, reaching the 5th measure of its infinite loop. Marcus stepped out of his room, leaving the door unlocked behind him. The plush burgundy carpet swallowed his footfalls with eerie efficiency, creating a strange, disorienting sensation. It felt as though he were walking through water, or through a heavy waking dream. He looked down the corridor to his left. At the far end of the hall, perhaps 60 feet away, stood the brass doors of the elevator he had taken up from the lobby. Between room 709 and the elevator were precisely 20 dark walnut doors, 10 on each side, mounted with gleaming brass numbers. Marcus decided to walk to the elevator. He needed to go down to the lobby. He needed to speak to the desk clerk, to see a human face, to ask why the clocks were dead and why the storm outside never shifted. He began to walk. He took long, deliberate strides along the center of the burgundy runner. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. He kept his eyes fixed firmly on the brass elevator doors at the end of the hall. He passed room 711 on his right. He passed room 717 on his left. He took 10 more steps, then 10 more. He stopped. Marcus looked down at the floor beside him. Mounted on the walnut door immediately to his right was a brass plate with raised digits, 709. He looked down at his feet. He was standing on the exact same patch of carpet outside his own open doorway. The warm amber light from his desk lamp was still spilling across the threshold onto the hallway floor. Puzzled, Marcus shook his head. He took a deep breath, braced his legs, and broke into a fast, determined stride toward the elevator. He walked rapidly, counting his steps aloud in the quiet hall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The brass elevator doors remained in the distance, precisely 60 feet away. Marcus picked up his pace, moving into a heavy jog. His feet pounded down into the thick carpet, but no sound returned to his ears. The lily sconces glided past his peripheral vision in a smooth, continuous blur of gold, yet the elevator did not get any closer. He stopped again, gasping for air, his chest heaving. He turned to his right. There was the open door of room 709. Inside, his matte black typewriter sat under the emerald lamp, and his 24 typed pages lay stacked upon the desk. The corridor was not infinite in length. It was fixed in space, yet it refused to let him move through it. No matter how many steps he took forward, the space beneath his feet folded back upon itself with quiet, elastic precision, keeping him anchored eternally to the threshold of room 709. He was precisely 20 doors away from the elevator. In 20 doors he would remain. A cold, sharp wave of dread broke over Marcus, cascading through his limbs like ice water. The cozy, velvet warmth of the hotel collapsed in an instant, revealing the profound, terrifying isolation hidden beneath its gilded surface. He retreated into room 709 and slammed the heavy oak door shut. The lock engaged with a loud metallic clack that echoed through the small apartment. Marcus stood with his back pressed against the thick wood of the door, his throat tight, his lungs pulling in short, shallow breaths. The room was still. The radiator ticked gently, click, 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 releasing its warm, cedar-scented air. On the nightstand the brass clock glowed with serene, unbothered clarity, 3:14 a.m. From beyond the window pane, the rain continued to fall in its endless, impossible ribbons. Down in the alley, the violet neon sign flickered, buzz, glow, hum, in perfect rhythm with the drops. And from somewhere beneath the floorboards, the solitary piano began its 6-minute loop once more, rising into a soft, beautiful, and utterly heart-wrenching minor 7th chord. Marcus was not alone in a hotel room. He was trapped inside a pocket of frozen time, a gilded cage lined in burgundy velvet and dark mahogany, where the night would never end, the storm would never break, and the clock would never reach 3:15. Marcus stood inside the entrance of room 709, his back pressed hard against the solid oak door, his breath coming in slow. Shallow shudders that rustled the quiet air of the apartment. The room offered no hostility. It possessed only the same deep, velvety comfort it had offered when he first crossed the threshold. The amber light from the desk lamp bathed the walnut floorboards in a pool of honeyed warmth. The cast iron radiator ticked with the steady, reassuring rhythm of an old heart. And from somewhere beyond the walls, the muted jazz piano drifted through the stillness, embarking once more upon its 6-minute sequence of slow, sorrowful minor sevenths. Yet the warmth felt different now. It no longer felt like a welcome. It felt like an embrace that refused to loosen its grip. Marcus ran a hand over his face, feeling the faint stubble on his jaw, the cool dampness of his skin. He needed to think. He needed to find a logical, grounded explanation for the spatial anomaly in the corridor, for the stopped watch, for the clock whose hands clung so stubbornly to 3:14. He moved away from the door, his steps silent upon the thick blue and gold oriental rug that covered the center of the floor. He approached the bedside table. Beside the dark brass clock lay the heavy black bakelite telephone he had noticed earlier. Its cord, wrapped in woven black cloth, coiled down to a brass wall plate near the baseboard. Marcus reached out and lifted the receiver to his ear. The bakelite was shockingly cold against the skin of his cheek, a sharp contrast to the soft heat of the bedroom. He pressed the heavy receiver tightly to his ear and waited. There was no dial tone. Instead, the earphone filled with a soft, continuous sound, a distant, muffled rushing that sounded remarkably like rain falling onto a hollow metal surface. Beneath the rain, far off as if transmitted across miles of dark water, he could hear the faint, lingering resonance of a single piano note, vibrating endlessly without ever fading away. "Hello?" Marcus whispered into the mouthpiece. His voice sounded muffled, swallowed instantly by the heavy velvet draperies of the room. "Is someone at the desk?" He waited. For several seconds, there was only the low, soothing hiss of the receiver. Then, through the static and the sound of distant rain, a voice spoke. It was the desk clerk, low, smooth, and extraordinarily gentle, speaking with a calm, whispered cadence that seemed to vibrate directly inside Marcus's ear. "Is everything to your satisfaction, Mr. Vance?" the clerk asked. The tone contained no mockery, no malice, only an overwhelming, tranquil concern. "The clock in my room isn't moving," Marcus said, his voice trembling slightly despite his effort to remain composed. "And the hallway, I tried to walk to the elevator, but the corridor wouldn't let me reach it. What is this place? What time is it?" A brief, thoughtful silence followed on the line, filled only with the soft, rhythmic click of the radiator in Marcus's room. "It is 3:14 in the morning, Mr. Vance," the clerk replied softly. "It has been 3:14 for a very long time, and as for your location, you are precisely where you have always wished to be. A quiet room, a warm fire, a desk, and all the time you could ever require to finish your work." "I want to leave," Marcus said. "I need to check out." "There is no need to hurry, Marcus," the clerk whispered, his voice dropping to a hypnotic, warm murmur that made Marcus's eyelids feel heavy, as though a soft woolen blanket had been drawn up over his shoulders. "The night outside is cold and wet, the roads are dark and treacherous. Here, the storm cannot touch you. Here, you may rest. Take your time. The paper is waiting." The line clicked softly, and the voice vanished, replaced once more by the low, gentle hiss of distant falling rain. Marcus slowly lowered the receiver back onto its heavy brass cradle. The coldness of the plastic lingered on his ear for a moment before the ambient warmth of the bedroom reclaimed his skin. He turned toward the mahogany wardrobe. He opened its wide, double-paneled doors, the brass hinges turning without a sound. Inside, his damp tweed overcoat hung on a heavy wooden hanger. He reached out and touched the sleeve. The heavy wool was cool and wet to the touch, soaked through with rain from his arrival. But as he pressed his fingers into the weave, he realized something strange. The water did not transfer to his skin. His fingertips remained completely dry. The coat was not drying, nor was it dripping onto the floor of the wardrobe. It existed in a perpetual state of having just come in from the rain, frozen at the exact moment he had hung it up. He closed the wardrobe doors. The large oval mirror set into the front reflected the room behind him. The amber lamp, the plush blue armchair, the cast iron radiator, and himself standing in the center, a dark silhouette against the golden light. Marcus stared at his reflection. The image was sharp, clear, and perfectly still. But as he watched, he noticed that his chest in the mirror was barely moving. He took a long, deep breath, expanding his lungs fully, yet the man in the mirror seemed to remain suspended in a state of absolute, effortless calm, his shoulders motionless, his expression one of profound, dreamlike neutrality. He turned away from the mirror and walked to the desk. The 24 pages he had typed sat in a neat, square stack beside the matte black typewriter. Marcus picked up the top page and held it under the emerald light of the lamp. The text was dense, line after line of dark, precise lettering, but as he read the words he had written during his frantic hours at the keyboard, a cold shudder ran down his spine. The sentences were not his novel. They were detailed, obsessive descriptions of the room itself. The radiator hums at 84 hertz, the page read. The fourth floorboard from the door creaks with the weight of a resting man. The window pane bears 3 curved scratches near the lower left latch, shaped like the crescent moon. The rain falls in 72 drops per minute against the outer glass. The piano plays in the key of F minor, resolving every 6 minutes into a chord that holds no rest. Marcus dropped the page back onto the desk. He had no memory of writing those words. His fingers had moved across the keys for hours, driven by the belief that he was pouring out the story he had carried in his mind for years, yet his hands had merely been recording the architecture of his surroundings, mapping the boundaries of his gilded cell. He stepped back from the desk, his mind racing. The hallway had refused to let him reach the elevator. The telephone offered only soft, comforting evasions. The clock refused to tick. But a hotel of this size, a vast deco monument built in an era of strict municipal codes, must possess another way down. An emergency exit. A fire stairwell. Marcus walked back to the oak door of room 709. He placed his hand on the brass knob, took a long, steadying breath, and turned it. The door swung open silently into the amber-lit corridor. The hallway was unchanged. The damask wallpaper with its curling vine patterns sat under the soft glow of the glass lily sconces. Down the hall, the jazz piano was currently midway through its slow, descending phrase, the notes drifting through the carpeted air like leaves falling on still water. Marcus stepped out into the hall, leaving the door of room 709 wide open behind him so that the warm light from his desk lamp spilled across the burgundy carpet. He did not look toward the elevator to his left. Instead, he turned his head to the right, peering down the long, shadowed stretch of the corridor that led away from the main foyer. Far down the hall, set back in a small recessed alcove that he had overlooked upon his initial arrival, sat a heavy metal door painted in a flat, dark green enamel. Above it, framed in dark iron, shone a muted glass sign that glowed with a faint, pale emerald light, fire exit. Marcus felt a small, sharp spark of hope ignite in his chest. He began to walk toward the green door. He kept his pace slow and deliberate, watching the floor beneath his feet. He passed room 707. He passed room 705. Unlike his attempt to reach the elevator, the corridor here seemed to yield to his movement. The doors glided past him one by one. The distance between himself and the green exit sign began to shrink. 10 steps, 15 steps, 20 steps. He reached the alcove. The heavy steel door stood before him, rustic and utilitarian compared to the opulent woodwork of the guest rooms. A thick, horizontal brass push bar spanned its middle, dull with age and covered in faint scratches. Marcus reached out and pressed his palms against the brass bar. He pushed down. The internal latch retracted with a loud, mechanical clack chunk that shattered the quiet of the hallway like breaking glass. Marcus leaned his weight into the door. It swung outward, breaking a seal of heavy rubber, and opened into the cool, silent darkness of the stairwell. The shift in atmosphere was instantaneous and absolute. The warm cedar and wax-scented air of the 7th floor was instantly replaced by a cool, dry draft that smelled faintly of damp concrete, iron rust, and old stone dust. The sound of the rain and the muted jazz piano were cut off entirely, replaced by a deep, cavernous stillness that seemed to ring softly in Marcus's ears. Marcus stepped across the threshold, his leather shoes making a sharp, echoing tap against the hard concrete landing. The stairwell was vast and tall, a vertical shaft constructed of unpainted gray concrete and painted steel. A thick iron handrail, painted flat black, wound its way up and down through the darkness. The only illumination came from small, wire-caged bulb fixtures mounted on the concrete walls every 2 landings, casting dim, orange-hued circles of light across the steps. Marcus looked up. The stairs spiraled upward into impenetrable shadow, fading into a quiet, dusty void. He looked down. The concrete steps descended in a square, geometric spiral, falling away flight after flight into the deep dark below. Marcus took a deep breath of the cool, dusty air. It felt dry and clean in his lungs, stripping away the heavy, suffocating warmth of the hotel corridor. He placed his right hand on the cool iron railing and began his descent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His footsteps echoed sharply against the bare concrete walls, a clear, solitary sound that bounced up and down the stairwell shaft. Tap, 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 he reached the landing for the 6th floor. A heavy steel door stood set into the wall, painted green, with a small square of wire, reinforced glass near the top. Stenciled on the door in faded yellow paint were the figures, floor 6. Marcus did not try the handle. He was determined to reach the bottom, to find the street level, to push through the final exit and feel the cold, real rain against his face. He continued down. Floor 5. The echoing sound of his footsteps seemed to rhythmically measure his progress. The air grew slightly cooler as he descended, carrying a crisp, metallic edge that felt like the open air of an autumn night. Floor 4. Floor 3. Floor 2. Floor 1. Marcus arrived at the landing marked Floor 1. Beside the green steel door marked Floor 1, the iron staircase continued its downward path, plunging into the darkness beneath the building. Ground level, Marcus whispered to himself, his voice sounding flat and small against the hard concrete walls. He looked at the door marked Floor 1. He reached out and pushed the brass bar. The door was locked tight. The bar refused to budge, rigid and immovable under his hand. He looked down at the steps leading into the basement levels. A faint, low light glimmers from somewhere far below, suggesting another exit at the street or service level. Marcus gripped the iron railing and kept descending. Basement 1. Basement 2. Basement 3. He kept walking down the concrete steps, flight after flight. 10 flights, 15 flights, 20 flights. The rhythm of his descent became hypnotic. Tap, 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 step, landing, turn, step, landing, turn. The air did not grow colder, nor did it grow warmer. The faint scent of concrete and iron remained identical on every landing. The caged orange bulbs passed overhead at exact, unwavering intervals. Marcus lost track of the count. Was he on the 30th flight? The 40th? He stopped on a concrete landing, his thighs aching slightly from the continuous descent, his hand tight around the cold iron railing. He looked up into the stairwell shaft, a square tunnel of concrete stretching endlessly upward into darkness. He looked down, an identical square tunnel stretching endlessly downward into shadow. There were no stenciled numbers on the walls here. The concrete was plain, smooth, and silent. A quiet, creeping realization began to settle over Marcus's mind, heavy and cold as lead. He had walked down enough steps to descend far beneath the foundation of any hotel ever built, far beneath the bedrock of any city. He had descended 30, perhaps 40 stories into the earth, yet the air remained unchanged. The stairs continued. And the depth yielded no end. Driven by a sudden, surging panic, Marcus took the next flight of stairs at a run. He bounded down the steps, 3 at a time, his leather soles slamming hard against the concrete. Clack, clack, clack. The sound roared in the enclosed concrete shaft, a frantic, echoing rhythm that chased him down the spiral. He ran around one turn, then another, descending blind into the dim orange light. Then, at the bottom of the next flight, he saw a door. It was a heavy green steel door, identical to all the others, set into the concrete wall of the landing. But unlike the dark doors above, a soft, warm bar of golden light was visible along its bottom edge, shining brightly across the dark concrete floor. Above the door, a brass plate read, "Exit." Marcus stumbled onto the landing, his heart pounding in his throat, his chest heaving. He reached out with both hands and slammed his palms against the brass panic bar. The heavy mechanism gave way with a satisfying, deep metallic latching sound. Marcus shoved the heavy steel door open and hurled himself through the threshold, eager to feel the cold asphalt, the night wind, the open sky. He stepped through. His foot descended not onto cold pavement, but into something thick, soft, and deep. The crisp, cool air of the concrete stairwell instantly vanished, replaced by a wave of gentle, scented heat, beeswax polish, aged cedar, dry cast iron, and the faint fragrance of lavender. Marcus froze. He was standing on a plush runner of deep burgundy carpet. Above him, a glass lily sconce cast a warm, honey-colored light across dark damask wallpaper patterned with curling vines. He turned around slowly, his breath catching in his throat. The steel fire door behind him was gone. In its place stood a tall, dark walnut door mounted with a polished brass plate. The digits on the plate read 709. Marcus was back on the 7th floor. He stood in the silent, carpeted corridor, his hands hanging limp at his sides, his mind refusing to process the impossible geometry of the space he had just navigated. He had descended 30 flights of concrete stairs, running downward until his legs burned, only to step directly through the exit door and back onto the exact same floor where his journey had begun. The corridor stretched out in both directions, serene, motionless, and bathed in eternal amber. And then, as Marcus stood frozen on the burgundy carpet, he heard a sound. It came from behind the dark oak door of room 709. It was a sharp, rhythmic sound, crisp, metallic, and steady. Clack, 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 ding. A brief pause, followed by the soft sliding rasp of a mechanical carriage return being pushed back to the right. Clack, 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 ding. Marcus felt the blood drain from his face. Someone, or something, was inside his room, sitting at his walnut desk, under his emerald lamp, typing on his matte black manual typewriter. Marcus reached out his hand. His fingers brushed against his own key fob in his trousers pocket, but when he touched the brass handle of room 709, he found the door was already slightly ajar. It swung inward with a soft, quiet sigh. Marcus stepped into the room. The amber light from the desk lamp flooded his eyes. The cast iron radiator ticked its steady, gentle rhythm in the corner. The rain ran down the outer window pane in its endless, synchronized streams. At the far side of the room sat the walnut desk. The black typewriter was operating. The dark steel keys were rising and falling in midair, striking the cream-colored paper with swift, precise mechanical grace, as if driven by invisible, weightless fingers. Clack, clack, clack. Marcus walked slowly across the rug toward the desk. He felt no terror now, only a deep, strange quiet that seemed to fill his head like soft cotton, dulling the sharp edges of his fear into a peaceful, dreamlike detachment. He stood beside the wooden chair. The chair was empty, yet the cushion was gently depressed, as if someone were resting comfortably within its plush depth. Marcus looked down at the sheet of paper fed into the typewriter roller. The metal type bars were striking the page, printing line after line of fresh, black text. He read the words as they appeared on the paper. The rain on the windshield was too heavy for the wipers. The typewriter clacked softly. The highway was dark, a winding black ribbon cutting through the deep pine forests north of the river. Marcus was tired, bone tired. His hands were loose on the steering wheel, his eyes heavy with the terrible, irresistible weight of late-night travel. Marcus stopped breathing. He stared at the text. The typewriter continued, its rhythm gentle and steady, like the falling of snow. He did not see the curve until the headlights caught the wet gloss of the guardrail. There was no screech of brakes, no panic. Only a sudden, weightless moment as the dark sedan left the road, sliding softly into the quiet darkness of the ravine. A cold, clear stillness settled over Marcus's mind. Memories, long forgotten, hidden behind a thick curtain of fog, began to surface with the gentle, quiet clarity of water rising in a dry well. He remembered the black asphalt. He remembered the monotonous swish-swish of the wiper blades against the glass. He remembered his chin falling toward his chest, his eyelids fluttering shut for just 3 seconds. Just 3 quiet seconds. On a rainy midnight years ago. He remembered the sound of rain on the metal roof of his car, muffled and soft, as he lay suspended in the quiet dark beneath the pine trees, feeling no pain, feeling only a profound, overwhelming desire to rest, to stop traveling, to sit at a quiet desk and finish his work. The typewriter struck its final keys. He never reached the town. He never checked into the hotel on the avenue, but in the quiet places of the mind where unwritten stories go to find their peace, a room was waiting. Room 709. Warm, quiet, and safe from the storm forever. The typewriter stopped. The carriage gave a final, soft ding that lingered in the warm air of the room before slowly dying away. The room fell into absolute silence. Marcus stood beside the desk for a long time. The terror that had gripped him in the hallway, the panic of the endless stairwell, all of it had dissolved, replaced by an extraordinary, velvety calm. He looked at the nightstand. The dark brass clock glowed softly in the shadow, 3:14 a.m. It was not a broken clock. It was not a trap. It was the precise, eternal moment his long journey had ended, the quiet, peaceful moment he had slipped away from the world, leaving the rain and the cold highway behind him forever. The Terminus Hotel was not a place of horror. It was a haven, a gentle transition realm created for weary souls who could not let go of their unfinished work, offering them a quiet, perpetual sanctuary where the noise of mortality could never reach them again. A soft knock sounded at the open door of room 709. Marcus turned around slowly. Standing in the doorway was the desk clerk. He held a brass tray in his slender hands, upon which sat a small porcelain teapot and a matching teacup, sending up a thin, fragrant curl of steam into the amber light. "I thought you might enjoy some tea, Mr. Vance," the clerk said, his voice a whispered, soothing cello note that filled the quiet room. "The night is long, and you have much left to write." Marcus looked at the clerk. He looked at the gentle smile on the man's face, a smile that contained only deep, unconditional understanding. "Thank you," Marcus said. His voice was no longer thin or trembling. It was steady, smooth, and full of quiet peace. "That is very thoughtful of you." "Is the room to your liking, sir?" the clerk asked softly, stepping inside to set the tray down on the small mahogany side table beside the velvet armchair. "Yes," Marcus murmured, looking around the golden chamber. He looked at the soft blue velvet of the armchair, the rich grain of the walnut desk, the gentle glow of the emerald lamp, and the rain trickling down the glass in its endless, rhythmic dance. "It is perfect. I am pleased to hear it," the clerk whispered, bowing his head slightly. "Write as long as you wish, Mr. Vance. No one will ever disturb you here." The clerk turned and walked softly out into the corridor, pulling the heavy oak door closed behind him. The lock engaged with a soft, quiet click that felt not like a deadbolt, but like a warm latch securing a quiet home against the winter wind. Marcus walked over to the velvet armchair. He sat down, sinking into the plush, deep cushions. The wool blanket draped over the armrest was thick and heavy, resting across his lap with a comforting, protective weight. He reached out and picked up the teacup. The steam carried the dry, sweet scent of chamomile and honey, warming his face. Outside the window, the rain continued its eternal, gentle fall against the glass, blurring the violet neon light of the alley into a soft, glowing halo of electric lavender. From beneath the floorboards, the solitary jazz piano played its slow, beautiful melody, lingering upon its minor chord with timeless, forgiving grace. Marcus set his cup down on the desk. He slid the blank page into the roller of the matte black typewriter, adjusted the carriage, and placed his fingertips gently upon the dark silver-rimmed keys. He did not look at the clock. He had no need for hours, no need for mornings, no need for light beyond the amber glow of his lamp. He began to write. Clack, 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 clack. The mechanical sound was soft, rhythmic, and infinitely reassuring, blending seamlessly with the tick of the radiator, the whisper of the rain, and the quiet, unending peace of room 709. Exhaustion was not a state of mind for Julian. It had long since rendered itself into a physical geography, a vast and eroded landscape beneath his skin. For 11 months, sleep had denied him its quiet dark, offering instead only a thin, translucent gray stupor that left his mind raw and vibrating like an overtuned wire. The boardrooms, the fluorescent lit corridors of the firm, the sharp, relentless chatter of market projections, all of it had melted into a single, unending hum of static. His doctor had called it intractable insomnia, a clinical term that felt far too clinical for something that felt more like a slow, quiet unraveling of his humanity. And so, when the sleek, unlabeled heavy paper envelope arrived at his desk offering a place at the deep water rest cure, he had not questioned the remote location or the complete absence of digital connectivity. He had simply packed a single bag, surrendered his phone, and allowed himself to be carried away toward the mountains. The journey had concluded at the mouth of an extinct volcanic caldera, high in a mountain range where the air was thin and bitingly cold. But the facility itself lay far beneath the surface, carved out of the earth's ancient bones. The elevator descent took nearly 4 minutes. It was not a modern, high-speed lift that made the stomach drop, but a massive, hydraulic platform encased in brushed brass and dark glass, gliding downward with a heavy, rhythmic pulse. As the elevator sank deeper into the caldera, the crisp, needle-sharp chill of the alpine air began to yield. Through the glass, the dark, jagged walls of the shaft flickered past, lit at long intervals by low, amber navigation lamps. With every 50 meters of depth, the air grew noticeably denser, warmer, and thicker, with a heavy, soothing scent of wet slate, copper, and ancient thermal salt. Julian leaned his forehead against the cool glass of the shaft, watching the surface world slide away forever. His reflection was a pale, hollow thing, dark hollows beneath his eyes. Skin stretched taut over cheekbones that felt sharp and brittle. Beneath his feet, the floor of the lift vibrated with a low, subsonic frequency, a sound more felt in the marrow than heard with the ears. It was the heart of the mountain, or perhaps the rhythmic sigh of the subterranean pumps that circulated the deep thermal springs below. When the elevator finally glided to a halt, there was no sharp chime, no mechanical clatter. The heavy brass doors slid open with a soft pneumatic hiss, releasing a soft plume of warm steam into the cool elevator cab. Julian stepped out into the concourse of the sanctuary, and for the first time in nearly a year, the static in his brain quieted by a fraction of a decibel. The architecture was a triumph of brutalist luxury and retro-futuristic elegance. Entirely subterranean, the facility had been hollowed out from the dark basalt rock of the dead volcano. The walls were not plastered or painted, they were the raw, black stone itself, smoothed and polished until they caught the light like wet onyx. Sweeping, hand-carved arches spanned the ceilings, seamlessly integrating with brushed copper fittings and recessed channels of light that glowed with a deep, soothing turquoise hue. There were no sharp corners here, no right angles to catch the eye. Everything rolled and curved like the bed of an underground river. The silence was immediate and absolute. It was not a dead, vacuum-like silence, but a living, heavy quiet, a thick carpet of sound woven from the distant rhythmic lap of water against stone, the gentle rhythmic hum of unseen filtration systems, and the faint rhythmic drop of condensation falling from high-vaulted ceilings into invisible pools. "Welcome to the Rest Cure Mist Vance." The voice was so soft, so melodious, that it seemed to emerge directly from the ambient air rather than from a person. Julian turned to find a woman standing beside a low basalt desk. She wore a seamless tunic of heavy, slate-gray linen that fell to her ankles without a single wrinkle. Her hair was pulled back into a tight, perfect coil at the nape of her neck. What struck Julian immediately was her movement. As she stepped forward to greet him, her feet made no sound against the polished floor, and her body moved with an unnaturally fluid, gliding grace. There was no sway to her shoulders, no heavy heel strike. She seemed to float across the dark stone like oil across still water. "I am Clara," she said, her voice a soothing, sibilant murmur that seemed to settle in the back of Julian's throat like warm honey. "We have been expecting you. You look very tired." "I am," Julian managed to say. His own voice sounded thin, raspy, and terribly out of place in the vast, warm quiet of the hall. "I haven't slept more than 2 consecutive hours since last autumn." Clara offered a small, serene smile. Her eyes, a striking pale gray, held no pity, only a deep, unsettling stillness. "That will end today, Julian, here. The earth takes back the weight you were never meant to carry. Down here, there is no sun to mark the passing of time. There are no hours, no obligations, only the water and the deep rest." She extended a small cup made of dark, unglazed clay. Steam rose from it in thin, lazy spirals, carrying the aroma of sweet roots, wet moss, and something distinctly metallic. "Drink this," she whispered, her hands remarkably steady as she held out the cup. "It is our mineral infusion, drawn directly from the lower thermal strata. It will prepare your nervous system for your first session." Julian took the cup. The clay was warm against his trembling fingers. He lifted it to his lips and drank. The liquid was thick, almost velvety on the tongue, tasting of iron, salt, and a subtle floral bitterness that spread immediate gentle warmth down his throat and into his chest. Almost instantly, the tight knotting tension between his shoulder blades began to slacken. A soft, heavy warmth bloomed in his stomach, radiating outward through his limbs like a slow-moving dye. Good, Clara murmured, watching him swallow with that same unblinking fluid calm. Now, let me show you to your sanctuary. She turned and began to walk down a long, sweeping corridor lined with heavy, circular vault doors made of dark bronze and damp basalt. Julian followed her, his footsteps sounding loud and clumsy compared to her silent glide. As they walked, he noticed other staff members moving through the shadows, men and women in matching slate linen garments. They moved in uncanny, synchronized rhythm, two attendants passing each other with a identical fluid inclination of the head, their limbs moving in seamless harmony as if obeying a conductor heard only by them. They passed small alcoves carved into the walls where low streams of thermal water trickled down ribbed stone channels into recessed basins. The steam rising from these pools caught the turquoise glow of the recessed lights, casting dancing, wavering patterns of light and shadow across the arched ceiling. Our facility rests 300 meters beneath the mountain's floor, Clara explained, her voice dropping even lower, inviting him into a shared secret. The volcanic activity ceased millions of years ago, but the thermal chambers deep below remain alive. They heat the subterranean aquifer, enriching the water with minerals found nowhere else on the planet: calcium, magnesium, lithium, and dense silicates. When you float in our waters, you are returning to the primary bath of the world. She stopped before a massive circular door set into the rock face. It looked less like a hotel room door and more like the hatch of a submarine or the entrance to an ancient tomb. A copper wheel sat in the center of the dark bronze surface. Clara turned the wheel with effortless grace. It moved without a sound, the heavy iron bolts retracting into the stone with a soft, oily clunk. She pushed the door inward, revealing a dimly lit chamber beyond. "This is Chamber 7, she whispered, stepping aside. "It is yours for the duration of your stay. You will find everything you need within. Your first flotation session is already prepared. Take your time, Julian, disrobe, step into the bath, and close the hatch. The water will do the rest." Julian stepped over the threshold into the room. The air inside was warm, thick, and wonderfully humid, carrying the heavy scent of mineral salt and warm basalt. "If I need anything," Julian started, turning back toward the doorway. "You will need nothing," Clara said softly. Her smile was tranquil, almost hypnotic. "The deep water provides all." Before he could respond, she pulled the heavy bronze door shut. The seal met the frame with a soft pressurized thud, followed by the smooth, mechanical rotation of the central lock. Julian was left alone in the room. He stood still for a long moment, listening. The silence inside the chamber was even deeper than in the corridor, a dense, velvet quiet that seemed to press gently against his eardrums. The room was lit only by a low, ethereal turquoise glow emanating from beneath the water in the far half of the space. The walls were rough-hewn basalt, dark and glistening with a fine sheen of condensation that trickled down the stone in slow, silent ribbons. In the center of the living area stood a simple, low-platform bed covered in crisp, heavy white linens, but Julian's eyes were immediately drawn past it to the rear of the chamber. There, stepped down into the volcanic floor, was a large, oval flotation basin. The tank was carved directly out of the bedrock, roughly 8 feet long and 4 feet wide. The water within was crystal clear, yet so densely saturated with dissolved mineral salts that it possessed a strange, heavy optical depth. It looked thick, almost like liquid glass. Beneath the surface, small, recessed turquoise lights cast a soft, shimmering illumination upward, creating mesmerizing, slow-moving patterns of light on the dark rock ceiling above. From somewhere beneath the bath, a low, barely audible pump operated with a steady, rhythmic cadence, thrum, 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 like the slow, restful heartbeat of a sleeping giant. Julian walked slowly to the edge of the basin. The air rising from the water was intensely warm, carrying that same metallic, mineral smell he had tasted in the drink Clara had given him. He felt a profound, overwhelming heaviness settling into his bones. His eyelids felt as if they were weighted with lead. His mind, long tormented by the sharp, erratic spikes of anxiety, felt lulled, wrapped in a blanket of heavy wool. Undressing was an effort of slow, deliberate movements. He shed his clothes, dropping them onto the smooth basalt floor, feeling the warm, humid air brush against his bare skin. For the first time in months, he did not feel the constant, shivering cold of nervous exhaustion. He stepped onto the first submerged stone step of the bath. The water was warm, exactly the temperature of blood, so seamlessly matched to his own body heat that as his foot sank into the liquid, the boundary between his skin and the water seemed to disappear entirely. He lowered himself further, sliding into the oval basin. The buoyancy was instantaneous and staggering. The water was so dense with mineral salts that he did not sink at all. His body lifted smoothly to the surface, floating with effortless grace. His legs, his torso, his arms, all hovered in the warm brine with no exertion whatsoever. He leaned his head back, allowing the water to cup the base of his skull, immersing his ears beneath the surface. The world of air and light vanished. Submerged beneath the surface line, the room's ambient sounds dropped away, replaced by the profound, resonant acoustics of the water. The rhythmic thrum, thrum, thrum of the pump became clearer, vibrating directly through the liquid and into the bones of his skull. It was a comforting, hypnotic pulse. Julian reached out his hand toward the wall of the tank and found a small, smooth copper button set into the rock. As Clara had instructed during his brief orientation, he pressed it. The turquoise underwater lights flickered once, twice, and then extinguished completely. Absolute, unbroken darkness descended upon him. It was a darkness so complete that opening or closing his eyes made no difference whatsoever. Floating in the pitch black, suspended in water that matched his exact body temperature, Julian experienced a sudden, intoxicating sensation of weightlessness. He could no longer feel where his body ended and the water began. He was simply a consciousness floating in an infinite, warm void, drifting through the dark, silent depths of the earth. For the first 15 minutes, his insomniac mind tried to fight it. Old habits surfaced, grooves worn deep into his brain by months of sleepless terror. He caught himself waiting for the sudden startle of adrenaline, the racing pulse, the frantic loop of anxious thoughts about work, about life, about his fading vitality. But the darkness here was too heavy, the water too warm, the minerals too dense. Every time a sharp thought tried to form, the rhythmic pulse of the subterranean pump seemed to smooth it away, washing over his mind like a soft wave over jagged glass. Thrum, 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 his breathing slowed, stretching out into long, deep, even cycles. His chest rose and fell in the dark, floating effortlessly. Then, as he drifted deeper into that long-denied threshold between wakefulness and slumber, he heard it. It did not come through the air. It came through the water itself, vibrating faintly against his temples, traveling along his spine. It was a sound so subtle that at first he thought it was merely the ringing of his own quieted nervous system, or perhaps an harmonic artifact of the pump's mechanical rhythm. But as he held his breath and listened, concentrating with every fiber of his being, the sound clarified. It was music, or rather, vocal harmonies. It sounded like a choir of human voices, soft, distant, and hauntingly beautiful, singing without words. The tones were low, resonant, and draped in complex microtonal harmonies that shifted and dissolved like currents in the ocean. The voices did not rise or fall with dramatic tension. They ebbed and flowed in a continuous hypnotic loop, vibrating through the dark mineral water with an eerie, velvet warmth. Julian felt a shiver ripple across the surface of his skin, not of fear, but of an intense, piercing recognition. The melody was eerily, heartbreakingly familiar. He could not name it, nor could he place where he had heard it before, but it felt deeply rooted in his mind, like a forgotten lullaby heard in the cradle, or a song heard in a vivid dream that slipped away upon waking. It vibrated in the dark water, calling to something deep inside his chest. He floated there, suspended in total blackness, drinking in the sound. The vocal harmonies seemed to wrap around him, pulling him down, deeper and deeper into a state of profound relaxation he had thought lost to him forever. His eyes closed in the dark. The line between his mind and the subterranean vault dissolved. For the first time in 11 months, Julian Vance drifted off into a deep, dreamless sleep. When Julian awoke, he had no concept of how much time had passed. In the subterranean facility, without windows or clocks, time lost its linear structure, expanding and softening into something fluid. He was no longer in the water. At some point, he must have stepped out of the flotation basin, dried himself with the thick, weighted cotton towels left by the bedside, and collapsed onto the platform bed. He sat up slowly, swinging his legs over the edge of the mattress. He felt transformed. The constant, buzzing pressure behind his eyes was gone, replaced by a quiet, heavy stillness. His limbs felt strangely heavy, as if his muscles had absorbed the dense minerals of the bath, making his body feel anchored, rooted to the earth. He stood up, his bare feet touching the cool, smooth basalt floor. He felt remarkably calm, yet a quiet curiosity pulled at him. He wanted to know where the music had come from. Was it a recorded soundtrack played through underwater transducers to aid in the relaxation process? A clever therapeutic technique designed to mimic the brain's alpha waves? He dressed in the soft, loose-fitting cotton garments provided in the wardrobe and walked to the heavy bronze door. He turned the copper wheel. It spun smoothly under his touch, unlocking with a soft, satisfying click, and he pushed the door open into the dimly lit corridor. The hallway was bathed in the same muted turquoise light. The ambient temperature was constant, warm, humid, and scented with that distinctive mixture of salt and subterranean earth. Julian walked down the corridor, his footsteps making faint muffled sounds against the dark stone. He had walked only 50 yards when he noticed 2 attendants coming toward him from an intersecting passageway. He stepped back against the wall to let them pass. It was Clara, accompanied by a tall, lean man dressed in the same slate linen tunic. They were carrying a large copper tray loaded with glass carafes of clear, thick liquid and folded linens. Julian watched them as they approached. Their movements were astounding. They walked in absolute, perfect synchronicity. Step for step, their left feet touched the stone at the exact same instant, followed by their right, with a fluid gliding motion that looked less like walking and more like 2 fish moving through a quiet pool. Their breath seemed synchronized as well, a soft, unified inhalation and exhalation that kept time with their gait. As they drew near, Clara turned her head toward Julian. The motion was so smooth it seemed almost mechanical, her neck pivoting with effortless liquid precision while her torso remained perfectly still. "Good evening, Julian," she whispered. Her voice carried that same soothing, sibilant quality, soft as water sliding over velvet. Or perhaps good morning. "You have slept for 14 hours. 14 hours?" Julian repeated, his voice sounding raspy to his own ears. I can't remember the last time I slept for more than 3. "The water accepts you," the male attendant said. His voice was identical in tone and cadence to Clara's, soft, calm, devoid of any harsh inflections or rapid shifts in pitch. The deep layers of the stone are opening your channels. Julian looked between the two of them. Up close, in the soft turquoise light, he noticed subtle details he had missed before. Their skin possessed a strange, luminous quality, not pale in an unhealthy way, but unusually smooth, entirely free of pores, fine lines, or blemishes, as if carved from polished alabaster. And when they moved, there was no sound of friction, no rustle of linen against linen, no heavy footfall against stone. The session was remarkable, Julian said, choosing his words carefully. Though I had a question about the audio program in the bath. Clara tilted her head slightly, her pale eyes wide and serene. Audio program? The music, Julian said. The vocal harmonies in the water. It was incredibly effective, very hypnotic. I was wondering what recording you use, or if it's generated dynamically. Clara and the male attendant exchanged a brief, subtle glance. The movement was so tightly synchronized, it looked like a single reflection mirrored across two bodies. There are no speakers in the tanks, Julian, Clara murmured softly, her lips curving into a gentle, tranquil smile. We do not play recordings. The facility is dedicated to pure sensory quiet. Julian frowned slightly, a faint flicker of confusion stirring beneath his deep, narcotic calm. No speakers? But I heard it clearly. A choir, a harmonic chant, vibrating right through the water. It was coming through the stone, or the filtration pipes. Ah, Clara said, her voice dropping to a warm, comforting whisper that seemed to soothe the brief flicker of worry in his chest before it could grow. You heard the spring, Julian. The thermal waters travel through miles of subterranean basalt pipes and limestone caverns before reaching your basin. As the water rushes through the narrow channels deep below us, the pressure creates resonant frequencies within the stone. The human mind, long starved of rest, often interprets these natural vibrations as familiar voices or music. It is a very common experience here. It simply means your mind is letting go. Julian listened to her explanation. It sounded logical, grounded in acoustic science, fluid dynamics and natural resonance in hollow rock formations. Yet deep within his subconscious, a tiny, quiet voice questioned it. The music had been too structured, too intricate, the harmonies too perfectly aligned to be mere random water pressure in a pipe. It felt deliberate, Julian murmured, almost to himself. The earth has its own songs, Julian, the male attendant whispered smoothly. You have spent too long in the noisy world above, surrounded by harsh artificial sounds. Your ears are simply relearning how to listen to the deep earth. Clara stepped a fraction closer, extending a small, smooth glass tumbler filled with a dark, ruby-red liquid. You must hydrate. The mineral baths draw vast amounts of fluid from the tissues. Drink this, and then return to your chamber for your afternoon session. You have much rest to catch up on. Julian looked down at the glass. The liquid was thick, swirling gently as he took it. He lifted it to his lips and drank. It tasted sweet, earthy, and cool, with a heavy mineral finish that left his mouth feeling strangely clean and coated with a silky film. As the liquid descended into his stomach, that familiar, heavy warmth spread through his system once again. The faint edge of suspicion that had flickered in his mind softened, blurred, and dissolved like a drop of ink in a bucket of clear water. Thank you, Julian said softly. Clara smiled, a warm, beautiful expression that seemed to illuminate her pale face. Go back to the water, Julian. Let it wash away the rest of you. They turned in unison and glided away down the corridor, moving silently into the dim turquoise shadows, their silhouettes blending seamlessly with the dark basalt walls until they were gone. Julian stood alone in the hallway for a moment, holding the empty glass. He walked slowly back toward his chamber, but instead of entering immediately, he paused, looking down the long, curving corridor. The retreat was vast. He realized he had seen no other guests, though he knew from the initial literature that the facility housed dozens of private suites. There were no sounds of conversation, no clatter of cutlery from a dining hall. No footsteps other than his own heavy measured strides. The entire subterranean complex existed in a state of suspended, timeless quiet, suspended 300 meters beneath the surface of the earth. He placed his hand against the wall of the corridor. The stone was cool, smooth, and damp, but as he pressed his palm flat against the black basalt, he felt it again, a faint, rhythmic vibration pulsing deep within the rock. Thrum, thrum, thrum. And beneath that physical vibration, if he pressed his ear directly against the smooth, cold stone, he could hear it, a faint, distant resonance floating up from the deep dark below the facility. It was that same soft, breathtaking vocal harmony, delicate as silk, singing its nameless, timeless lullaby into the dark heart of the mountain. Julian closed his eyes, leaning his forehead against the damp stone wall. The fear that should have accompanied such an eerie realization did not come. The mineral drink, the thick, humid air, the profound exhaustion that still lingered in his deep tissues, all of it acted as a heavy, comforting mantle, dulling his edges, smothering his instincts. Instead of fear, he felt a strange magnetic pull. The sound was comforting. It was an invitation, a gentle, whispering call to lay down his burdens, to stop fighting, to yield to the dark warmth of the earth. He pulled himself away from the wall, his head feeling light yet pleasantly heavy, and turned back to his chamber door. He unlatched the heavy bronze hatch, stepped inside, and let the heavy door swing shut behind him, sealing himself once more into his private sanctuary of stone, steam, and shadow. The second flotation session began like the first, but the sensations were deeper now, more pronounced. Julian slipped into the warm, dense brine of the flotation basin. As his body lifted to the surface, he noticed a strange sensation in his limbs. His skin felt extraordinarily smooth, almost glassy to the touch, as if the high mineral content of the water were leaving an invisible, protective microscopic film over every inch of his body. His joints, long stiff and aching from years of stress and poor sleep, felt entirely weightless, fused with a deep, penetrating warmth that seemed to seep directly into his bones. He reached out and pressed the copper button on the wall. The turquoise underwater lights faded into blackness. The pitch-black void closed in around him. Julian lay back, letting his head submerge until the warm, salty water covered his ears, sealing out the room. Thrum, 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 the subterranean pump pulsed its steady, low heartbeat. Julian waited in the warm dark, his breathing slow and shallow. He did not have to wait long. Within minutes, the vocal harmonies returned, but this time they were louder, clearer, vibrating not just against his temples, but resonating throughout his entire skeletal structure. It was a choir of hundreds of voices, or perhaps a single, colossal voice layered upon itself 1,000 times in the resonant echoes of vast, underground spaces. The melody was magnificent, a tapestry of slow, majestic chords that shifted with agonizing, beautiful slowness. It felt like the movement of glaciers, the slow shift of tectonic plates, the ancient, unhurried breathing of the planet itself. As Julian listened, suspended in the warm, weightless dark, he began to feel a strange, physical sensation within his own body. It felt as though the water was not merely surrounding him, but slowly interacting with him on a molecular level. Where the mineral salt pressed against his skin, he felt a subtle, lingering warmth, a gentle, calcifying sensation that made his body feel intensely heavy, solid, and still. It was not uncomfortable. In fact, it was the most profoundly satisfying feeling he had ever experienced. It was the complete, total relief from the burden of movement, the ultimate cure for the restless, twitching energy that had haunted his nervous system for years. He felt as though his muscles, his tendons, his very bones were relaxing into something permanent, something as enduring and motionless as the volcanic basalt surrounding him. In the dark, Julian smiled. The voices in the water grew richer, weaving around his mind, singing of quiet places, of deep dark caverns where the light of the sun could never reach, where time had no meaning, where there was no worry, no thought, no tomorrow, only the endless, peaceful dark. He let himself sink into the music. He let himself float. He did not know that 3 hours passed. He did not know that 6 hours passed. He existed only as a quiet spark of consciousness floating in a warm mineral ocean, wrapped in the song of the deep earth. It was during the quiet hours after his second session that the first real tear in the hypnotic veil occurred. Julian woke up lying on the platform bed in his room. The chamber was dim, illuminated only by the faint, static turquoise glow from the empty flotation basin. He felt a deep thirst, a burning, dry sensation in the back of his throat. He sat up, but as he moved his legs to swing them off the bed, he paused. His movements felt strangely stiff. It was not the painful stiffness of muscle soreness or fatigue, but a heavy, rigid resistance, as if his joints were moving through thick, set cement. He looked down at his hands in the dim turquoise light. His fingers moved slowly, deliberately. The skin over his knuckles looked remarkably smooth, almost polished, gleaming faintly under the low light. When he tapped his index finger against his thumbnail, it made a strange, dull sound, not the soft sound of flesh against nail, but a faint, solid clack, like two pieces of dense, smoothed ceramic striking one another. Julian stared at his hand. He flexed his fingers again. They moved, but with a deliberate, slow grace that felt entirely foreign to him. He felt a sudden, cold prickle of unease cut through the warm drug like fog in his brain. He stood up from the bed. His feet hit the basalt floor with a solid, heavy thud. He felt incredibly grounded, almost unnaturally heavy, as though his center of gravity had dropped deep into the floorboards. He walked to the small vanity mirror set into the rock wall near the doorway. The mirror was made of polished silver, reflecting the room in muted gray-blue tones. Julian leaned close, searching his reflection in the dim light. His face had changed. The dark circles beneath his eyes, the hollow, bruised shadows of his chronic insomnia were completely gone. The skin of his face was smooth, taut, and utterly unblemished, but it was the texture that made his breath catch in his throat. His skin lacked the subtle softness of human flesh. It possessed a firm, poreless, matte finish that looked eerily like polished limestone or alabaster. He raised a hand and touched his cheek. The skin felt cool, dense, and unnaturally smooth. There was no give to it, no soft elasticity. Beneath the surface, his jawbone felt immensely thick, solid, and unyielding. "What is this?" he whispered to his reflection. His voice did not sound like his own. It was soft, flat, and devoid of breathy resonance, a quiet, heavy sound that seemed to drop straight to the floor without echoing. A wave of cold dread, sharp and sudden, pierced through the mineral-induced haze that had cocooned his mind. The hypnotic tranquility that had enveloped him for the past day cracked open, exposing a sudden, desperate urge to see the sky, to feel the cold, biting mountain air, to hear the chaotic, unsynchronized noise of the human world. He needed to leave. He needed to go back up. Julian turned away from the mirror and grabbed his jacket from the wooden peg near the wardrobe. His hands moved with that same deliberate, heavy grace, but his mind was suddenly racing, the dormant embers of his survival instinct flaring to life. He walked to the heavy bronze door, grabbed the central copper wheel, and spun it. The wheel turned without a sound. The internal bolts retracted with a soft clunk, and Julian pushed the door open, stepping out into the subterranean corridor. The hallway was quiet, flooded with its usual low turquoise light. The ambient hum of the filtration pumps echoed through the vaulted space. Thrum, thrum, thrum. Julian did not head toward the relaxation lounges or the dining alcoves. He turned toward the main concourse, retracing the path Clara had led him down when he first arrived. He walked quickly, or at least tried to. His heavy, rigid legs moved in a rhythmic, sweeping stride that felt unnaturally smooth and effortless, making no sound against the polished floor. He reached the grand concourse. The vast, vaulted basalt hall was empty. The low, recessed turquoise lights cast long, distorted shadows across the wet stone floor. At the far end of the hall stood the massive brass and glass elevator shaft, his only way back to the surface, back to the sun, back to the world of living, breathing flesh. Julian hurried across the hall, his heart hammering against his ribs. He reached the elevator doors. The brushed brass frame was cold to the touch. He looked for the call button. He scanned the wall beside the elevator frame. There was a sleek, polished brass control plate set into the basalt rock. Julian reached out his smooth, heavy hand to press the button. But as his eyes focused on the brass panel, he froze. There was only one button on the control plate. It was a smooth copper disc inlaid into the brass, etched with a small, downward-pointing arrow. Julian stared at it. He looked up at the panel, then down. He searched the surrounding stone, the frame of the elevator, the opposite wall. There was no upward button. There were no floor indicators showing levels above. The indicator screen above the brass door displayed a single glowing turquoise number, 0. Beneath it, in fine, elegant typography, were the words, "Lower strata access only." Julian's breath hitched in his throat. He pressed his hand against the glass of the elevator shaft and looked up into the dark vertical tunnel. High above, where the shaft should have opened toward the light of the caldera, the shaft was sealed shut by a massive, solid plug of reinforced basalt and heavy iron steel, welded permanently into the rock. The elevator did not go up. It had never been designed to go up. It only went deeper. A cold panic, sharp and terrifying, burst through the dense, heavy calm in Julian's chest. He turned around wildly, looking back across the vast, silent concourse. "Clara," he called out, his voice flat and heavy, swallowed instantly by the vast, damp stone of the hall. "Clara." No one answered. The only response was the steady, rhythmic pulse of the subterranean pumps echoing from the depths of the complex. Thrum, thrum, thrum. And beneath the pumps, clearer now than it had ever been, vibrating up through the floorboards, through the basalt walls, through his own solid, heavy bones, came the choir. The vocal harmonies were no longer faint. They were rising. A rich, hypnotic, multi-layered resonance echoing up from somewhere far below the facility, a beautiful, ancient, irresistible song calling him down into the dark. Julian stood frozen before the brushed brass panel of the elevator shaft, his hand suspended in the warm, humid air. The single copper button with its downward-pointing arrow seemed to gleam with a quiet, indifferent permanence under the low turquoise lights. He pressed his fingers against it once, twice, 3 times, expecting the faint click of a relay, the hum of hydraulics, or the arrival of a cab that would take him back up to the mountain pass, back to the biting alpine wind and the cold, chaotic world of the living. Nothing happened. The single turquoise indicator above the door remained fixed on the number 0. There was no sound from within the shaft except the faint, steady trickle of water running down the interior masonry, a continuous whispering stream that seemed to laugh softly in the dark. Julian took a step back. His boots made a heavy, dull sound against the wet basalt floor, a thud so dense and solid that it felt as though the stone beneath his feet were absorbing the impact without a single vibration. He looked down at his right hand. The fingers were slightly bent, resting in a natural, open curve. When he tried to snap them together, the movement was slow, deliberate, and thick, as if his tendons had been replaced by cords of soaked linen. There was no pain, no discomfort, only an extraordinary, unyielding heaviness that made every gesture feel like an act of sculpture. He turned away from the elevator and looked down the sweeping main concourse. The facility stretched out before him in a series of glowing, subterranean arches carved directly from the dark volcanic rock. Steam rose from the recessed floor channels in thin, undulating veils, drifting lazily toward the high vaulted ceilings before condensing into heavy, glistening droplets. Thrum, thrum, thrum. The low-frequency pulse of the subterranean filtration pumps vibrated through the floorboards, matching the slow, unnatural rhythm of his own pulse. Julian realized with a quiet, creeping shock that his heart was beating only 20 or 30 times a minute. Yet he felt no lightheadedness, no gasping for air, no frantic surge of adrenaline. The mineral liquid he had consumed, the warm salt bath he had floated in for hours, they had settled into his bloodstream like liquid lead, soothing his nervous system into a state of absolute, unshakable immobility. Panic attempted to flare in his chest, but the fire had no oxygen. The heavy, soothing calm of the facility smothered it before it could even warm his skin. He began to walk. If the main elevator was a dead end, there had to be service corridors, maintenance hatches, or emergency stairwells. A structure of this size, even one buried 300 meters beneath an extinct volcano, required access routes for supplies, machinery, and waste. He moved down a side passage he had not noticed before. The walls here were rougher, unpolished, showing the jagged, layered strata of the ancient basalt flows. Recessed channels of water ran along both sides of the corridor, carrying a steady, steaming flow of clear thermal brine deep into the mountain. The air was warmer here, thick with the smell of wet slate, sulfur, iron, and that strange, floral bitterness that lingered on the back of his tongue. As he walked, his footsteps grew more uniform, taking on the smooth, gliding cadence he had observed in Clara and the other attendants. He did not mean to walk this way, but his body seemed to choose the path of least resistance, sliding across the dark floor with minimal friction. After 50 yards, the corridor curved sharply to the left and began a gentle, downward slope. Set into the rock face at regular intervals were heavy bronze doors, each marked with a small, circular glass viewport. Julian stopped before the first viewport. The glass was thick, double-paned, and coated with a thin film of moisture on the inside. He wiped his hand across the cold surface to clear the condensation. The room inside was similar to his own chamber, but smaller. A single oval flotation tank occupied the center of the space, illuminated from below by a deep azure light. Floating motionless on the surface of the water was a human figure. Julian leaned closer, pressing his forehead against the damp glass. The figure was a woman. She lay completely still, her head resting back in the warm brine, her arms extended at her sides. She wore no breathing apparatus, yet her chest did not rise or fall. Her skin was not the pale, soft flesh of a living human, nor was it the sunken gray of a corpse. It had turned into a smooth, luminous, alabaster-like material that caught the turquoise light like polished marble. Where her hair floated in the water, fine, glittering white crystals had begun to form along the strands, fanning out across the surface like delicate frozen lace. Her eyes were closed, her lips parted in a faint blissful smile. As Julian watched, a single drop of water fell from the ceiling, striking the surface of the bath near her shoulder. A gentle ripple spread outward, crossing over her chest. Her skin did not yield or indent, the water simply slid over her firm, stone-like torso as if she were a statue carved from the bedrock itself. And then, from behind the thick glass, Julian heard it. A faint, vibrating tone passed through the frame of the viewport and into his own skull. The woman's throat was not moving, yet her entire chest was resonating with that low, microtonal harmony, the same choir he had heard floating through the pipes during his session. She was singing, or rather, her dense, mineralized nervous system was acting as a tuning fork, amplifying the deep frequencies of the water. Julian backed away from the window, his breath catching in his throat with a dry, rustling sound. "She is very peaceful, isn't she?" The voice came from directly behind him. Julian turned, his body pivoting with that same slow, fluid movement. Clara was standing less than 2 feet away. She had approached without making a sound, her slate-gray linen tunic hanging straight and still around her ankles. Beside her stood another attendant, a man with the same smooth, poreless skin and pale, serene eyes. "What is this place?" Julian asked. His voice was soft, flat, stripped of all dynamic range, dropping into the warm, humid air like a stone falling into mud. "What are you doing to the people here?" Clara looked at him with an expression of profound, maternal warmth. She raised a pale, smooth hand and pointed gently toward the window. "We are giving them what they came for, Julian," she whispered. Her voice was a soft, velvet murmur that seemed to caress the inside of his ears. They came here broken by the world above. They came with minds that would not quiet, with nerves stretched so thin they were tearing apart. The world of light and noise demands too much of human flesh. It burns you away until there is nothing left but ash and suffering. "She isn't sleeping," Julian said, pointing a rigid finger at the glass. She's changing. Her skin, her body." "She is settling," the male attendant offered smoothly, his voice chiming in perfect, microtonal harmony with Clara's. "Flesh is soft, fragile, and temporary. It decays, it twitches, it remembers pain. But the mineral springs of the deep caldera carry the ancient memory of the stone. Calcium, silica, lithium, they replace the fragile, erratic cells of the nervous system with something permanent. Something quiet. They turn the storm of the mind into a crystal." "It's a trap," Julian whispered, though even to himself the word sounded hollow, lacking the sharp, panicked edge it ought to have had. "The elevator. There's no way back up." Clara smiled, a slow, tranquil curve of her lips that showed perfectly uniform, porcelain white teeth. "Why would anyone wish to go up, Julian?" she asked softly, stepping closer. "Up there is the cold. Up there is the noise, the ticking clocks, the frantic light, the endless, agonizing race toward nothing. Down here, there is only warmth, total weightlessness, and rest that never ends." "I have a life," Julian said, his mind feebly attempting to summon images of his office, his apartment, his accounts, his routine. But the memories felt paper-thin, like old sun-bleached photographs left out in the rain. They had no weight, no emotional resonance. They were just meaningless shapes floating in a distant, noisy fog. "You had insomnia, Julian," Clara corrected gently. "You had not slept in 11 months. You were dying by inches, your brain burning itself out in the dark. Now, feel your chest. Feel your mind. Julian stood still in the quiet corridor. He listened to himself. The frantic, clawing anxiety that had defined his existence for a year was gone. The buzzing static behind his eyes had vanished. His mind was vast, dark, and still, like a deep mountain cave where no wind had ever blown. He felt no hunger, no thirst, no pain, no fear. He felt only an immense, luxurious heaviness, a sense that he was finally, permanently safe from the world. You feel it, don't you? The male attendant whispered. The water has already begun its work in you. The minerals have settled into your marrow. Your bones are growing dense, heavy, and quiet. You are becoming part of the mountain. No, Julian murmured, though his body did not move to back away. I want to see the sky. The sky is empty and cold, Clara said, reaching out to touch his arm. Her hand was warm, smooth, and firm as polished jade. Come with us, Julian. Let us show you the heart of the cure. Then, if you still wish to leave, we will not hold you. She turned and began to walk deeper down the sloping corridor. The male attendant followed her, his stride perfectly synchronized with hers. Julian stood alone for a moment in the turquoise twilight of the passage. The smart, logical choice was to turn back, to smash the glass of the elevator, to search for a fire escape, to fight until his nails tore against the basalt. But his body felt too calm, too beautifully, perfectly tired to fight. The curiosity that remained in his petrifying mind was not the sharp, frantic curiosity of an investigator, but the quiet, drifting interest of a dreamer floating down a slow river. He followed them downward into the deep stone. The corridor descended for nearly 10 minutes, winding deeper into the root of the mountain. With every 50 paces, the temperature rose by a fraction of a degree, and the air grew thicker with steam and the heavy, sweet scent of warm, mineral-rich thermal water. The rough basalt walls gradually gave way to vast, natural lava tubes, smoothed by ancient flows and lit by long, continuous channels of underwater turquoise LEDs embedded in the floor. The sound of the choir grew steadily louder. It was no longer a faint resonance heard through pipes. It filled the cavernous air, a grand, sweeping symphony of low, wordless voices that reverberated through Julian's boots, his knees, his spine, and his skull. It was a sound of absolute, overwhelming tranquility, a harmonic wall of sound that seemed to smooth away the very concept of individual thought. Finally, the lava tube opened into a space so vast that Julian's breath caught in his throat. They were standing on a wide, curved balcony of dark basalt, hundreds of feet above the floor of a colossal subterranean cavern. The ceiling was lost in high, swirling plumes of thermal steam that caught the turquoise light from below, creating a churning, ethereal sky of blue and green mist. Spread out across the floor of the vast amphitheater below were hundreds, perhaps thousands of individual flotation basins carved directly into the dark rock in concentric, stepped terraces. Each basin was filled with crystal clear, glowing mineral water, and in each basin lay a human form. Julian leaned over the low basalt balustrade, gazing down at the breathtaking, terrifying spectacle. Thousands of people were floating there in total, motionless silence. Some looked relatively fresh, their skin still possessing the soft, natural texture of living flesh. But others, those in the lower, older terraces closer to the center, had transformed completely. They were statues of polished alabaster, quartz, and white calcite, their forms glowing beneath the turquoise water like submerged marble monuments. Fine, shimmering crystalline formations draped over their shoulders and chest like delicate shawls, connecting them to the stone walls of their tanks. And all of them, every single sleeping form, was vibrating. Their mouths were slightly open, their lungs motionless, yet from their crystalline throats emerged that vast, majestic microtonal choir that filled the cavern. "They are the choir," Julian whispered, his flat voice swallowed by the grand acoustic resonance of the vault. "They are the singers," Clara said, standing beside him at the edge of the abyss, "and they are the guardians." Julian looked away from the terraces and turned his eyes toward the center of the cavern where all the stepped terraces converged. In the middle of the grand vault lay a subterranean lake, a vast circular body of water so deep and clear that it appeared jet black, despite the glowing turquoise lights around its perimeter. The water was completely still, its surface like a sheet of dark, polished obsidian. Deep beneath the surface of that black lake, hundreds of feet down in the abyssal depths, something was glowing. It was not an artificial light. It was a massive, pulsing, bioluminescent heart of pale blue and violet fire. A colossal, ancient structure embedded in the very floor of the magma chamber. It was vast, easily the size of a city block, its form composed of shifting, geometric lattices of living crystal and dense organic stone. It pulsed with a terrifying, rhythmic slowness, a deep subsonic contraction that occurred once every 30 seconds. Thrum, with every pulse of the deep entity, a massive wave of warmth radiated upward through the dark lake, sending gentle, steaming ripples across the surface. And with every pulse, the subterranean pumps throughout the entire facility echoed the cadence, circulating the mineral-rich water from the lake's edge into the thousands of flotation tanks. Julian stared into the depths, his petrifying mind struggling to comprehend the scale of what he was seeing. "What is that?" he breathed. "It is the sleeper of the caldera," Clara murmured, her voice dropping to a delicate, reverent whisper that seemed to float on the rising steam. "It has rested beneath this mountain for 10,000 years. It is an ancient consciousness of stone and fire, born when the earth was young." She gestured toward the glowing entity deep beneath the black water. "It is not dead, Julian, nor is it fully awake. It slumbers in a delicate, fragile state between waking and eruption. Long ago, when the volcanic activity ceased, the entity remained below, its vast, dreamlike mind keeping the magmatic chamber cool, heavy, and dormant. But as the world above grew loud, as the surface filled with cities, machinery, and the frantic, restless noise of billions of anxious minds, its sleep began to fracture. She turned her pale, serene eyes to Julian. 80 years ago, the mountain began to stir. The magma beneath the crust began to rise. The entity was waking, disturbed by the endless chaotic frequency of human suffering bleeding down through the rock. The founders of this sanctuary understood what was happening. They built this place not merely to treat human exhaustion, but to save the mountain. Julian looked down at the thousands of dormant, petrified human forms floating in the terraces. The realization settled into his heavy, mineral-laden mind with a quiet, undeniable clarity. "They aren't just resting," he whispered. "They are tuning." "Yes," Clara said, a look of profound beauty illuminating her face. "The entity requires tranquility to remain asleep. It feeds upon the collective, undisturbed dream waves of silent minds. But ordinary human sleep is restless, full of nightmares, movement, and rapid eye movements. It is too chaotic. So, we bring the tired here. We immerse them in the mineral springs of the deep strata. The water slowly petrifies their nervous systems, removing all capacity for pain, anxiety, or movement, turning their minds into permanent, serene transmitters of deep peace." She gestured toward the vast choir echoing through the cavern. Their individual minds are bound together into a single, eternal lullaby. Hundreds of quieted human souls singing a song of total, absolute rest into the dark water. The entity drinks their peace, and in return, it slumbers. The caldera remains dormant. The mountain does not burn. Julian looked back down at the deep black lake. The pale blue heart pulsed again in the dark depths, thrum, and a warm, gentle wave of thermal water lapped softly against the basalt terraces. He felt no horror. He felt no outrage. The mineral liquid in his veins, the heavy silence of the cavern, the majestic, hypnotic beauty of the subterranean choir, all of it merged into an overwhelming, magnetic tide that pulled at his consciousness. He looked at his hands again. The skin was pale, smooth, and firm, gleaming softly in the turquoise light. The tips of his fingers had turned a translucent, pearlescent white, like fine marble polished by 1,000 years of sea waves. He had spent 11 months in an agonizing hell of sleeplessness, his mind a jagged, bleeding wound of anxiety and noise. He had been so tired, so horribly, unbearably tired. And here, before him, was the answer. Not a temporary escape, not a pill that offered 3 hours of fitful stupor, but a complete, permanent, and magnificent quiet. An eternal rest in the warm, dark embrace of the deep earth, joined with hundreds of others in a timeless song of peace. "It is time to return to your basin, Julian," Clara whispered softly, her hand touching the back of his neck. The touch was so gentle, so full of soothing warmth, that tears, clear mineral-heavy droplets that hardened almost immediately into tiny white pearls, rolled silently down his smooth alabaster cheek. "Will it hurt?" Julian asked quietly. "No," Clara murmured. "It feels only like falling asleep on a warm afternoon, knowing you never have to wake up, never have to hurry, never have to worry again. You will simply float, Julian. You will float forever." Julian took a deep, slow breath. The warm, mineral-scented steam filled his lungs, feeling heavy, rich, and sweet. He did not look for an exit. He did not look for the elevator. He turned away from the balcony and began to walk back toward his chamber. The walk back through the lava tubes felt effortless, like drifting down a slow, dark stream. His body moved with perfect, silent grace, his footsteps making no sound against the wet basalt. He reached Chamber 7. The bronze door stood open, inviting him inside. The room was bathed in the familiar, soft turquoise glow emanating from the oval flotation basin in the floor. The air was warm, humid, and heavy with the soothing aroma of salt and wet slate. Julian walked to the edge of the tank. The water was completely still, a crystalline mirror reflecting the dark, vaulted stone ceiling above. He removed his clothes slowly, letting them fall to the floor. His bare body felt smooth, cold to the touch on the outside, yet filled with a deep, radiant warmth within. He stepped down onto the submerged basalt step of the basin. The warm thermal brine surged around his ankles, his knees, his thighs. It was the exact temperature of his blood, a seamless, perfect merging of his body in the liquid. He lowered himself into the basin. The dense mineral salt lifted him immediately. He floated on his back, weightless, suspended in the clear, heavy water. He leaned his head back, letting the warm brine cup his ears, immersing his head until only his face remained above the surface. He reached out his hand, his smooth, heavy alabaster hand, and pressed the copper button on the wall one last time. The turquoise underwater lights flickered and went out. Absolute, unbroken darkness enfolded him. Julian lay in the pitch-black void, floating in the warm mineral brine. He felt the heavy minerals settling into his skin, seeped deep into his muscles, wrapping around his spine, calcifying the last lingering threads of his human tension into solid, indestructible peace. The subterranean pump pulsed its steady, hypnotic heartbeat through the water, thrum, 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 and then, The choir returned. It did not come from outside him now. It rose from within his own chest, vibrating through his petrifying ribs, his hardened throat, his quieted brain. His voice, silent yet infinite, joined the harmony of the thousands sleeping in the grand vault below. The chord was complete. The melody was perfect. Julian closed his eyes in the dark. He felt his mind softening, stretching out, merging with the vast, ancient slumber of the entity deep beneath the lake. The cold, noisy world above, the sun, the clocks, the frantic, endless days faded away like a forgotten whisper in a thunderstorm. Down here in the warm dark, 300 meters beneath the earth, there was no time. There was no waking. There was only the gentle lap of the thermal water, the slow pulse of the subterranean heart, and the eternal, blissful rest of the stone. Julian drifted down into the dark and slept.